Welcome to Billionaire Romance Audiobooks. Please subscribe to this YouTube channel. It helps more than you know and is the best way to stay up to date on our latest releases. When you subscribe, you'll also get notified when we release new videos. The Forbidden Sitter. A Billionaire Holiday Romance Audiobook. Book 1 of Nightclub Sin Series. By Michelle Love. Narrated by Google Play Narrated Voice. Audio copyright 2024 BFA Publishing. Blurb.
A little boy needed me. A grown man needed me. Excitement and sadness are a rare combination, but that's exactly how I felt when I went to work as my big brother's best friend's babysitter. Tossed away by his horrible mother, the 2-year-old needed me desperately. I could be there for the poor boy. But I fell in love with both the son and the father. My overprotective family wouldn't mind my love for the child, but my love for the man who wasn't supposed to get close to me at all. Well, no one was going to be okay with that. So I told the billionaire, who was used to getting his way, that we'd have to hide our relationship. Keep the steamy action a secret. I found out billionaires do not like to be kept hidden. So how long would I get to feel his phenomenal touch before we had to end it all?
Chapter 1. Ganon.
The first day of November, and a chilly wind tore through our fair city of Los Angeles at 10 in the morning. The first cold front of the fall season had arrived, bringing with it an enthusiasm for change. I stood, looking out the floor-to-ceiling windows of my 15th floor office. In the distance, the waves coming in off the Pacific Ocean took my attention, as I waited for my personal assistant, Janine Lee, to let me know when my video conference was up and going. My job was CEO of Forrester Industries, a business passed down to me by my father. He'd inherited the company from his father, and had turned it from a $1 million company to a $1 billion one. Was I born with a silver spoon in my mouth? That would be a yes. I had never known hardships, poverty, or the feeling of going to bed hungry. I had only known the world of the super rich. A world where you asked for something and you got it. And it all happened very quickly. Maybe all that instant gratification wasn't healthy for me, because I was impatiently waiting for the first time in my life. At 30, some might say I hadn't even begun to live my life yet, but waiting for my dream to be built felt like an eternity to me. At a prestigious nightclub in Vegas one night a few months ago, I met a couple of fellow billionaires at Hakkasan, a nightclub for the extremely wealthy. One could blow $100 grand with ease at the place. And it was there that a plan was hatched to build a nightclub comparable to that one. Hakkasan was number 1 on the top 10 chart of high-status nightclubs around the world. The men I met that night wanted to build something even better than that. And right here in LA, the place we all called home coincidentally. It took us no time to find a place and get construction going on the club. Currently, we were bantering about the name of the place, hence the conference I was waiting for. We were at the stage where the name was necessary to order insignia and other things that would carry the nightclub's name on them. I turned away from the window as my office door opened. There stood Janine, all 4 feet 5 inches of her. Her short hair hung in dark black silky strands around her round face. Thick-framed glasses housed her chocolate eyes. One hand on her hip, she jerked her head in gesture. "Mr. Forrester, your Skype conference is up in the conference room. August Harlow and Nixon Slaughter are ready and waiting for you, sir." Excellent. I strode across my large office, following her to the room at the end of the hallway. "Do you think you could find me a coffee this morning? Something that says fall is here." "I'm on it, boss." She flipped her hair and turned, heading off to find what I'd asked for. The woman was amazing. At nearly 40, she was adept at making things happen for those she worked for. I was lucky enough to have found her when her old boss had passed away a few years back. She and I had something in common, we found out, as we accidentally met at the funeral home where her boss's memorial was taking place and where my father's body had just arrived. It was in the hallway that we both went for the same box of tissues. And in that tragic moment, we found each other. She told me about her boss and her lack of a job as a personal assistant. I told her about how I was, now with the loss of my father, the CEO of a large business and could use a personal assistant. And in that sad moment, a partnership was made that would make us both feel better about life in general after suffering from our losses. My mother had passed on several years prior to my father. Breast cancer took her from us. Being an only child, my father's death left me utterly alone in the world, something I wasn't real crazy about being. But with Janine's appearance right at the time, I felt the most alone I'd ever felt, came hope. Perhaps things wouldn't always feel the way they did at that time. One day, things would get better. One day, I wouldn't be the only member of the Forrester family. Or so I hoped anyway. Not that I was looking for a wife or anything. I was a bit on the busy side to be doing that. But once I had things the way I wanted them, the nightclub included, then I would slow down and find time to date more and find Miss Right. Instead of what I had been doing, settling for Miss Right Now. Currently, I wasn't even messing with Miss Right Now. I was involved in my work as the CEO and my work with the club. There just wasn't time for anything else. Stepping into the conference room, I found my partner's faces on two of the large screens that ran in a circle around the room. Some conferences for the business took up all 7 screens at once. We were global, after all. August and Nixon greeted me with wide smiles as I came in and took a seat. "Morning, gentlemen." And I do use that term lightly, I joked. August smirked. "So the time has come for us to put our bickering behind us and agree on a name for this nightclub." Nixon picked up, "Let the record show, I like the name Club X." I threw down, "And I've told you before, that name is much too common." "Yes," August agreed. "But Ganon, you have yet to come up with a name. You've shot down all the ones we've come up with, though. So I am throwing you into the middle of this debate and challenging you to come up with a name on the fly, so to speak. You have 1 minute." "What?" I looked back and forth at the screens, finding 2 earnest faces. "I'm not that creative. You guys are." "You're wasting time, Ganon," Nixon reminded me. August's arched brow told me he was completely serious as he looked at his watch. "The time is ticking away. 30 seconds, Ganon, or we're sticking with Club X." "No. Wait, give me 1 more minute. I'm terrible under pressure." I pinched the bridge of my nose as I tried to inject some creativity into my business brain. August wasn't giving in and was not about to give me any more time. "Nope, no extra time, and we're coming in on 10-9. One word popped into my head and I blurted it out, "Swank." I looked back and forth at my partners and was shocked to see smiles curling their lips. August nodded. "I like it." Nixon chuckled. "Me too." "Swank it is then." He looked at August through the other screen. "Seems we've had a productive meeting, August. Time to get back to our real jobs. Catch you guys later in the week." Nixon out. The screen with his face on it went black. August gave me a nod. "Back to work, buddy. Let's get together on Friday evening for dinner and drinks." "You got it." I had to laugh as he ended the call. My friends knew I worked best under pressure, and they were, as always, expert manipulators. Walking out of the conference room, I heard Janine arguing with another woman. "No, you may not go looking for Mr. Forrester, miss." "Out of my way, you midget." I headed in the direction I heard the voices coming from, and found my assistant trying her best to stop a tall, skinny redhead with a small boy at her side. He huddled against her leg, eyes wide with dismay at the shouting. The irate woman's dark brown eyes caught mine. "Ganon Forrester, there you are." "And you are?" I inquired, giving the boy what I hoped was a reassuring smile. Not that I knew the first thing about kids. Surprisingly, he ducked his head shyly and then looked back up, offering a sweet gap-toothed grin. The woman cleared her throat impatiently. "Cassandra Harrington. Surely you remember me." Her thin lips pulled into a smile. Club Acapulco on the Strip. Not a clue. I had the feeling I didn't want to talk to the woman in the hallway with so many people's ears leaning our way. Would you mind stepping into my office, Mrs. Harrington? Miss. And that's where I wanted to talk to you at in the first place, but this little troll. I took her by the arm and ushered her and the little boy into my office. The way she shoved the kid forward, like he was a sack of flour, irked me for some reason. As I closed the door behind us, I rolled my eyes apologetically at Janine, and she winked, ever unperturbed. Her husband was a lucky man, and he knew it. I turned back to Miss Harris and watched as her face twisted in what looked like disgust as she let the boy go and gave him a nudge, really more like a shove, away. Stop clinging. Ganon, this is Braden Michael Forrester. Your son. My brain froze. My eyes shot straight to the little boy. He hovered uncertainly between the woman, his mother presumably, poor kid, and my desk, before picking up courage. Walking around my desk and briefly disappearing, his tiny body dwarfed by its huge breadth and height, he reappeared moments later, climbed up in my office chair. Leaning back in it, he kicked his feet and spun in a circle. Something tugged at my heartstrings, and let me tell you, up until then, I didn't know I had heartstrings. Ganon, the harpy snapped. Did you hear me? I refocused my attention from the boy onto Cassandra, even as he began to play with my stapler. My automatic instinct was to take it from him, so he didn't staple his little fingers. Which was bizarre because, since when did I have automatic instincts when it came to anything except women and business? Still buying time, I offered Braden a box of paper clips in exchange for the high-powered electric stapler, and liked when he didn't fuss at all, switching gears seamlessly to playing with the colorful little metal clips. Ganon? Cassandra finally exploded. Yes, he was a really nice kid. But he wasn't mine. That, I knew for sure. I didn't know this crazy woman. Look, lady, I informed her coolly and calmly. I don't know you. Oh, but you do. Her snarl transformed into an equally unpleasant smirk, stretching her thin lips into a wide rictus. You and I went back to my place after drinking too much at that club that night, a little under 3 years ago. I ended up pregnant, something I didn't bother you with for nearly 3 years. Your son is 2, just so you know. And I've done all of the mothering I care to. I want out. I'm not cut out to be a mother. As she spat the words at me, I couldn't help but marvel at how utterly unattractive she was in every way, way beyond just her witch-like exterior. Her voice was like nails on a chalkboard. I'd heard the expression, but had never actually seen it come to life until just now. For some reason, the bombshell she'd dropped kept getting replaced with other thoughts. Maybe I was avoiding it. Or maybe I just couldn't believe I would have had anything to do with a shrew. I had a type when I looked for female company, a very, very specific type that was more personality-based than physically-based, honestly. Gorgeous was good, but fun to spend a long evening with was even better, and she didn't fit it in the slightest. I don't know you, I repeated. And he's not mine. Cassandra didn't even notice that the kid was reaching for scissors, or if she did, she didn't care. I cut him off at the pass and handed him a stack of Post-its instead. Aggravated, she snarled, I don't care if you believe me. I just wanted to let you know you have a kid, and I can't do this anymore. He's yours or social services. Choose. Now. Wait. What? For the second time that day, I was being forced into an instant decision, but this time the stakes were infinitely higher. Social services? I echoed in disbelief, grateful that the boy was clueless about what he was hearing as he giggled and decorated himself with sticky papers. What the hell is wrong with you? He's your child. And yours, she retorted. I'm not mother material. Are you listening to me at all, Ganon Forrester? I'm tired of talking. I'll just take the kid and dump him on social services' doorstep. I can see you're not going to be a father to him. She started toward the boy, who dropped his newfound papers toys and shrank back into his seat. I felt a jolt of electricity shoot through me. Hey, wait a minute. I stepped in front of her in the desk. The words that came out of my mouth didn't even sound like mine. Listen, give me time to get a DNA test done. If he's mine, then I want him. Wait, what did I just say? 1 week. You have 1 week and that is it, Ganon Forrester. She stalked around me, picked up the boy whose big eyes were suddenly filled with tears, and left my office in such haste that I had to run to catch up to her. I need your phone number and address. I grabbed a notepad off Janine's desk and a pen as I hurried after her. She stopped then and dumped Braden, that was his name right, on top of the desk while she scribbled those things down on the paper. As she scrawled, pressing hard enough to undoubtedly indent the whole notepad, I hesitantly leaned in to check on the toddler. His dark hair did look a lot like mine, but plenty of kids had dark hair. And his wide blue eyes gleaming with unshed tears, well, they kind of looked like what I saw in the mirror first thing every day, but still, just not a possibility. Hey buddy. I smiled at him and handed him a fresh pad of Post-its, these far more colorful than the ones from my own office. How are you doing? Braden sniffed and smiled back shyly, his pudgy little hand scrubbing across his eyes in a way that made those newly discovered heartstrings twang once again. Shoving the paper and pen back in my hands, Cassandra picked Braden up like a sack of potatoes. He can't talk, you idiot. He's only 2. Stifling my anger, I straightened. I think toddlers can usually talk. Mom just used to say that by the end of the evening, she'd have no ears left for my chatter. Well? He's stupid, Cassandra informed me, and it was all I could do to keep from reaching out and wringing her scrawny neck. I better hear from you by the end of the week, or it's off to foster care for your son. And with that she left my office with my potential son looking forlornly over her shoulder, one small hand stretched out to me.
Chapter 2. Brooke.
The first day of November had a chilly breeze washing over our city of Los Angeles. Wearing a light sweater over my t-shirt and blue jeans, I was ready for autumn to take over for a while, leaving the heat of summer behind us. My heels clicked along the sidewalk as I made my way to meet my brother Brad for lunch at Pitfire, a pizza joint my brother and I loved. A whistle caught my attention, and I looked around to find Brad getting out of his brand new Lambo, the fire engine red exterior sure to capture everyone's attention. Hey, show off. His hand ran over the hood of the car as he made his way to me. You like my newest ride, baby sis? It's awfully bright. Did you really have to go all out and get fire engine red, Brad? I crossed my arms as I stood there, looking at the high-dollar piece of machinery. My brother had struck it rich when he went to work for Forrester Industries, right out of college. From there, he jumped off into his own business venture, procuring investments overseas for wealthy people. Brad came up to me, holding out his arms for a hug, which I gave him. That's not fire engine red, little sis, it's called Rosso Mars, and that particular model is an Aventador coupe. Fancy. I kissed his whisker-covered cheek. So you're sporting a beard now. How fashionably progressive of you. But it needs more conditioner, it tickles my lips. His eyebrows wiggled as he grinned. That's what she said. I punched him in the arm. You. Nasty. I didn't mean anything dirty by it, kid. He looped his arm through mine, leading me into the eatery. Get your mind out of the gutter. I rolled my eyes and leaned into him, not about to say I'd missed him while away at college, even though I had. After being seated in what used to be our usual booth, and ordering a blistered cherry tomato pizza and some root beers, my brother and I started catching up. I had been away, staying in the dorms at Berkeley for the last year. With my first year of college behind me, I was excited about my future and the new semester that I was a couple of months into. Brad had been gone all summer, having to work overseas, and had only been back a couple of weeks. He told me he was eager to talk to me and find out how my schooling was going. So, how did you like your first year? I loved it, Brad. I informed him, over a mouthful of lusciously buttery breadstick. I miss these. I mean, I knew I would love it. But it's even better than I thought. The teachers, the campus, just, everything is amazing. And the classes. They're all theory right now, but I'm more convinced than ever that teaching little ones is where I want to be. No surprise there. What were you when you first started babysitting? 3. The tiny wrinkles that etched the sides of his grin reminded me that he was in his early 30s. That age group of people who had kids, even though he didn't have a wife and kids yet himself. No. 7. I watched Lainey Bradshaw down the street while her mom took piano lessons in the next room. Our conversation was briefly interrupted as our drinks arrived. He gave the waitress a nod as his eyes roamed up and down her body. Thanks. He leaned forward, steepling his fingers while resting his elbows on the table, obviously trying to look distinguished. You doing okay this afternoon? He looked at her name tag that was strategically pinned just above her left breast. Megan? Gag me with a spoon. I groaned, kicking him hard under the table. Her pretty green eyes lit up as she smiled at my brother. I'm doing fine. You? Pretty damn good. He winked at her. Thanks, sweetie. With a tiny wave and flushed cheeks, she left us alone as he watched her go. I rolled my eyes. Some things never change. So Brad, have any of your friends had kids since I left? I've missed working with kids who aren't just textbook studies. And I want to try out some of the things I've learned. None of my close friends have kids, kiddo. Sorry. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a set of car keys. I have a surprise for you. No way, I mumbled, staring at his palm without touching the silvery keys. Brad only had the most badass automobiles. He'd given everyone in the family one of his used ones at one time or another. Brad's used cars weren't like normal ones. Bentleys, Mercedes, Beamers, you name the expensive car, he had owned one or more at one time or another, and my big brother had always been generous with his hand-me-downs around his friends. He jingled the keys playfully. Say please? Brad, I repeated, just as our pizza arrived and we had to wait till everything was settled in front of us. When Megan sauntered away, I turned back to my brother. Tell me you didn't. He placed the keys in my outstretched palm. You need transportation now that you're back here. Taxis eat up way too much spare cash. You are now the proud new owner of a gently used Carpathian Gray, Jaguar F-Type. Automatically, my fingers snapped shut around the keys. Even so, I had to protest. I mean, how did it look for a brother, even one as wealthy as mine, to be doling out $100,000 cars to his sister? I was no mooch. You really shouldn't have. I mean it, Brad. And I can't even promise to pay you back, because that would take me 5,000 years on a teacher's salary. He winked. I'll figure out some way for you to repay me. Lifting a dripping cheesy slice, he dug in, grinning around his huge bite. A little in a daze, I got up and hugged him hard before sitting back down. You are crazy, I informed him, reaching for my own slice. But thank you. Wow. Thank you. And don't even start about insurance and crap. I'll find a way to pay for it. I had no idea how, but I would, I promised myself.
Chapter 3. Ganon.
Only 3 days after having the DNA test done on the little boy, I held the envelope in my hand. Janine was by my side in my office as I pulled out the sheet of paper that would either change my entire world or leave me free. Before you read it, tell me what you're hoping for, Mr. Forrester. I'd been turning it over in my head ever since the skank had stalked in and out of my office in less than 5 minutes, steamrollering my day and leaving my mouth close to hanging with her news. That he's mine. It wasn't that I wanted the responsibility of a kid. Far from it. But Cassandra had been such an obviously awful mother. And Brayden looked like such a nice kid. He deserved better. Way better. With a nod, Janine placed her hand on my shoulder. Then I'll pray that way for you, sir. Closing my eyes, I finished pulling the paper out, then I opened it, wanting to surprise myself. 99%. I blinked and felt the strangest shifting in my newly discovered heart. He's mine. We remained in silence for a long moment as I stared blankly at the page full of cryptic scientific info, with two bolder words standing out above everything. Probability of paternity, 99%. I have a kid, I whispered. Congratulations, Daddy. Janine squeezed my shoulder. I know it's not what you expected, but you'll be a great father, Mr. Forrester. Father. The fact that the word now applied to me didn't feel even close to sinking in. Janine. I cleared my throat and sat back. Get my lawyer on the phone and let him know to proceed with the custody paperwork. I want it today so I can take it to her when I pick up my son. Son? Oh my. I'm a father. Janine touched my shoulder once again and started for the door. I'll get on that right away. After she left, I sat in dumb silence for who knows how long before I took out my cell and made the call. Finally, she answered. Well? What do you want? I received the results. She didn't bother to let me finish. He's your son. Yes, he is. I had to put my cell down on the desk and press the speaker button. My head was aching and spinning with the news. I was both happy and deathly afraid at the same time. I don't know one damn thing about kids. Then come get him. I'm a father. And she's his mother. Geez. Cassandra, aren't you going to miss him at all? I demanded. How can you treat a kid that way? Any kid. Much less your own. When will you be here? She replied without answering. I'll have him ready to go. Shock had me numb inside. As if on autopilot, I moved forward with the horrible conversation. My lawyer is drawing up papers you'll need to sign. I want full custody. And I don't want to wait through court proceedings to get it. Cassandra, you do realize you will never see your son again if you sign the papers, right? I'll want to make a life for the boy. One without a mother who seems to hate him. Yeah, whatever. Cry me a big old river. So hurry up and get your paper, and I'll sign it. I want to get rid of the burden you put on me. Crazy witch. Fine. I'll be there just as soon as my lawyer tells me the documents are ready. Goodbye. I ended the call, feeling as if I'd just had a conversation with the devil. The intercom buzzed. Brad Moore is here to see you. As protective as she was of me, Brad was likely one of the few men Janine would have patched through at this stage. My head was still reeling as I leaned back in my chair. Send him in, please. When my best friend opened the door to my office, he could tell immediately that something was wrong with me. What the hell happened to you? I just shook my head, numb. He made his way to my desk, taking the seat across from me. You look like a Mack truck just ran over your dog or something. You don't have a dog though, right? The words weren't coming to me. How in the hell do you tell someone this kind of news? Bluntly, apparently. I'm a father, Brad. His blue eyes went wide. His jaw dropped. He jumped up and slammed his palms on the desk, making a loud slapping noise. What did you say? Yeah, he took it the way I thought he would. I have a 2-year-old son. His name is Braden Michael. I got up and walked over to the mini-fridge to grab myself a bottle of something with alcohol in it. Picking out a bottle of beer, I tossed it to Brad, then got myself one. Brad just looked at his without opening it. You know it's like 9 a.m, right? Twisting the metal top off the bottle, I nodded. And your point is? I looked at him with no expression at all on my face. With a shrug, he opened his bottle and took a swig. So day drinking it is then. He went back to sit in his chair, looking as if he was as lost in thought as I was. Who's the mother? A redhead from a strip club, who I don't remember in the slightest. If DNA hadn't confirmed the evidence, I wouldn't believe it. So what? He asked, taking a long pull of the cold brew. She hitting you hard for custody and cash? No, actually. I made my way to the sofa. I needed to lie down for a minute. Let my body catch up to my scattered mind. I'm taking him. What? Brad spun around in the chair to face me as I plopped down on the overstuffed black leather. You can't just take him away from his mother, Ganon. Pressing my forehead to the cold beer, I shook my head. She doesn't want him. She was going to give the kid away if I didn't take him. I looked over at him. Brad's face went from stunned to horrified. She what? She's real nasty, Brad. Like the meanest woman I've ever met. And somehow, I don't know how, I don't know what got into me about 3 years ago, but I was with her without using protection apparently. More beer went down my throat as I tried to drown the anxieties that were bubbling up inside of me. Brad, I need help. Like permanent help, dude. Do you really not remember sleeping with this woman? Not at all. I jerked my head toward the paper on the desk. But I had a DNA test done, and the boy is definitely mine. Brad walked over to the desk and picked up the paper, staring at it as he spoke. Well, at least you did the smart thing and had that done instead of taking this woman's word for it. So what now? I took another chug. As soon as my lawyer calls to let me know the documents I need are ready, I'll go get him. I closed my eyes. Brad, what am I going to do? I don't know the first thing about raising a kid. I don't know how to take care of one. Like, what do 2-year-olds eat? Drink? Do? Can they bathe themselves? Can they dress themselves? 'Cause I don't know how to do that for him. You need a nanny, Ganon. And fast, I agreed. I put the bottle to my lips, but found it was empty. Damn. Brad reached out, taking the bottle away from me. Fathers don't day drink. I don't think they do, anyway. Not the first day they're meeting their kid. I met him already, I informed him. A few days back. She treated him like a dog toy. He was a really nice little boy, Brad. Quiet. Calm. Friendly. No tantrums or anything. But he wasn't my son then. Oh, and he can't talk, she says. Can't 2-year-olds, I don't know, babble or something? He shrugged. No idea, man. None whatsoever. But if you make me a promise, I think I can help you out. I cracked an eye and watched as he hauled up a chair and sat down beside me. Yeah? How? You have to mean what you promise me, Ganon. I'm dead serious about this. Lethally serious. Anything. I sat up and rubbed the back of my neck. What do I have to promise? His light blonde brows scrunched together. You remember my baby sister? I knew of her in passing, even though we'd never met. Yeah. She's in her 2nd year of college, majoring in early childhood development. She was just asking me about possible jobs she could take to pay bills and practice what she's learning in theory, since the school won't let them handle actual small humans yet. She'd jump at the chance to take care of this kid for you. My eyes popped. Brad, that would be fantastic. Hold on there, Ganon. He leaned in close, eyes flashing. If I do this for you, I don't want you to so much as lay one finger on Emily. I started to protest and he cut me off. Because if you do, then I'll have to reach into your chest. He pounded his fist on my chest just once. And I will pull your beating heart out and feast on the thing. You got me, bro. Leave your little sister alone. That would be more than easy. Got it. As long as you understand me, repeat these words and we'll have us a deal. Oh, and you have to pay her pretty well too. That's a given, dude. He thumped my chest once more. Chill on that shit, Brad. I can only take so much, bro. Tell me these magic words you want me to say to make you believe that I will never lay a finger on your little sister. I, Ganon Forrester, do solemnly swear never to flirt with, fondle, or otherwise bother my best friend's baby sister, the apple of his eye and the sweetest and most innocent girl on the planet. Who is this chick? All I could do was nod as I recited his words, sealing our deal and getting me the babysitter I needed. And can she move in with us too? I'll need her 24/7. I'll check with her, but I'm guessing that'll be fine. Fewer bills for her to pay. I almost sagged with relief. I now had a kid and a babysitter to go with said kid. Things might just turn out okay after all.
Chapter 4. Brooke.
Only 3 days before, I told my big brother I was looking for a babysitting job, and here he was with a huge one. So, you'll be a live-in. It'll be a full-time job, Brooke. The little boy is 2, and his father has no clue what to do with the kid. This whole thing just fell in his lap. You'll have to go in and take complete charge of the little boy. Is this something you think you can handle? Sitting on the bed in my dorm room, I chewed on my lower lip. What about school? You said most of your classes this semester will be online, he reminded me. And living in will save you money on room and board, since you won't let me pay for those. He'll pay you well enough that you'll graduate debt-free, Brooke. Wow. I nodded slowly. This was not a gift horse whose mouth I was going to look too deeply into. The father will hardly ever be there, he went on. He's hardly ever home now. It'll be you, the kid, some servants, and that's it most of the time. He looked back at my absent roomie's bed and took a seat on it after pulling the blanket up to cover the mess of sheets. And which one of your friends is this, Brad? One hand stroked his beard as he looked off to one side, trying to look nonchalant. Ganon Forrester, the man who gave me my first job. My eyes must have been bugging out. Not only was Ganon the worst of the bad boys my older brother hung with, but he was a billionaire to boot. And I knew that meant he got whatever he wanted. Him. Brad just nodded as he cut his eyes to look around the small room. You'd be able to say goodbye to this little rat hole. That would be a blessing in and of itself. I'd never actually met Mr. Forrester. But I'd overheard Brad telling stories about how much of a womanizer he was. Could I handle a man like that? He's kind of known for being a major ladies' man, right? Brad's blue eyes leveled on mine. Not to worry, Brooke. I told the man you are not to be messed with. He made me a solemn vow he'd never do a thing to you. Not so much as one word of flirtation. If he does, you let me know, and I'll properly beat his ass for it. It wasn't that I was anti-flirtation. I was just shy. And totally inexperienced. And if I was going to live in, I needed to know I'd be safe, obviously. And this poor kid, his mother was just going to turn him over to social services? That's so terrible. My heart hurt with the thought. Yeah, Brad got up and went to look in my closet. Is this all the stuff you have here? That's it. So this job would start today then? I shoved my feet into my sneakers and leaned over to tie them. Yes, it would. I think you should come with me to meet him and his kid, before you make the decision. He turned around to face me. If you think it's something you'd like to do, then we can come back for your things. You can even leave them here, and I'll pay the room and board for the remainder of the semester, in case you ever decide you want to back out. I never let my brother pay for anything, but he had a good point for once. And I was definitely struggling to make ends meet. He's around your age, right? I got up off the bed and followed my brother out of my dorm room. Yeah, he's 30. He's a decade older than you are. Surely you won't find him attractive in the least. He stopped and took me by the arm, looking me in the eyes. Right? Pish, yeah, right. I'm not into old dudes, Brad. Call me old-fashioned, but in my 20s I was still chaste. My sum total of experience was a few kisses and a little basic groping. I was waiting for the right guy to come along. About an hour later, we pulled up to the sprawling mansion Mr. Forrester lived in. Wow, Brad. This is bigger than your place in Malibu. I couldn't believe how beautiful the place was. I adored the rustic look. The home looked like a huge log cabin, with a covered front porch that spanned only one part of the humongous home. Tall pine trees lined the asphalt drive. The lush green grass was well kept, making the whole place look almost fake. Yeah, Ganon likes his little slice of wilderness out here in the sticks. It wasn't really the sticks, just the Hollywood Hills. At the door, we were met by the butler, who introduced himself to me as Ash. Who in this day and age has a butler? I hissed to Brad, as we walked through a dizzying maze of rooms until we came upon one that had cartoon sounds coming out of it. He just shrugged. Ash gave me a smile. Mr. Ganon is in there with his new son. With a nod, he left us to enter the room on our own. My brother pushed the door open. Here she is, Ganon. The back of the man I might soon be working for was all I saw. Dark hair that was kept short and neat gave way as he turned, and the darkest blue eyes looked at me as he got up. Brooke, it's a pleasure to meet you. He came toward me, and a small boy with huge blue eyes and a tear-stained face immediately jumped off the couch and scurried over to stand beside him, sliding a pudgy arm around the man's long legs. It was obvious the poor little guy was bewildered at having lost his mother and gained a stranger for a father all in the same day, so he was terribly anxious. "Hello, Mr. Forrester," I greeted him, then smiled at the toddler. "Hi there." Thumb wedged firmly in his mouth, the boy attempted a small smile around it. "Please call me Ganon. And this is my son, Brayden." "Hey there, Brayden." Brad hunched over and stuck his hand out. "I'm your Uncle Brad. It's nice to meet you." My brother took the little boy's hand and shook it, making the kid giggle before he pulled his hand back. His giggle was every bit as adorable as he was. His father chuckled, in a way was anything but adorable. Deep and husky, it was attractive as hell. I wasn't sure what was wrong with me. I didn't think this way. I didn't find older men attractive. So what was happening here? Sure, Ganon Forrester was tall. Like 6'3" or something. Sure, he had broad shoulders, and the rest of his torso tapered elegantly to a waist that wasn't exactly narrow, but smaller than his wide chest. Long legs covered in blue jeans that clung to some pretty great-looking muscular thighs made my gulp. The man was a masterpiece in a white t-shirt and faded blue jeans. And bare feet. Even his feet are gorgeous. It was then I realized I had looked the man over, all the way down to his naked feet. I quickly snapped back and pointed to the sectional the two had gotten off of. Should we discuss the arrangement? Someone had to take over this interview, and it might as well be me. "Of course," came the words from Ganon's chiseled lips. Yes, even his lips looked as if they were cut from marble. His features were sharp yet soft around his gorgeous eyes. Blue pools that were surrounded by thick, dark, lush lashes. Any girl would die to have those natural lashes. Lashes the little boy had too, I noticed after another glance. The boy finally disengaged from Ganon's leg and wandered back over to the couch, where he had a battered children's book and a sippy cup. "You and your son are nearly identical," I found myself saying. "He'll be a real lady killer one day." Then I found Ganon's eyes on mine. The slightest hint of a smile was on his lips. I realized what had I just said. Ah, crap. I looked away, feeling shy as Ganon began my interview. "So the job pays whatever you want it to. You'll have a bedroom that will adjoin the one I've had set up for Brayden. It's right across the hallway from mine." My brother interrupted. "A bit close, don't you think, Ganon?" Those blue eyes raked across me as they swung to meet the lighter blue eyes of my brother. "It's for the boy Brad. I want him to feel safe. After all he's been through, I want him to feel safe, secure and loved." When my brother scoffed, I felt offended for the man immediately and came to his defense in a heated rush. "Brad? Don't act that way. It doesn't matter what he's done personally, all these years. He's a father now. He's just thinking of his little boy." "Sorry, sis." Brad still looked suspicious, even as he apologized. "You're right. Sorry, Ganon." Ganon chuckled lightly. "Wow. A real tigress you've got there, Brad. And one I'd love watching over my little boy." His eyes fell on me once more. "Please tell me you'll take the job. I'm being totally serious when I say you name the price, and I'll gladly pay it. I have no idea what the going rate is for sitters, but I want you to be the highest paid one in the history of nannies." "I have to have Tuesday and Thursday mornings off until 11, I told him, in case Brad hadn't. "I have class for 1 hour each of those days, and it'll take me until then to get back out here. Will that be a problem?" I chewed my lip, nervously hoping that would not put me out of this once-in-a-lifetime job opportunity. Not at all, came his quick reply. I'll adjust my work schedule to go in a bit later on those days. Any other accommodations I need to know about? Oh, and you'll have a car to use too. You can take it to school and anywhere else you want to go. I have the car my brother just gave me a few days ago. I don't need your car. And I don't need a boatload of money either. $500 a week is fair, since you're also providing room and board. Ganon shook his head. No. No way to only $500. I tell you what. How about $1,000 a week and you let me pay off any student loans you have and pay for the rest of your college? It's only fair to you. You're going to school to learn how to take care of kids after all. I want to help you do that. My brother answered for me as he jumped up, deal. I looked between handsome father, adorable son, and my beaming brother. My senses reeled, and suddenly so were my deliriously happy finances. Things looked very, very good.
Chapter 5. Ganon.
After Brad and Brooke left to go get her things, Braden and I waited for her to return, still watching cartoons. He asked me to read him his book in between episodes, plopping the book in my hand and smiling up at me in a hopeful way that left me weirdly warm and soft. Is this what being a dad is really like? Tuckered out by his earlier tears and the total upending of his life, Braden eventually fell asleep on the sofa, so I let my mind wander to the young lady who'd be living under my roof. From the moment I'd seen her, I'd known things were going to be rough for me. Why couldn't she be a female version of Brad? That is what I'd pictured when he'd said he had a sister who could take this babysitting job, after all. She had his most basic of features, blonde hair and blue eyes. But that's where the similarities ended. Her long hair had golden strands that caught the light. The blue in her eyes were like limpid pools of sparkling blue water. Her rosy cheeks were full and plump, just like her strawberry pink lips. I knew I shouldn't allow myself to think about her like that. I knew Brad would have my heart in his meaty fist in no time if I didn't get this under control. She's your best friend's baby sister, Ganon Forrester. And your son's babysitter. Stay away from her in all ways. So I sat there, staring blankly at the cartoon cat who chased the mouse on the big screen television that usually had some kind of sports game playing instead of animated characters. Slowly, Brooke seeped back into my brain. I saw it all in my head, her cute little curvy frame. The top of her head came to my shoulder. I could see myself wrapped around the beautiful girl. Braden mumbled something in his sleep, and I snapped out of it, catching him before he tumbled off the couch. Easy, buddy, I murmured, picking him up and starting for the room that I'd designated as his nursery. I'd sent Janine out to get the most basic things, like a little boy's bed and a few toys, but Brooke would need to help me really decorate it. As I tucked my son gently under the covers and hesitantly brushed his forehead, Brooke came to mind again. I flipped the nightlight on and slipped out of the room, leaving the door ajar in case he cried again. I should call Brad and tell him I can't keep my promise. But I wasn't about to actually do that. Braden needed her. And I could allow myself to have fantasies about the girl, couldn't I? What would be the harm in that so long as there was no touching? My eyes closed as I thought about her sweet lips on mine, and I fell headfirst into a fantasy about the beautiful woman who was about to move into my home with my new son and me. I stared up at the ceiling, barely starting down from my high when my cell rang. Ganon, I answered the call without looking at who was calling. Hi, Mr. Ganon. I jolted with another spasm of unexpected pleasure at hearing her sweet voice. Hi, Brooke. Everything all right? Yeah, it's fine. You sound winded. Is Braden wearing you out already? I grabbed a pillow and muffled a hungry groan in it, desire already rising in me again at how sensual that sweet, innocent voice sounded. Yeah, he's a little rascal. We were playing tag. I just wanted to call before I leave town. Do you or Braden need anything from town? I mean, like, does he have milk and pull-ups or diapers or whatever he's wearing? How sweet is she? Oh, that's a great idea. I know we have milk. I don't know about the pull-ups or diapers. His mother just gave me him and nothing else. I did have my personal shopper bring some clothes for him earlier today. Do you know if he has a diaper on? She chuckled a little. Mr. Ganon, have you not even looked to see if he has on underwear or a diaper? No. How do I do that? Just pull the back of his little shorts out a bit, and see if he's got on underwear or a diaper. Oh yeah. I saw like some white thick fabric when we were running around. Is that a diaper? Pull-ups at this age more likely, but who knows? Okay, I'll pick up some stuff. I don't suppose you know if he takes a bottle at night, do you? You know, to help him fall asleep, she added, before I could ask why. He didn't need one just now to fall asleep, I remarked. So maybe he doesn't use one. Asleep? She asked, sounding confused. I thought you guys were just playing. That's what had you all out of breath, right? Shoot. Yeah. Well, I told him to go sit and watch cartoons, and he did, and he fell asleep. Huh. I guess it makes sense. The poor little guy's worn out after everything. I'll grab some stuff and then head over there. Brad helped me pack my car up. Okay. See you soon, Brooke. I ended the call, then beat my head against the wall, glaring down at the rampant evidence of my desire for my new nanny. Dumb. 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 Then a little voice sobbed just down the hallway, and I was forced to pull my act together, pull some clean pants on, and go comfort my small scared son, patting his back and singing, really not knowing what I was doing, but giving it my best. That was what counted, right? That I was trying.
Chapter 6. Brooke.
Unpacking in my new bedroom, a couple hours later, I couldn't help but look out the large windows that overlooked the back part of the vast property. More tall trees spotted the hilly terrain, and I could see it all through the creamy sheer curtains. A light knock had me turning to see who was at my partially closed door. And there was my handsome new boss, carrying my adorable new job in his strong arms. He might have been a new father, but he looked like he was meant for the job. Come in. Ganon put the little boy down, and he briefly clung to his father's leg before starting to curiously look around my new living space. I took out the little fire truck I had bought for him when I stopped at the store to pick up the diapers and wipes. Come here, Brayden. I smiled and crouched down. See what I have for you. Without an ounce of shyness, he made a beeline for me and the toy I held out to him. I got on my knees to get on his level. He took the toy out of my hand and looked it over, then his eyes went to mine, and his tiny arms went around my neck as he hugged me. I smiled in total surprise and hugged him back. Hi, sweet boy, I murmured, kissing his hair and then his plump cheek. I know you've had a really rough day, but we'll make it better, I promised him, sitting back and showing him how to push the tiny truck back and forth. You're really great with him, Ganon said, taking a seat on the floor, but not before I caught his eyes roaming over my body. A pop of warmth burst inside me, along with a nudge of worry. Uh-oh. Leaving the two to play with Brayden's new toy, Ganon making vrooming sounds while Brayden, who was oddly not verbal yet, tried to imitate him, and mostly blew raspberries, I rose and went back to unpacking my bags. An uneasy feeling was washing over me, one that told me I had to be careful with the charismatic playboy who I now not only worked for but also lived with. I was sure women who had even less to do with the man had a hard time keeping their heads straight where he was concerned. My work was really cut out for me. Picking up a handful of panties and bras out of my suitcase, I held them close to my body, discreetly covering them with my hands as I took them to the dresser. Dropping them inside the top drawer, I folded them, making sure to keep them out of sight. When I turned back around, I found Ganon sitting back, watching Brayden zoom his new toy all over the walls and carpet. Can you believe his own mother could turn her back on him the way she has? He had a dazed, kind of sad look on his face that made me want to go over and put my arms around. No. Hello? Bad idea. What's the matter with you? Self-control has always been Brad's problem, not yours. I shook my head and returned for more clothes. No, I can't believe that. Brad told me about all of it. I just can't imagine what sort of person does a thing like that. He doesn't seem like he's a problem at all. And certainly not a piece of trash to discard so easily. Picking up several pairs of shorts, I turned to walk back to the dresser, but Ganon's hand on my arm stopped me. Oh, the spark that shot through me wasn't good at all. My eyes were wide as I looked at his large hand wrapped around my wrist. My eyes traveled up my arm until they found his. His thick lashes fell as he blinked, then I saw those blue eyes once more. The truth is that haunts me. I don't understand how anyone could do such a terrible thing. And I'm glad he has you now. I mean, I can try my best to be what he needs as a father, but a kid needs a mom more than anything, I think. I don't know how I would have turned out if I hadn't had a loving mother. But I wasn't the boy's mother. I was merely his babysitter. Mr. Forrester. His eyebrow arched. Oh. Right. Ganon. While I will do my very best to be what your son needs, please understand that a babysitter is no replacement for a mother. You'll have to be both mom and dad for the poor little guy. He let me go and looked down, the powerful image briefly slipping as the weight of this new burden obviously settled home. I don't know if I have that in me, Brooke. Putting my clothes down on the bed, I ran my hand through his dark hair before I could stop myself. I was honestly just trying to convey my compassion for him and his desperate situation, but... He raised his head, locking eyes with me, and I realized I had to pull myself together for all of our sakes. Ganon, I'm here to help you get through this hard part. You'll be great at being a father, just like you're great at everything else you've ever done in your life. My brother has told me all about you. You may have been born wealthy, but you've done plenty on your own as well. You should be proud of your accomplishments, and sure in your ability to raise your son. I was much too close to the man, our faces only inches away from each other. What the hell am I doing? Taking a step back, I broke our eye contact. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him shaking his head slowly. Thanks, Brooke. I needed to hear that, badly. Gathering my shorts once more, I headed to the dresser, knowing I needed to get some space between us. My body wasn't acting right. It had some kind of electric current fizzing through it, leaving me giddy. Turning back around, I found his eyes sparkling at me. There was no more lost, young father in them. Oh no. Here we go. I had to set things straight right from the start, or I'd lose myself to the man. The womanizing man, I had to remind myself. You know, Ganon, Brad told me about your success, your driven personality, and your problem with finding help with your newfound son. I stopped as he leaned back on my bed, resting his muscular body on bent elbows and gazing at me as if I was the most interesting person in the world. I swallowed hard, watching him sink onto my new bed, and tried not to imagine being beside him. Beneath him. Brad also told me about your escapades with numerous women. That seemed to get to him, and he sat up, looking appropriately sheepish. About that. You should know guys kind of exaggerate about matters of that nature. I'm not quite as bad as some make me out to be. With a light laugh, I grabbed my clothes and went across the large room to put them away. I'm sure you're not. But I'm also sure you're very adept at seducing the female gender. I'd like to warn you though. I won't pull punches. I'm inexperienced, Ganon. Deliberately so. While I hoped he would infer the message in my words, I don't know what I'm doing, so cool it. The heated look that suddenly filled his eyes suddenly told me my words had had the opposite effect. So you've never? His dark brows raised as he looked directly into my eyes. That is none of your business, I replied as calmly as I could, even though I was the one who had broached the subject in the first place. Let's just say we're both new at certain things. But I'm willing to learn, he drawled softly, his own implication crystal clear. Oh, the man is danger wrapped in a gorgeous package. Done with my unpacking, I took a seat on the floor next to where Brayden was busily pushing the fire truck around. I took a turn, marching it over his head and belly and loving how he doubled over laughing. I found my eyes going to Ganon's once more, and decided the best policy would be honesty and bluntness. Surely he'd respect that. I'm a maiden, Ganon. Try to keep that in mind, please. I saw his cheeks flush. I had no idea what that meant, but at least I'd gotten everything out in the open between us. Now to see if he could pull his bad boy ways in a bit, for the sake of both our sanities.
Chapter 7. Ganon.
For the first time since I was a kid, I felt my cheeks heating as I blushed. She actually made me blush. A deep laugh came out of me as I ducked my head. Then I remembered who the hell I was and stood. I'm sorry if you saw anything I said as being flirtatious. I certainly didn't mean to make you think I'm flirting with you. That was a blatant lie, but she didn't have to know that. And if she reported anything like that back to her older brother, he'd snatch her away from me in a heartbeat. I had to exercise my self-control, even if it wasn't a thing I was used to doing, so it wasn't easy. But I would get them. Now she was the one ducking her head in embarrassment. I'm sorry if I misread you, sir. Not back to sir. I took the same position she was in, sitting cross-legged on the floor next to my son, and chuckled to let her know I wasn't trying to be a jerk. Come on, let's not go all the way back to calling me sir. I reached out and pulled Brayden to sit on my lap, hoping like hell that made me seem more approachable and less like a womanizer. The way Brayden immediately snuggled into me made me feel a little like a heel for having the hots for his nanny, when that was the last thing he needed. What he needed was a father who could keep it in his pants and keep from losing the new woman in both our lives, who was going to be instrumental to helping us figure out the father-son thing. This is going to take some getting used to by all of us. We've all been thrown into this thing. This very similar to being a family thing. And you're the female in this thing we're in. The mother figure. She shook her head, but I didn't let that stop me. Shake your head all you want, Brooke. It won't change the fact this little boy needs a mother, and that will be your job for the foreseeable future. At least until he's in school. And maybe even after that. With a sigh, she looked at me. Yeah, I guess you're right. I'll get used to it. I guess we all will get used to our new roles. You as a father and the boy as a cherished son, a thing he must have never been. Poor baby. She reached over and touched Brayden's soft hair where it was nestled into my shoulder. And me as the female lead in his life. Okay then. I felt better about the whole thing. Are you ready to take over your babysitting duties, Brooke? Sure, her tone was chipper and her smile bright. I've got this, Ganon. Go do what you need to do. Brayden is in good hands with me. Placing Brayden back on the floor, I got up and roughed up his mop of dark hair before kissing him on top of his little head. I'll catch you guys later then. Heading out of her bedroom, I found myself looking back, finding her and Brayden playing with his truck. My heart did an odd little pitter-patter thing, and I sighed inwardly. When did I get so damn sappy? After a quick change of clothes, changing into a suit for dinner, I headed out to meet up with August and Nixon for dinner and drinks. It was our usual Friday night thing to do since we'd met in Vegas. The other two men had already been seated, as I found out when the maitre d' took me to their table. A small table for four near the back of the seating area is where I found them, snickering about something. Good evening. I took a seat as they both looked at me with curious expressions. It was August who had to ask, so an hour late. What gives? My grin was sly as I saw the waiter making his way to me. After ordering my drink, I let them in on what was happening in my life. A good half hour and 2 drinks later, I had them thoroughly mesmerized by how my life had taken such a sharp turn. Nixon shook his head slowly as he muttered, "That's messed up, man. I've never heard of anyone doing such a horrible thing." His eyes were filled with compassion. That poor little kid. Taking a sip of the 12-year-old scotch, I nodded. Well, he was a poor kid. He's finally going to have a good life now. And the woman I found to babysit him is sure to make him happy too. I placed the glass on the table. She makes me happy too, unfortunately. And why would that be unfortunate, Ganon? Nixon asked as he waved at the waiter. Because she's the baby sister of my best friend. And he's threatened me about doing so much as flirting with the young thing. I had to close my eyes to conjure her in my mind. The absolutely gorgeous young thing. Excuse me, Nixon told the waiter. Can you get us something to eat? Some finger foods. I'm thinking maybe something with shrimp in it. Oh, and cheese too, August added. Something maybe we can dip chips in. I'll be right back, the waiter assured us, then made his way toward the kitchen. Both turned their attention to me once more. August raised one dark brow. So how young is this girl? Her brother told me she's 20. That earned me critical stares. And you're 30, Nixon pointed out. 10 years older than she is. But my guess is, that's not too much of an age gap to put you off, is it? I'd never been attracted to anyone as young as Brooke. The thought of being older by any amount of years than a female conquest hadn't ever occurred to me. It's not her age that matters to me. It's her brother's friendship that matters. He and I have been friends since our college days. We roomed together since freshman year. Our bond is tight. August thoughtfully stroked his beard. So you have known this girl since she was a kid then? No. I eagerly eyed the platter the waiter placed in the middle of the table. Looks great. I grabbed a chunk of bread and dipped it into a thick white cheese concoction, brimming with tiny shrimp. I've never met any of Brad's family before. He and I never were those kinds of friends, the kind who go to each other's family homes. Dipping his own bread into the gooey dip, August nodded. That's good. It would definitely be weird if you knew her as a little kid and still wanted to bone her. Nixon nodded in agreement. Yeah. Since you just met her, I guess it's okay. But you still can't go for her. Not if it would mean losing someone who's been your friend for such a long time. Find someone to take your mind off the girl. He jerked his chin toward the table to our right. There are 4 nice-looking ladies right there. Take one of them home with you, and see if that doesn't help you deal with your little problem. Looking over at the table of women who were most likely available, I checked each one out. And nothing. I felt nothing at all. With a sigh, I admitted defeat. It's no use. I'll just have to get over the fact that she's going to be around my house all the time, and I have to treat her like a kid sister. Even I knew that wouldn't be an easy thing to do. My 2 friends cracked up. What? I can do it. I can. I protested, admittedly uncertainly. Sure you can, Nixon taunted me. August wasn't about to be left out. It'll be so easy to turn off that wolf who rules your libido. More raucous laughter had me clenching my jaw. I could do it. I'd show them. I'd show everyone. Especially myself. Brooke Moore was nothing more than a beautiful girl, and I'd known lots of them. I could change my ways a bit. I could look at her for what she was to me, my kid's babysitter. That's all she could be to me. That and the youngest sister of my best friend. Yeah, there it was. I had it all wrapped up in a neat little box. In the beginning, though, I thought it might be best to spend as little time with her as possible. Just until I could get my head wrapped around the idea that she wasn't someone I wanted, physically speaking. She was my employee. My son's nurturing nanny. A person I needed to regard much like I did the women who worked in my office. One does not shit where they eat, after all, a rule I had practiced my entire life. Brooke was right there at the table. She'd be there all the time. No, I wouldn't have any trouble at all putting her into the same category I did with all the female interns and admin aides I worked with all the time. I should take off soon. This day has kind of taken its toll on me. Bidding my business partners good night, I left to head home and get some much-needed sleep. And hopefully my dreams wouldn't end up the way my little daytime fantasy had gone. I was almost thankful when I got home and Braden woke up suddenly, maybe hearing something in his sleep. I had to spend 30 minutes soothing him back into dreams. Brooke volunteered to do it, but I wanted to spend some time with my son. It served a triple purpose, letting her get some rest, giving me some quality time with my boy, and keeping my fantasies firmly in check. By the time Braden drifted off to sleep once more, curled up in my arms on his little bed, there was nothing else in my mind except making him feel safe again, after his world had been ripped from him so suddenly. "I love you, son," I whispered as he snored softly, and I knew immediately that it was true, even though we'd barely met. He was my blood, but more importantly, he had become my heart from the moment he smiled shyly at me the first day that Cassandra walked in. I'd move mountains to keep him happy. And that included keeping my libido firmly in check.
Chapter 8. Brooke.
Nearly 3 weeks into my new job, and I was beginning to lose patience with my new boss. I knew he had never been a father before, nor thought about being one, but damn it, the man wasn't spending enough time with his little boy. He'd initially been really good about it, making time in the mornings and coming home at reasonable times in the evenings, so he could spend at least a few hours with Braden before he had to leave again. But recently, Ganon had become like a ghost in the house. He was hardly ever there, but when he was, he caused quite a stir. In his son and in me. I both hated and loved it. My heart would speed up with just the sound of his dress shoes clicking across the marble floor of the foyer. Braden had a similar reaction to hearing his father come home. He'd rush on his little legs to get to his daddy, and I'd have to rush right behind him to make sure he didn't get lost in the massive one-story home. He'd be grabbed up into his daddy's strong arms, as I tried not to be jealous of that fact. I would have liked to have been pulled into those strong arms too. But I knew what I felt was wrong. I'd been pretty frank with the man, letting him know I was an innocent maiden who could easily be broken. I kept wishing I hadn't told him. Ever since that conversation, I noticed he barely looked my way. Oh, he was very nice and cordial, asking how my day had gone and asking how his little boy had behaved. It was all very nice. Nice. Proper. Boring. But my rising interest in him aside, he wasn't being the father he needed to be for the little boy. Not once in a week and a half had he been home to put the child to bed. The last thing I wanted was for the boy to bond with me more so than with his own blood, his father. But that was already occurring, as Ganon just wasn't around enough. Putting Braden to bed, I read him a story and kissed him goodnight once he'd fallen asleep. Then I went to my bedroom, leaving the door wide open to make sure I caught Ganon before he went to bed. Time kept ticking by and still no Ganon. Finally, at midnight, I closed my bedroom door, put on my sleeping shorts and a tank top, and climbed under the blankets, giving up for the night. Just as I closed my eyes, I heard his door opening, and I shot out of bed, trying to get to him before he went to sleep. Just as I threw my door open, I saw he'd only partially closed his. "Ganon?" "Yeah," came his deep voice from inside the room. "Can I come in?" A sudden onslaught of nerves filled my stomach with enormous butterflies. Was I really about to tell this grown-ass man what he needed to do as a father? Sure. "Come in, Brooke." I guess I was. So in I went, and stopped as soon as I stepped through the door. There he was, taking his shirt off, revealing the body I had only been able to daydream about. Perfect abs ran, ladder-like, across his toned stomach. More perfection ensued as my eyes traveled up to his tattoo-covered pecs. Tribal? I should have acted like I hadn't noticed, damn it. I should have acted like he was dressed in a business suit, not half naked. His hand moved over his left pec as he looked down at that tat. Yeah. His biceps were bulging, and one had another gorgeous tat that I had a very hard time pulling my eyes away from. They're nice. Sensual as sin was more like it. I found myself imagining kissing them. Thanks. He looked up at me with an easy smile on his handsome face. I could tell he'd been drinking. He wasn't drunk or anything like that, just relaxed. Did you want something? You. I shook my head to get that bad thought out of it, and he laughed. No. Stopping the movement, I nodded instead. I mean, yes. Yes, I'd like to talk to you about your time. My time? He stepped out of his shoes and sat on a nearby chair to take his black dress socks off too. And there were his gorgeous bare feet. Who has such nice-looking feet? I thought again. Pulling my eyes back to where they belonged, I gave myself an internal berating for ogling my boss. So unprofessional. Yes, I know you're new to the parenting thing. And I know you must not even be thinking about this, but you're neglecting Brayden. I put my hands on my hips, shifting my weight as I watched to see his reaction to my words. His brow furrowed in obvious irritation. Neglecting is a strong word, Brooke. I talk to the kid every day. I scoop him up every evening when I come home and give him my full attention. He shook his head. That's not neglect in my book. You give him about 20 minutes of your time out of each day. You were doing much better a week and a half ago. What happened, Ganon? He shrugged. Business hours can be erratic. That's why you're here. To provide stability when I can't be home on time. I scowled. My temper was fairly mild, unless my core beliefs were in question, and they certainly were now. I've waited for you to get into some kind of a pattern on your own, but you haven't done that. That's why I'm intervening now, before too much time passes and things become difficult for you too. I tried to think of how to say things the best possible way to avoid putting the man on the defensive. Certain rituals are good for kids to help build a bond that will last a lifetime. Like putting your child to bed, reading him books until he falls asleep, then kissing him goodnight. You should be doing that with your son every night that you possibly can. Okay, I can do that. He tossed his socks toward his shoes. What's his bedtime? 8. His laugh made me frown as he shook his head. That's way too early. I'm almost never home by then. I tried to be early on as he settled in, but it's difficult. Find something else for us to bond over. You can do that ritual with him each night yourself. Fire began to ooze through my veins, building up heat inside of me. Ganon, this isn't a joke. And just what is so important that you have to go out each and every night? Those blue eyes landed on mine with a blue flash of anger. Business meetings, often. I work with a lot of companies on different time zones, where my night is their morning. And dinner, Brooke. Yes, I sometimes go out to eat dinner with my friends. It's not a crime. Now I was irate. Ganon, your son is a lot more important than your friends are. He needs you 1,000 times more than any of them do. Ganon folded his big arms over his broad chest. Brayden seems to be doing just fine with the limited time I'm spending with him. I could see I needed to put things in black and white for the man. It's what you did before you had a son to think about. Now you have one, and he needs to be your number one priority. Not a bunch of overprivileged, spoiled, rotten rich jerks. I earned another frown, which I didn't much like seeing on his handsome face. But I'd put it there, and now I had to deal with that fact. His tone was low, his voice quiet. Brooke, you're paid to make him your number one priority. Tell me if that's not the case. Shaking with raw anger, the likes of which I'd never felt before, I lit into his selfish ass. He's your son, Ganon Forrester. Not mine. His mother threw him away, as if he was nothing more than a piece of trash. He definitely is my top priority. And as that, I will make sure his father does right by him. If I have to nag you, beg you, or bribe you to become the father that child deserves, then I will do that. With his head cocked to one side, he looked at me with no expression on his face. Do you realize how you're speaking to me? I could feel my brows raise in surprise. Had the man never encountered an angry female before? Had he no instinct for self-preservation? Although I wanted to dart across that large room and smack the man upside the head to get him to snap out of this master of the manor crap, I stayed put and took my hands off my hips to avoid the negative stance I'd been in. Using my soft but firm voice, a thing I'd learned how to use when dealing with rambunctious and bratty young children, I forged ahead. Brayden needs more from you. I'd like to see you at breakfast each morning. I can have him at the table each morning, at whatever time is convenient for you. And dinner in the evening is another good way to establish time you will be spending with him each day. times he knows he'll see his father, a person he absolutely adores. A smile pulled his chiseled lips up at each corner. He does, doesn't he? Crossing his long legs, he touched his whisker-shadowed chin as he looked up dreamily. I can see it in his eyes every time he runs to me when I come home. Pure love for no reason at all. He barely knows me, yet we share such a deep and instant connection. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced. With his words, my heart started to fill with something close to hope. Maybe he can be the man Brayden needs in his life after all. But then his hand moved and his eyes met mine. I think the time he and I share when I get home is enough. For now. And just like that, he pissed me off once more. One hand flew to my hip, the other pointed a finger at him as if it was a pistol. Now you listen to me, and you listen good. He needs more from you. A lot more than 20 minutes of your precious day. Let me lay this out for you. Breakfasts, dinners, and bedtimes are now added to the time you will spend with your son. Make it happen, Ganon. Or I will. And with that, I turned and left his bedroom. And prayed I hadn't just lost my job.
Chapter 9. Ganon.
Sitting in stunned silence, watching Brooke stride out of my room, I didn't know how to take the way she'd talk to me. I wouldn't call it a verbal assault, but I did feel as if I'd been knocked around a bit. And that wasn't anything I was used to, after years of being one of the most powerful men in business. I'd earned respect, including how people addressed me. I didn't like being told what to do. I never had. Walking into Brayden's room, I stood there for a while, watching him sleep. Brooke had told me he was gradually sleeping more hours without waking from the bad dreams that had plagued him when he first arrived. Still, he occasionally still missed his mom, even if she hadn't loved him. "I love you," I said quietly, kissing his soft cheek. "I'll do better, Brayden. Somehow. I promise." Drawing the covers more securely around him, I left the room and headed for the shower. I always like to rinse off the day before hitting the sheets. The hot water ran over me as I wrestled with feelings of desire and guilt. The guilt was because I knew Brooke was right. I'd fully intended to be a better dad to Brayden, but a combination of trying to do the right thing and keep my hands off Brooke and old habits had waylaid those initial good intentions. I found myself staying out later just to keep away from her, even when I did miss my little boy and thought of him frequently throughout the day. I'd have to do better somehow, I acknowledged to myself, letting the water sluice over me. Starting tomorrow, I'd be a better dad. Some tension dissipated with that decision, but another remained firmly in place. Very firmly, as I thought about how cute Brooke had looked in her little shorts and tank top. Pink always looked good on her. The color accentuated her naturally tan skin tone. Blondes always looked cute in pink. But Brooke took that cuteness to a whole new level. I noticed her toes and fingernails had a light pink color on them too. I had to wonder if she painted them herself or had them done. I couldn't get her out of my mind. I don't know what was going on with me. Bewitched. That had to be it. The girl had bewitched me. There was no other explanation. No one had ever gotten so embedded in my brain. No woman had ever affected me the way Brooke had. And in only 2 weeks' time at that. I went to take a shower, and as I got out of the shower, grabbing a towel and wrapping it around my waist, I looked at my reflection in the mirror over the sink. What the hell are you letting happen to you, dude? She's just a chick. There are plenty of them you can have. Forget about her like that. Don't you remember that you made your best bud a promise about that girl? Sighing, I made my way to bed and prayed I wouldn't have any dreams about the girl who was sleeping just across the hallway.
Chapter 10. Brooke.
The very next morning, I was in the kitchen taking inventory of what kinds of food were available for Brayden to eat. The sounds of expensive dress shoes clicking on the tile floor made my heart do a little dance. "How's Daddy's little man today?" Yes. It seemed my boss might have listened to me last night. The chef Consuela was the first to greet our employer. "Good morning, Mr. Forrester. Will you be having breakfast here this morning, sir?" Without looking back at him, I tried my best to act as if I was still taking stock of the food, but my ears were keened, waiting to hear what I hoped I would. The legs of the chair scraped the floor, a good sign he was taking a seat at the table where Braden was sitting in his high chair. "I will be having breakfast here this morning." He chuckled. "Good morning to you too, son." The tenderness in his voice melted me completely. Gosh. He really did mean well, in spite of his arrogant tendencies. "And I'll be eating breakfast here every morning, Consuela. How about some eggs? I don't care how you make them. Surprise me?" Making her way to the fridge that blended into the darkly paneled wall, she got out a carton of eggs and got to work. I put my clipboard down and finally turned to greet my boss. "Morning." Looking over his shoulder at me, he pointed at the chair across from him. "Tell our chef what you would like to eat this morning, and join us over here, Brooke. I want this little bonding time to have you in it too." "Oh, I don't." I couldn't get it all out before one of his dark brows raised, and I went to him without saying anything further. "You can make me the same as what he's having, Consuela." "Thank you." Smoothing out my knee-length skirt, I took the seat opposite him at the small breakfast table. Braden took a fresh strawberry out of his bowl and held it out to his father. "How thoughtful, son." "Thank you." He took the fruit and ate it in one bite. Then his eyes turned to me. "Coffee?" I went to get back up to get him some, as that's what I assumed he meant. "How do you take it?" "Sit down," he said with a chuckle. "I meant, do you want some coffee? Not that I wanted you to get up and get me some." "Oh." I felt stupid but shook that off. "Yes, I think I'd like 1 cup." Overhearing us, Consuela was already sending one of her kitchen helpers to us with cups and the pot of freshly brewed coffee. Placing the cups in front of us, she filled them, then left us alone. Looking at the steaming cup, I thought about the fact I liked sugar in mine and some cream too. Ganon took a sip of his, then he looked at my untouched cup. "Sarah, cream and sugar please." He looked up from my cup to me. "You know you're allowed to ask for things you want here, right?" Letting out a breath I didn't even realize I'd been holding, I nodded. "I'm just a little out of sorts this morning. Our exchange last night has left me a bit shaken. I hope I didn't overstep my bounds. Ganon? I have no idea where my lines are with you. Could you please help me understand them better?" Sarah placed the cream and sugar on the table, and a small spoon on a white linen napkin next to my cup of untouched coffee. "Here you are, ma'am." "Thank you, Sarah." It was only then that I realized how the rest of the staff was regarding me. Not like one of their own. No, not at all. I was treated the same way Ganon was. Only I was allowed to call him by his first name. Only I was sitting down to eat with him. Only me, and they all saw it. But why only me? Ganon took another sip of his coffee as I fixed mine up, and Braden offered his father a fat blueberry. "How about you eat that one, Braden? Daddy wants you to be nice and healthy." I caught Braden's wide smile as he popped the fruit into his mouth, chewing it happily. The kid was happy almost all the time. He wasn't whiny or moody or demanding. It didn't make any sense why his mother wanted to be rid of him. He was a joy to be around. Ganon turned his attention back to me. "Brooke, I don't know how to do this father thing, and I'm looking to you for guidance. When you came into my bedroom last night, I caught the kitchen staff stopping to look at us, and told me I was neglecting my son." Consuela's face contorted as if she had a stomach cramp. "I wasn't too pleased." Sarah nodded. I knew what they had to be thinking. This girl is an idiot. Trying my best to ignore our small audience, I tried to speak as if no one was listening. "Yet, here you are at the breakfast table as I asked you to be." I tapped the silver spoon on the inside of my cup to rid it of the drop of coffee that had settled into the scooped bottom, before placing it back on the white napkin. Pulling the cup to my lips, I blew the steam off the surface and took a sip. Much better. Ganon's eyes danced as he grinned sensually at me. Yet here I am. One large hand rubbed his dark beard that he kept neatly trimmed. You made me think. I'm really not used to being told off that way, you know. I did it for the sake of your son. I leveled my eyes on his before I turned them to his son. I'd do anything for him. I can see that. Trickles of electricity moved through my hand as I had laid it on the table. When I looked to see just why that was, I saw his hand on top of mine. I looked up to find his eyes filled with emotion. Brooke, I know you'd do anything for him. And that's why I listened. I'm not used to admitting that I can be stubborn. And I hate being told what to do. But what you told me last night changed me a tiny bit. I was mesmerized by the man. His soft, smooth, deep voice. His handsome face. The way he looked at me. I was lost in him. Oh yeah. Yeah. He smiled, making soft lines crease around his mouth and eyes. Women don't talk to me the way you did last night. And not many men have dared to either. I must have been insane to have spoken to him in a way others didn't dare to. But I'd had to do it, and I'd do it again if necessary. For Brayden, I'd do whatever I had to give him the father he deserved. Gulping back some highly charged emotions, I pulled my hand out from under his, as his touch was freaking me out a bit. I hope I didn't offend you with anything I said last night. Shaking his head, he ran one hand through his dark hair, disheveling it just the tiniest bit. Not at all. You just stirred me up a bit. Made me think. And you're right. 20 minutes a day isn't enough to be spending with my son. Sarah brought our plates to us, and we both sat back to allow her the space to do that. I looked at the gorgeous plates, heaping with fluffy scrambled eggs, bacon, and toast. My goodness, Consuela, you certainly can come up with something that looks amazing very quickly. Thank you. Ganon took a bite of his eggs and moaned. So much better than the crap I grab on my way to work. Thanks, Consuela. You two are more than welcome, came her reply. It was Friday, and I knew that meant Ganon would be out late. The breakfast was nice, but I wanted him to give Brayden more than breakfast and 20 minutes after work. So it's Friday. Any plans? Many plans. He bit into his toast. I waited to see if he'd tell me about them, but he took a sip of coffee instead, prompting me to ask, "Wanna tell me about them?" Sure do. He gave me a grin that told me he was pretty happy with himself. I'm taking off at lunch today. I want you to make some plans for us. Bonding things. Since I have no idea what kinds of things those are, you have carte blanche. Go crazy. I want to do something with Brayden. And I'm not going out tonight. Not at all this weekend. I want to get into the habit of putting my son first. Just like you said to. Oh, Ganon, I exclaimed, barely preventing myself from hugging him. That's fantastic. I can pack him all up and get him ready for you. How about a trip to the zoo today? I'm sure he's never been. That witch would never have done something like that for her baby. He shook his head. I'm sure she didn't. But he's not hers anymore. He's mine. And by default yours. You have to come too, Brooke. You're an important part of this little family. He chuckled as he shook his head. I never knew I even wanted a thing like this, but now that I have it, the idea is growing on me. It was growing on me too.
Chapter 11. Ganon.
My mind couldn't stay on work no matter how hard I tried. Just before lunch, I got a call from Brad. Hey there, Ganon. Wanna do lunch? It took me a moment to answer, as I had no idea how to tell him that I was going to have lunch with his little sister and my son. There just didn't seem to be a way I could find to put that out there that I saw him taking well. In the end, I had no real choice. I'm taking Brayden to the zoo. I figure we'll eat there. On your own? Came his surprised question. No. I chuckled. Of course not. I still don't know a damn thing about actually taking care of him. Brooke will go too. She is his babysitter. And she's really good with him too. Thanks for lending her to me. I decided to throw that in. After yanking off to her for a second time, I wasn't sure how much my best buddy would see through me. I was nearly transparent to him at times. And I figured with his overprotective nature where his little sister was concerned, he'd be able to see right through me. I just couldn't allow it to happen. I couldn't lose her. The weather today is great for a trip to the zoo. He didn't sound as if he was reading anything into it. I breathed out a silent sigh of relief. Brooke loves the zoo too. Especially the monkeys. Without meaning to, I made a mental note to buy her a stuffed one while we were out that day. Good, then she'll have a good time too. As long as you get her some ice cream, she will. He laughed. I recall a certain trip to the zoo when she was about 5, and we were on our way to the exit, leaving after a long day there. She saw the ice cream shop and wanted to get some. Dad wasn't about to let anyone eat in his new car, so he told her she could have some at home. She threw the biggest fit any of us had ever seen. Noted. Get the babysitter ice cream to make sure she doesn't throw a fit. I laughed as I picked up my jacket, heading out the door. I was eager as hell to get home and get things going. Yeah, I'd hate to have her teach your little boy how to throw a real fit. Have fun, man. Maybe we can meet up later tonight. I'm thinking Monaco's for dinner, then clubbing. You? Making a home night with the boy. You know, trying to make him the most important thing in my life. That's what your sister says to do. I've never even thought about being a parent, so I'm following her sage advice. Giving nods to Janine and several others who were in the reception area, I walked out the door and headed to the elevator. So she's doing well then? He asked. Pushing the down button, I waited for the elevator as I thought how to put it into words how well she was doing. I couldn't help but gush. Dude, she's amazing with him. I swear she's already falling in love with him. She looks at him with just as much adoration as I do. It's crazy how fast she's become completely devoted to him. She's always been a real kid lover. That's why she wanted to make a career that has them at the core. Brooke's a natural with kids. The elevator finally came up, and I stepped in amongst the other people who were heading to lunch. That she is. Thanks again for letting me borrow her. I'll talk to you later, bro. Later. Ending the call, I kind of felt terrible, but also great at the same time. I was keeping my hands to myself, right? Mostly. What I did alone didn't count, I promised myself. The thought came to me that it had felt good to place my hand over hers while we were talking at breakfast. I honestly hadn't meant it in any way except in thanks for the lesson she had taught me, but the jolt that shot right through me shocked me. Literally. It felt like I'd accidentally put my hand on a live wire. Nothing like that had ever happened to me. And by the look on her face, the wonder in her blue eyes, I thought she might have felt the same thing. The ride back home took way too long, as I was anxious to get to them. My little family. It had just been so damn long since I'd had one. So long since I had anyone other than myself to think about or come home to. As soon as I came through the door, I heard Braden's screams of delight, and he ran around the corner, flying into my arms. As I grabbed him up, I couldn't help but notice Brooke smiling away at us. Good you're here. He's been dying for you to show up so he can go see the animals. Oh, I thought he was happy to see me. I wanted to ask Brooke if she was happy to see me too, but the smile on her face told me she was. He's happy about that too, Daddy. She laughed and hooked her thumb in gesture to the door behind her. I've laid out your clothes on the bed. I was pretty sure you wouldn't want to wear a suit to the zoo, so I laid out proper dad attire. No one had laid clothes out for me since I was 10. I wasn't exactly sure I liked that she did that. But I was nice about it. Thanks. I'll get changed, then we can leave. Did you guys eat lunch yet? I put Braden down and headed out of the room. No, I thought we'd eat with you. She took Braden by the hand. We can eat at the zoo if you want. Whatever you want to do. A smile plastered on my lips. I said, okay, we'll eat at the zoo then. As I went into my bedroom, finding my clothes laid out on the bed, I thought about her going through my closet to find the clothes. At first, I was incensed the tiniest of bits. Then I was turned on as I thought about her. I stopped the train of thought instantly, warning myself sternly, quit it. The ride to the zoo was full of laughter, as we both adored Braden and his silly antics. And strolling through the zoo, me pushing the stroller that I'd rented that looked like a golden cage that Braden loved, I felt like a real family. Brooke walked at my side, pointing out each animal, saying its name, and making the sound it made. Braden tried to mimic her, something she said was good, as he didn't talk at all yet. At 2, he should be saying a few words, she told me. I assured her if anyone could have him talking soon, it would be her. We passed a small gift shop, and I saw stuffed animals inside. Hey, can you take over with him while I do something really quick, Brooke? Of course. She took over for me, pushing the stroller to keep him moving. And that's a monkey over there, Braden. It says hoo-hoo. I heard a chorus of similar sounds as the monkeys in the cage called out to her. Inside, I purchased a stuffed monkey for her and a stuffed tiger for my son. Heading back out, I caught up to them as they'd stayed nearby. Giving Braden the tiger first and receiving a fantastic smile from him, I handed Brooke the monkey. I saw this and thought of you. She laughed, and the sound was beautiful. So fresh and innocently happy. One perfectly arched brow arched a bit more as she took the monkey out of my hand. So you think I look like a monkey, Ganon? Thanks. That didn't come out right at all. No, I don't think you look like a monkey at all. You're gorgeous. I stopped, as that last part wasn't supposed to come out. It was meant to sit silently in the back of my mind. And the blush that covered her cheeks as she quickly ducked her head shyly told me she totally caught my little slip. Your brother told me you like monkeys. Oh. She shook her head. Of course he did. Did you talk to him today? Tell him where we were going. She held the monkey like a baby on her hip, and it was ridiculously, over-the-top cute, to where I wanted to kiss the breath out of her. Yeah, he called, and I told him. He also mentioned that I had better buy you an ice cream before leaving here, or I'd face a tantrum from you that would end all tantrums. I laughed and watched a smile crack her lips too. Man, I guess I'll never live that down. She swayed a bit as we continued walking. In my defense, I was 4. I'd missed my afternoon nap, and had a sugar rush from cotton candy and lemonade they gave me earlier. Oh well, that explains it all. I fought the urge to wrap my arm around her narrow shoulders and pull her close, kissing her cheek. Man, how I wished I could just do that. Ganon, can I ask you something that's a bit personal? She looked at me, and we stopped underneath the shade of a tree. Giant goldfish swam to the surface of the pond that ran underneath the little bridge we'd stopped on. Gulping air at the surface, it was plain to see zoo patrons would feed them from this spot. I put a quarter in the machine that released a handful of what looked like dog food pellets and tossed them to the fish. Braden laughed and clapped as he watched them frenzy over the food. Sure you can, Brooke. Why haven't you found someone to settle down with? She eyed me as if gauging if I was going to be truthful with her or not. I found I was going to be honest as I opened my mouth and the words poured out freely. I've been busy building a successful business for one. And once I got that largely completed, I realized I don't want just anybody. I want a woman who has it all. And I've never met one. Never? She asked as she hugged her little monkey. The honesty just kept on flowing. Well, I wouldn't say never. You see, I think you just might have it all, Brooke. She blushed and had to look away. Ganon. I had to save myself. The guy who gets you will have more than just your brother to answer to. You're my number 1 girl, so he'll have to answer to me too. I don't envy the poor soul. Her eyes cut back to me. I'm your number 1 girl. What does that mean exactly? My smile was crooked, I could feel it. You can figure that out, I'm sure. I moved on, pushing the stroller and feeling good about what I'd told her. A bit of how I was feeling about her was out there. Not enough to get my ass handed to me by her older brother, but just enough to let her know I thought a hell of a lot about her. It wasn't a crime. Right.
Chapter 12. Brooke.
The trip to the zoo was fantastic. The dinner together later that evening was, too, as Braden had his first ever pizza. Then we gave him a bath together to deal with all the tomato sauce and cheese, and got soaked. Finally, Ganon read a bedtime story to Braden and made me sit on the other side of the bed as he read. He told me he wanted me to be a part of this with his son, too. Part of me knew it wasn't the right thing to do, and that Braden and I both might get hurt when Ganon finally met some woman he wanted to marry. Then she'd be the boy's mother. Even though that stayed in the back of my mind most of the time, I couldn't help what was happening between the poor little boy whose mother abandoned him and me. I loved him and he loved me. It was simple, and there was no way to stop it from happening. And what I was feeling for Ganon was just the opposite. I knew it was wrong. I knew I had to stop it. And it was far from simple. No, it was the most complex situation I'd ever been in. I was falling hard for a man who was 10 years older than me. And the fact that he was a bad boy womanizing man who was used to getting what he wanted didn't make things any better. When you added in the fact my brother would kill us both, you had a recipe for disaster. So I knew I had to keep my thoughts to myself and try to keep Ganon from catching me when I looked his gorgeous body up and down. And most of all, I had to try hard not to let any of the staff see me drooling over the man who was our boss. After Braden had fallen asleep that night, after the long day at the zoo, Ganon and I stepped out of his bedroom and into the hallway. There was the adjoining door between my bedroom and Braden's, but I wanted to walk out with Ganon, walk by his side just one more time before I went to bed. "Did you have fun today, Brooke?" He stopped after closing the door and leaned up against the wall. Why does he always have to look so damn good? Yes, I did. Thank you for taking me with you guys. Did you have fun too? I leaned up against the wall opposite him, folding my arms in front of me. His eyes sparkled as he nodded. I did have fun. More fun than I ever remember having. And I want to do this all weekend. What do you say? Think you can handle all this fun I'm dishing out? Oh, the things I'd love to try to handle. Could Ganon Forrester actually be falling for me the way I was for him? Was that even possible? I'd Googled Ganon a few days back, during some free time I'd had while Braden napped. I'd found more than a few pictures of him with gorgeous, full-grown women on his arm. A few even showed him kissing some raving beauty. But in not one of those pictures did I see the face he showed his son and me. Not one picture with adoring women gazing at him had him gazing back at them the way I caught him looking at me way more than one time. Did Ganon actually like me? Did he think of me as more than just an object, the way he seemed to have thought about all the other women? Or was I simply fooling myself about the whole thing? He was a man with great looks, charisma, money, and power, and he knew how to use those things to get what he wanted. Did he merely want me, and was he using his arsenal of traps and baits to get me where he wanted me, underneath him in his bed? Heaven help me, I wanted that man more than anything I'd ever wanted in my life. But I knew I couldn't have him.
Chapter 13. Ganon.
I stepped out of the shower where, once again, I'd found myself fantasizing about Brooke. When will I stop thinking about the babysitter that way? I couldn't help myself, though. As I pulled on sweatpants and headed down the hall to make sure Braden was still settled where I'd left him after our bedtime story, my thoughts drifted to the day at the zoo and the nice homey dinner of meatloaf and mashed potatoes that Brooke had showed me how to make, in between teaching me to multitask with an active toddler. Everything had been so easy, so relaxed, so utterly wonderful. And it was all so completely innocent. Walking side by side along the pathways of the zoo. Sitting across the dinner table from her, both of us giving Braden bites of various foods. Both of us laughing at his silly faces as he tasted new things. The funny thing was that I knew Brooke was off limits. And I tried hard to wrap my head around it. I also tried not to believe I saw in her eyes what I kept wanting to believe I was seeing. Braden was fine, and I started back to my room, thinking of how Brooke looked at Braden with love in her pretty blue eyes. And I could have sworn to the Almighty above, she looked at me with that same look in her innocent eyes. Could she be falling for me? And what if she was? Then what? Was I ready to be the man who deserved such a rare girl? Was I ready to put my roving ways behind me and settle down? Because that's what it would mean if I tried to make her mine. I closed the door to my room and leaned back against it, lightly thudding my head against the wood in frustration. I knew Brad would only accept us being together if I made a real commitment to his baby sister. I knew he'd be watching out for her at all times and keeping his eye on me, making sure I wasn't skirting around behind his sister's back, hurting her. Could I put my past behind me and do right by the young woman? I wasn't sure about that. Not yet, anyway. And until I was certain, I had to keep my hands to myself. And what if I was misreading her look? What if she merely respected me, and that's why she looked at me the way she did? What if she was happy to see me doing more with my son, and she simply found pleasure in that? What if she thought I was too old for her? She could think that. 10 years her senior might be too old in her eyes. With a sigh, I started for the bed, then my cell rang. It wasn't unusual for me to get calls late at night, but seeing August's name on the screen surprised me. "Hey man, what's up?" "Our club in flames," came his quick reply. For just a fraction of a second, I thought he must be joking or that I had misunderstood him. "Flames?" "Yes, there's been a fire at our club." He paused before going on. "The investigators have to do their thing, but I'm pretty sure someone tried to burn the place down, Ganon." My gosh. I headed for my closet to throw something on. Was anyone hurt? Not that we know of. Nixon is on his way there now. The security company called him. "Can you meet us down there? We need to assess the damage and make sure the authorities know we all want to press charges on whoever did this." "Damn," I mumbled as I made my way to my closet to find something to put on. "Yeah, give me half an hour." After putting my shoes on, I grabbed my keys and headed out. I stopped outside my door and looked at the closed door that Brooke was just behind. Maybe I should tell her I have to go. Just in case she needs me for anything. I walked across the hallway and thought I heard her calling my name. What the hell? My heart pounded furiously in my chest as I leaned my ear against the door, and then I heard it loud and clear. "I love you, Ganon." Holy cow. For 2 seconds the fire fled my mind. Brooke wanted me the same way I wanted her, and now I knew for sure. No guessing required. I turned and headed outside, hurrying toward my car, even as thoughts tumbled through my head, a clash between worry about the nightclub and worry about Brooke. Even if Brooke wanted me, I couldn't do a damn thing about that until I knew I was ready to commit to her or her brother would have my butt. I couldn't hurt him by hurting his baby sister. I just couldn't do it. I was a lot of things, womanizer included, but I couldn't stab my best friend in the back. The whole ride to the club, I went back and forth in my mind, up until I got there, and found August and Nixon were waiting for me outside. Only one fire truck remained at the scene. I saw no damage to the outside, which filled me with relief. Not too bad. I got out of my Jag and jogged up to them. "Hey. So what's the damage?" Nixon hooked a thumb behind him. "Come on, let's go inside. It's not too bad." One bar got the brunt of it. Someone had put a very small explosive device under one of the shelves in that bar. I shook my head, as I thought that it had to have been one of our construction workers. They were the only ones with access to the inside of the club. So we'll have to question everyone on the crew then. August nodded as we went inside. I can't believe any of those guys would purposely try to hurt us like that. Man, we give those men a lot of extras. We did give the guys lots of perks. Plus, they all were promised free nights at the club a few nights out of each month, forever, if they wanted. Who would do such a shitty thing when we were being so damn good to them all?
Chapter 14. Brooke.
I woke up the next morning with a smile on my face. Only the sweetest of dreams had crept into my sleeping brain. Dreams of Ganon holding me, kissing me, loving me. In record time I was showered, dressed, a bit of makeup on and my hair pulled into a high ponytail, ready for whatever Ganon had on the agenda for that Sunday. He'd promised to give us his time all day, and I was over the moon about that. Hearing giggles, I walked into the kitchen and found Brayden already dressed and seated in his high chair, with Ganon playing with him. "Morning," I said with a smile, loving the sight of father and son interacting so naturally. "Hi Bray. Did you sleep okay?" I'd been talking to Brayden, not that he would answer, but Ganon took the question as meant for him. "Well, not that great, actually." I turned to find him taking his seat again, then pinching the bridge of his nose in what seemed like aggravation. That was when I noticed the dark circles under his eyes. Taking a bottle of water out of the fridge, I saw that Consuela was making pancakes. "Yummy. Do you mind making me a couple of those too?" "Of course not," she replied as she smiled at me. "And for the baby this morning?" "Oh, I think we should stick to fresh fruit and some oatmeal for him." I went to the cabinet and pulled out one of his sippy cups, filling it with milk before I sat down. Handing the cup of milk to Brayden, I took a seat across from Ganon. I wasn't sure how to approach the subject of why he'd not slept well. There was something bothering him that was easy to see. "So bad dream?" He looked at me. "Oh. You mean why I didn't sleep well, don't you?" "Yes." I took a drink of the water as I waited, and tried not to think about how handsome he looked in the long-sleeved pale blue button-up and the black slacks that fit him much too perfectly. Or the way his hair was slightly disheveled. I knew he'd been running his hand through it. He did that a lot when he was thinking. I got a phone call not long after we parted ways in the hall. Just after I was done with my shower, my cell rang. It was one of my business partners, telling me that we had an incident at the club we're building. Someone tried to blow the place up, it seems. It has me wondering who would do that to us. One wrinkle furrowed just above his dark brows. One chunk of hair was out of place, and I reached across the small table and ran my hand through it to fix it. "No wonder you're so stressed." His eyes widened as I sat back, and he looked at my hand. Suddenly, I thought my action might have been unwanted. But before I could apologize, he said, "Thanks. I've been shoving my hands through my hair all morning." Happy I hadn't offended him, I smiled. Only one chunk was out of place. I turned to Brayden and ran my hand through his own dark hair. I'm kind of OCD about keeping my men looking their best. Then I bit my lower lip, as that Freudian slip came out all on its own. "I didn't mean." His deep voice broke in, "It's okay, Brooke. I know what you mean. You feel like I need a bit of looking after like my son does. Thanks for that. You're a real angel." Consuela placed our plates in front of us, and the bowl of oatmeal with fresh strawberries next to my plate. "Enjoy, you three." "Thank you," Ganon and I said at the same time. Our eyes met as we both found ourselves smiling. "So was there much damage to your club?" I asked, breaking the suddenly sizzling tension between us. "Only one bar will need to be replaced. So not too much. It won't set us back by much, maybe a day or two." He poured himself some juice out of the carafe that was on the table, filling his small juice glass up, then he did the same for mine. "What really concerns me is who would want to hurt us like that. We're very good to our crew. And it had to be one of them who planted the device. I'm just thankful it didn't work the way they undoubtedly wanted it to." "So this club?" I stabbed a forkful of pancakes. "What kind of club is it going to be?" His face lit up as he explained it to me. "It's going to be a nightclub for the ultra-rich." I know that might sound egotistical to you. Not at all. Why not cater to people like yourself? Who better to do that than people who know what wealthy people want? I took a sip of the apple juice, as I watched a smile curl his chiseled lips. "That's a progressive way of thinking, Brooke. I'm glad you don't find the idea shallow and selfish." He watched me set my glass down, then his eyes moved back to mine. You know, you could have your 21st birthday party there if we're open by then. My eyes grew wide, I could feel them doing it. I'm not rich. I don't belong in a place like that. And besides that, my birthday is right around the corner. It falls on Thanksgiving this year. And that means my family throws one big party that lasts a couple of nights, as lots of family comes in for the holiday and my birthday. Yeah, it won't be open by then. But as soon as it does open, I want you to be my guest of honor. His eyes shone brightly as he offered me what sounded a lot like a date. You sure, boss? I smiled at him, then gave Brayden another bite of oatmeal. Don't call me that. His hand moved over mine as I'd left it on the table. Aren't we more than just boss and employee, Brooke? Aren't we friends more so than anything else? He was my big brother's best friend. And he and I had something a lot different than a working relationship. And I had fantasized about the man just the night before. I was treading on dangerous ground. But I wasn't about to leave the man hanging. I guess we are more like friends. Good. Then you'll agree to be my guest of honor for the opening of the club. That's settled. He patted my hand, then went back to eating his breakfast. You'll be my date for that night. Date. Oh hell. I tried not to let it show just how much that affected me. And I tried to ignore it, as I thought about the holiday that was coming up. You know, Ganon, you and Brayden will be here all alone for Thanksgiving. Why not come with me to my family's home in Napa Valley? Brad will be there. I'll let you and Brayden sleep in my bedroom. I can bunk with my sister Brianna. He shook his head. I can't impose on your family like that. Thank you, but no. Brayden and I will be okay here. Consuela can make us a nice dinner. It's okay. You can have that time off. I'll take off from work so I can take care of him. But you'll need to show me just exactly how to do that first. He laughed, then patted my hand again. Damn girl. Looks like I really need you. My heart flipped, and I had to try hard not to take his words the wrong way. No, you two have to come with me. Come on, Ganon. I want to introduce Brayden to my family anyway. They love kids too. And you've been friends with Brad for so long, they should know you too. Come on. Please. I gave him my best smile, and he smiled back at me. You sure? With a nod, I moved my hand to pat his where it was resting on the table. I'm positive. So that's a yes then. I'll be your date for the opening night of your fancy club, and you two guys will be my dates for my birthday/Thanksgiving holiday. Deal, came his quick reply. I went back to my pancakes, wondering what we'd just done. Had we crossed an invisible line? Or had we just evolved into a friendship? Either way, something inside of me bubbled, and I felt pleased about it all.
Chapter 15. Ganon.
I made each weekend all about my son, and Brooke was right there too. I didn't want to admit it, but it was also all about being with her. A few weeks had passed with us settling into one routine after another. Never had boring things been so damn fun. But Brooke just being there made everything fun, interesting, exciting even. I had to get past this thing I had for her. I had to do it. I knew I couldn't be something I wasn't for her. I knew I'd end up hurting her and losing her as my son's sitter, and her brother as my friend. It was all way too risky. Being great friends had to be okay with me. Even if she did want me the same way I wanted her. Each Monday came with work, and it would be time to get back to the real world after each weekend that had been filled with more fun than I had known was possible. August and I had met for lunch to go over a few things that pertained to the club, and we just parted ways after leaving the Palm in Beverly Hills. On my way to my car, I heard a woman's voice calling out, "Ganon? Ganon Forrester." I stopped and turned around to find a woman coming after me. I recognized her right away. She and I had had a brief one-on-one. Very brief. 1 month brief. And it had ended like all of my one-on-ones did, with me stepping out on her. But there she was, smiling at me. No hard feelings, it seemed. I was relieved about that and smiled right back at her. Jasmine, how have you been? It's been over a year since our paths have crossed. Her arms outstretched, I opened mine too, welcoming her into them for a small hug. I've been okay. I've missed you though. Letting her go, I took a step back, wanting there to be some distance between us. And I was also interested in the fact that my body didn't have an urge for hers. She'd been one great for a few nights. That's what had kept me coming back for more for longer than I did with most of my female conquests. Have you now? I laughed a little. Jasmine was a real looker. Long dark hair that hung in a silken sheet to the top of her round ass. Long legs peeked out from under a knee-length dress. Red always had been her color. With her dark hair and eyes, the red made her stand out. Even as gorgeous as she wasn't doing it for me. I found myself comparing her to Brooke. Brooke was a natural beauty, while Jasmine was always so made up that I had no idea what she really looked like underneath the makeup. I did know her assets were enhanced. Blood-red lips parted as one slender hand went to rest on her hip. Yes, I have missed you. So how about we catch up? How about tonight? I've had a bit of a dry spell here of late. I could use a good romp, if you get what I'm saying. You're still up for helping a girl out when she needs it, right? I always had been. But I wasn't feeling it now. Not with her anyway. Jasmine, things have changed in my life. She looped her arm around mine and led me off to take a seat at one of the outside tables, where waiting patrons of the restaurant would sit until a table was ready for them inside. Tell me about it, Ganon. I want to hear everything. I have a son now, I told her as we took seats right next to each other. She made sure our outer thighs were touching, and she didn't let go of my arm either. Turning just enough so her tit touched my chest, she sighed and put on a smile. A son. Oh, that's fantastic, Ganon. And how old is he? And his mother is? He's 2. His mother is a witch who never even told me about him until very recently. I had a DNA test done when she came to my office and told me she was going to dump the boy if I didn't take him. Oh my. Jasmine waved her free hand in front of her face as if the thought made her warm or something. So it's you and this poor boy. One of her perfectly manicured eyebrows rose. All alone? Pretty much. Well, I had to hire a full-time sitter to stay with him. A sharp stab of pain in my heart made me think I was doing something wrong. Like talking to Jasmine was the wrong thing to do. And pretending that Brooke was just the babysitter was wrong too. But there wasn't anything wrong with either thing. I was a free man. And Brooke could never be anything more than my kid's sitter and my friend. Jasmine's face lit up like a Christmas tree as a thought crossed her mind. I'd love to meet your son, Ganon. Oh please, allow me to come to dinner. I just have to meet him. Please. Batting her thick false eyelashes, she was working hard at getting the invitation. Maybe after your sitter puts the boy to bed, you could do the same for an old friend. A friend who's been aching for a good night for months now. You do recall how great we were together, don't you? How could I forget? The woman had been nearly insatiable. She'd done anything I wanted her to, and then some. Being with her could have replaced a workout, it was so intense and physical. But it wasn't love. Why am I thinking about love? I didn't love anyone. So why not take Jasmine up on her offer? Why not let her come over and take her to my bedroom for the night? Because you care about Brooke, you idiot. Oh yeah. But I had to put that behind me. I had to do something to make that happen. And if I took Jasmine to my bedroom, Brooke would definitely see that, and she'd start to look at me differently. Not the way she was currently looking at me. Like a nice guy. Like a guy who would be her first. Like a guy she cared about, and who she thought cared about her in a way. Looking at Jasmine as she bit her lower lip, deliberately trying to entice me, a thing she wasn't doing in the least little bit, I made a decision. One that might do something that would end this idea that Brooke and I could be anything more than friends. Even as my brain told me to go forward with this plan, even as I looked at Jasmine and saw her as a big phony fake woman, I knew I had to do something to stop the thing that was progressing between my best friend's baby sister and me. But damn, I didn't want to. I don't know, Jas. Please, Ganon. Jasmine batted those lashes again as she moved her hand along the inside of my thigh. Ganon, I need you. You left me high and dry without a word to let me know what I'd done to lose you. I was devastated. I know you didn't know that, as you didn't bother to call and see how I was taking our breakup. We weren't really together, Jasmine. We spent some nights together, but we weren't a couple. Both of us were free to do as we pleased. No words of love were ever exchanged. She held up her hand to stop me. Oh, I beg to differ, Ganon. I told words of love were exchanged a few times. How shallow. How unlike Brooke. And how perfect for Brooke to see me as the man I really am, instead of the man I am with her and my son. I'm not promising you that you can stay the night or even come into my bedroom, Jasmine. I'm not sure I want that sort of thing going on now that I have a child in my home. I want the kid to grow up respecting me. And having women over isn't a thing I want him thinking is right. She smiled. How progressive of you, Ganon. Perhaps this boy is bringing out the man in you. The man I always knew you could be. So let's take this thing slowly then. Dinner tonight, and we'll go from there. I think I'll adore this new man you seem to have become. Fatherhood suits you. Should I send my driver for you? I got up, getting ready to leave, as I was beginning to feel very uncomfortable about the whole thing. No, I'll have mine take me. Around 8, she asked as she got up too. No. Around 6. Brayden, that's his name, goes to bed at 8. So we eat at 6. I looked up for a moment, asking my parents up in heaven if this was the right thing to do. And just like always, they didn't answer me. I'll be there. Then her hands were on my arms, and I looked down at her. She caught my lips with a soft kiss. A kiss that did absolutely nothing for me. Bye, Ganon. Bye, Jasmine. As I walked away, I couldn't help but feel I'd just made a terrible mistake. But what could I do to fix that? And should I fix it, or leave it like it was? It would probably do the trick. It would probably have Brooke looking at me differently. Each step I took had me thinking more and more about that. Did I want Brooke to look at me differently? Or did I want her to always look at me the way she did?
Chapter 16. Brooke.
Brayden and I were sitting in the playroom I'd made him, in one of the never-used living areas of the massive home. He and I had gone to the store earlier to find things to put in it. I'd found all types of fun, colorful educational toys to use to help him, and a potty chair too. He was a little behind developmentally, probably because of the total lack of love from his mother, but I was sure Brayden was super smart and would make up for lost time with my help. He was definitely eager, and more than willing to play all kinds of games. When the door to the room opened, and there stood Ganon, looking at us as we were sitting on the floor playing with blocks that had letters and numbers stamped on them, I looked at my cell to see what time it was. You're home. I guess the time got away from me. Yes, I am. He came to us, picking up his son. And how have you been today, my big boy? Brayden giggled as Ganon rubbed his whiskered cheek against the boy's smooth one. I got up and made sure my skirt was in place. I see you found us. I hope you don't mind me making this room into a place where I can help Brayden learn. Not at all. In fact, when Ash met me at the door, I was pleased to hear you'd taken this on all by yourself. You're the expert here, not me after all. He turned to leave the room, so I followed along behind him. He was heading in the opposite direction I thought he'd be going in, the direction of the small dining room where we had dinner each night. Instead, we were heading toward a larger dining area. And I found the staff was busily making it beautiful. Fresh flowers were brought in. Nice linen was placed on the table. White linen, a thing we'd found out early on that Brayden was hard on. We'd had it removed from the dining areas we used regularly. I didn't ask anything about it though. It wasn't my home, after all. When I heard more footsteps coming toward us, I turned to find Ash leading a woman into the room. A tall, beautiful, dark-haired woman. And she was looking only at Ganon. Oh, he's a doll, Ganon. Who the hell is she? Ganon turned his attention to the woman who swept in and kissed his cheek. You made it, Jasmine. This is my son, Brayden. She took the little boy's hand and shook it as he looked at her with wide eyes, before burying his face in his father's chest shyly. Oh, he is sweet, Ganon. She made a point of completely ignoring me. I was standing right behind Ganon though. My shyness had slipped back in, and I had to step out of his shadow. Hello, I'm Brooke, Brayden's sitter. And your name is Jasmine? She nodded, looking me over once, sizing me up, then looking at Ganon. You didn't tell me she was so young. Perhaps I should help you find someone to help you with the boy. Ganon looked at me with a frown on his face, a thing I worried meant he was thinking about taking her up on the offer. Then he winked at me. I don't need any help, Jasmine. Her brother is one of my best friends. He recommended her. Brooke's majoring in early childhood development at Berkeley. Who better to care for my son? Jasmine's dark eyes took me all in, as I stood what must have been too close to Ganon for her comfort. She reached out, taking me by the arm, pulling me to one side. I watched as Ganon put Brayden in his high chair, that had been brought into the more extravagant dining room. If you don't mind me asking, just how old are you? She had the nerve to ask me. You first, I threw at her. 30, dear. Your turn. She batted fake lashes at me, as if trying to take over the mother role. 20. And what does that matter? The smile that moved over her face told me she was relieved about my age. Was she there for Ganon? Was she his girlfriend or something? It doesn't. Let's sit. She held out her arm, gesturing to the lavishly laid-out table. When had Martha Stewart stopped by? There was seating for 6 at the table, place settings for 4. At the end of the table, Ganon sat. Each place on either side of him was open, and one had Brayden's high chair next to it. One can imagine my surprise when this new woman went for that chair. That's my damn chair. Ganon's eyes caught mine as she took the seat between him and his son. He shrugged and nodded at the other chair. I took the place but gave him a scowl. I wanted to ask him why he hadn't told me he was having company. I'd have left them alone. So I decided it wasn't too late to do just that. Ganon, I can take my dinner to my bedroom so you and your friend can be alone. He shot me a look that I'd never seen before. No. No? But if she was going to see to helping his son, then why did I need to be there? The woman leaned in close to him, whispering, Let her go if she wants, Ganon. I can take care of feeding your son, darling. My blood was boiling. I knew I had no right to be jealous. I had no right to be mad at him for having a woman over. I had no right at all, but damn, I was livid. She's part of my family, Jasmine. She's not some employee to my son and me. She stays. He looked at me once more with a smile on his handsome face. Dinner wouldn't be the same without her smiling face at my table anyway. How nice for you, Brooke. Jasmine gave me a crooked smile as her eyes narrowed a bit, letting me know she didn't really think it was nice at all. Being treated like a part of an employer's family isn't the thing most servants get. Servant. Who does she think she is? I should go, Ganon. His hand moved over mine under the table, as I had my hands on top of my legs, clenching my thighs with them so I didn't jump up and smack the skank. So unlike me to even think this way. No, Brooke. You're going to stay. I've asked Consuela to make us something special for dinner. Something I think you're going to love. I don't want you to eat it in your room. I want to see your face when you taste it. The touch of his hand on mine, hidden from the woman across the table from me, sent heat directly to my core. And I surrendered to the man as my anger ebbed. The surprise meal wasn't a thing I'd ever eaten before, pheasant under glass, and it was delicious. But I couldn't thoroughly enjoy it, as the woman he'd invited just rubbed me the wrong way. Ganon had to get up to take a phone call, leaving the two of us all alone, save little Brayden. He was busily munching on some meat she'd placed in front of him. He was getting very messy, and so were his clothes and the tablecloth, a thing I never let happen. "So you live here?" she asked me. "Yes." I didn't want to chat with the woman, and kept eating. "So, has Ganon had any other women over that you know of?" She craned her head to keep a lookout for him. "No." I took a drink of the red wine we had all been given. I'd had wine before, but no other alcohol. "Good to hear. So do you think there's a chance he and I could make it happen?" she asked. Make what happen? I suppose I was clueless. You know. Marriage? Now that he has a kid to take care of, the man finally needs a wife. And I could be that. I've lusted after him for over a year. He and I were a thing about a year ago. We got along well. I could make myself available to him, and eventually he'd see me as a wife and mother. She licked her two fat lips. Way too much collagen. Who knows? I managed to say it like I didn't care. I think I need more wine, and this bottle is about empty. Mind keeping an eye on Brayden while I run to the kitchen to grab another bottle? No, of course not. And do you think you could see fit to take the boy and keep him occupied while I work on his father? My stomach flipped and I nearly threw up. I'll do what I can. I left the room and hurried to find Ganon. I wasn't about to let some conniving female do a thing to him. He and I collided as we both came around a corner at the same time. Good. Ganon, we have to talk. I grabbed his hand and pulled him into the next room to make sure she couldn't hear us. I closed the door behind us, still holding his hand. Then I turned to him as he asked, "What's the matter?" Looking into his dark blue eyes, I could see he didn't have a clue what she was up to. Ganon, that woman plans on duping you into marrying her. She thinks your son is the way to get what she's after. She told me she's lusted after you for a year or something like that. That's not love. She told you that, huh? He looked away, then shrugged. I guess I could do worse, huh? What? Ganon, how long have you been seeing this woman? I haven't. I saw her about a year ago. We kind of dated for a month before I lost interest. Why? What does that matter? He looked completely serious. What does that matter? I was shaking my head so much it was making me dizzy, so I stopped. Ganon, you don't just bring random women around your kid. And you sure as hell don't entertain the thought of letting some woman step in to fill a role, merely because it's open. You stopped seeing her for a reason. You have nothing that calls you to her. There is nothing there between you two. But that doesn't mean it can't grow with time, right? His question only served to make me even angrier. Ganon, you walked away from her. She's not the right woman for you, I blurted out without thinking. His eyes softened as he looked at me. I felt one of his fingers move over my hand that was still holding his. You know, you might be right, Brooke. Do you think you might be the right woman for me?
Chapter 17. Ganon.
I watched her sky-blue eyes dance as she looked at me, trying to grasp what I'd said. I'd never planned to say that to her. It had just popped out of my mouth. She was so jealous over me that it had me kind of giddy with emotion. Maybe inviting Jasmine over had been the right thing to do after all. The truth, or a form of it anyway, was out. And Brooke wasn't running away from me. She was stunned and looked a bit pale, but she wasn't running. So, I urged her to say something. Are you messing with me, Ganon? She blinked rapidly. No. I ran my thumb over the back of her hand, grateful that she hadn't let go yet. I have to ask you that question because, you see, I've been thinking about that for a while now. Like maybe you're the one for me. I didn't know how to go about asking what you thought about that. So you invited this woman over, for what reason then? She seemed stupefied. I was too. I don't really know why I did that. I bumped into her after lunch with August this afternoon. She wanted to get together, I didn't. But she gave me an idea. A terrible idea. Like the idea of seeing if she made me jealous, she asked me as she cocked her head to one side. Well, to be honest, I wasn't sure why I did it. I wanted something to change with you and me. She seemed like a thing that would accomplish that. You know, making you look at me differently, stopping this connection we have that just keeps getting deeper as it grows and grows. Or making me jealous and bringing it all out of me, she asked. Then she pulled her hand out of mine and turned away. You've manipulated this whole thing, Ganon. I put my hand on her shoulder and turned her back around. I wanted to see her face. I know that. I'm sorry. If this wasn't such a hard place to be in, then I'd have done things differently. You see, I value your brother's friendship. That's one reason I didn't let you know for sure how I was feeling about you. But more than that, Brooke, I value you. I knew I had to be the man you deserve before I could ever present myself to you. So what does this mean, Ganon? She asked, still looking a bit perplexed. This means I want you. I want you in the worst possible way. I've never felt like this about anyone. Not ever. I can make you promises I never even thought about making anyone before. I knew I was wearing my heart on my sleeve, and I just didn't care. What kinds of promises? Her eyes went wide as she looked at me. I knew she was taking each and every word in and storing it in her heart. She'd remember this conversation for the rest of her life. I knew she would. So I was careful about what I said, even as I came to a decision in my mind. Brad was just going to have to deal because the fact of the matter was, I needed his sister. I loved his sister. It was true. I'd fallen for her in way more ways than just the physical. The thought of waking up one day and not having her beside me left me completely gutted. I thought about her as much as Braden, wanting nothing more than to see her smile. Brooke, I promise that I will be faithful to you. I will never intentionally hurt you. You and I would be exclusive. She looked like she didn't quite believe me. Have you ever been that with anyone else? I shook my head. 30 years old and you are the first girl I've ever asked to be with me in that way. Brooke, I want to be your first love and your last one too. She stared at me in such disbelief that I wrapped my arms around her and held her in a way I'd only dreamt of. Her body melted into mine and I took in the sweet scent of her mint-scented shampoo. Love? Love, Brooke. I love you. It felt good to get that out. I love you so much that if you tell me that you don't want this, you don't want me, then I'll let you go and never fault you for it. Above anything else, I don't want to lose your friendship. Her head was pressed against my chest, her heart was pounding so hard I could feel it. I want it all, Ganon. I have for a while now. I've dreamt of this moment. She raised her head to look at me, and I found tears glistening in her pretty eyes. I love you too. I have for quite some time. The way you are when you're with Braden and me, I've fallen in love with that man. But I know how my family will react. We'll have to keep this a secret. No. I can talk to your brother. You don't have to worry. My lips wanted to kiss her so damn badly. Brooke, can I kiss you? She grabbed my biceps and stared into my eyes. Please. I've wanted this for such a long time. Slowly, I moved my head to reach her lips, and when they touched, something inside of me woke up just as something else exploded, shattering me in a way I didn't know was possible. I knew then that I would move heaven and earth for this girl. I'd do everything I had to keep her with me and only me. When our mouths parted, I looked at her, her eyes still closed. Was that how you thought it might go, baby? Better, she murmured. Her arms went around me as she hugged me tightly. Can we do more? I nuzzled her hair and kissed her neck, moving up to her ear. We can do anything you want to. But I'm not rushing you. She looked up at me with eyes that were filled with a nervous excitement I'd never seen before. Ganon, is this really happening? Or am I dreaming again? It's real, baby. This is the most real anything has ever felt to me. And I don't want you to worry about a thing. I'll be so gentle with you, I promise. I kissed her again as her lips begged me to do it. One more sweet kiss, the second of what I prayed would be billions upon billions. Never had I known love like this. I had fallen in love with my son, and somehow also opened my heart up in a way it had never been. Between him and Brooke, I now felt love overflowing inside of me. And things could only get better from here. Ganon, I know you said you could talk to Brad and make him understand. But I don't want you to do that. Please promise me you'll keep this a secret. I don't want the staff to know either. Please. She looked at me with pleading eyes. But I had to protest. She had to let me be honest and open about this. She was the best thing I'd ever found, outside of Brayden. I wanted to shout that from the rooftops. Please, Ganon. Promise me. This will be our secret and ours alone. With a sigh, I dropped my forehead to hers. Okay. I promise you that. For now. Only for now.
Chapter 18. Brooke.
My dreams were coming true. Ganon felt the same way I did. A little over a few weeks had passed before he'd been able to admit his feelings for me, but he'd finally done it and I had too. Watching him as he read a book to Brayden made me melt even more than it usually did. Knowing he and I were in love made this all that much sweeter. I could see it all in his eyes. He'd meant what he said when he had told me he loved me. I'd known that for a while. His eyes had told me that long before his mouth did. I glanced at Brayden as his eyes closed and his breathing slowed. He's out. Ganon kissed his son on top of his head, the way he'd done every night since that first one. I'd seen Brad a few days back, and he told me he'd never seen Ganon so happy and full of life. He credited Brayden for that. I knew that was a part of it, but so was I. If only I was older, then maybe we could be open with this. But I was still a child in my family's eyes. I knew we'd have to keep it a secret. Probably for a very long time. Putting the book back in the bookcase, Ganon looked my way, catching me as I watched him. You ready? A wave of shyness took me over, but I fought it back. I nodded, and got up from the other side of Brayden. He waited for me, then scooped me up into his strong arms, carrying me out of the bedroom and across the hall to his. My stomach was a mess. Butterflies had given way to rabid bats. I laid my head on his broad shoulder to try to steady myself. I'm glad you're admitting that. You wouldn't be human if you weren't nervous. He kicked his door closed behind us, then took me to his bed. Gosh, what's he thinking about it?
Chapter 19. Ganon.
She turned her head, and I saw a look I wasn't quite happy with on her face. Ganon, I have to go back to my bedroom to sleep. Brayden's monitor is in there and, well, I don't want anyone to catch us like this. But. She kissed me softly, then pulled away, climbing out of my bed and grabbing her clothes, pulling them on, as I laid there and watched her in utter confusion. But nothing, babe. I can't stay in your room with you. I don't want the staff to figure out what we're doing. You do remember what we talked about earlier, right? Keeping this a secret. I had a great time. And I'm really glad we did this. There's no one else who could have ever been better. Night, babe. Brooke, I want you to stay. I don't want to hide this from anyone. I found my voice sounding too pleading. So I cleared my throat. Brooke, baby, I love you. I want you with me. Here in my bed. A bed I hope you'll call our bed. With a light giggle, she shook her head, making the golden waves bounce around her. No, silly. Night. I'll see you at the breakfast table, in the morning. She blew me a kiss, and then she was gone. My door closed, and there I was alone and wondering when in the hell I had lost the upper hand.
Chapter 20. Ganon.
The next morning, my heart had never felt so light and full at the same time. I had had no idea love felt this way. My initial instinct was to head straight into Brooke's room and wake her with a long, sweet kiss, but I knew she had to be exhausted, and so I managed to somehow resist. As I straightened my tie, I noticed my cell lying on the nightstand. There was a message that I'd somehow missed. It was from a number I didn't have in my contacts. My eyes scanned it, and I froze suddenly. "Drop the nightclub or we'll hurt your son. This is not a threat, this is a promise." Dropping the phone, I ran to check on Brayden. Throwing the door open on the still dark room, as the sun had yet to come up, I found him safe and still sleeping. Almost shaking with relief, I tucked one of his legs back underneath the blanket and kissed the top of his head before I left him again. As I strode down the hall, I called my bodyguard and told him I wanted him inside. Samson had been with me since I was a teenager. He was in his early 20s and had been less than 10 years older than me when my father hired him to be my bodyguard. He was adept at staying out of sight most of the time. He lived in a small house on the side of mine. To most, it looked like a tool shed. He liked it that way. Said he had the perfect perspective of both the front and the back entrances from where it was placed. Plus, no one would ever suspect he was right there, close enough to get to anyone who tried to get to me. My mother referred to him as my guardian angel. Seldom seen but always there. He and I passed in the foyer as he came inside. "Stay with them today, Samson." I showed him the text. "Got it, boss?" He looked at me with those dark eyes that I knew had seen many horrors. An ex-Marine, I knew he had some stories that could curl my hair. But he never told me any. He and I weren't friends. He was my protector, and he took that job seriously. And how about you? They're more important right now. I shoved my hand through my hair. It was a nervous tic that I'd never learned to conquer. See if you can find someone for me when you get time. I want you watching over them both. I know the threat is with my son, but his babysitter would definitely jump in front of a bullet for him. You'll have to keep her safe too. But don't let them know you're doing it just yet. Watch over them, but keep it covert. I'll talk to Brooke about it when I get back home. Yes, sir. I'm on it. They'll never know I'm watching them. He headed out of the room and stopped to look back at me. You be careful, Ganon. I don't like leaving you unprotected. Maybe it would be better if you called the police and had them come out here. I don't want to upset Brooke with this. It might be someone the cops can easily find, since I have a phone number. I turned to leave. I'll be fine. And I'll be on the lookout for anything out of the ordinary. I could tell Samson wasn't taking this well, but he walked away to go watch over the people I love the most in the entire world. On the way to the police station, I made the calls to the other men involved in the nightclub. Neither had been contacted, it was just me, but they met me at the police station anyway. With the vandalism, and now a threat like this one, it was more than obvious that someone wanted to end our nightclub. But for what reason, none of us had even the slightest clue. We met in front of the police station just as the sun broke the horizon. The place wasn't bustling yet as we went inside. August looked tired, and I knew it was a bit early for him to be up. You know, I can probably handle this on my own, guys. Both shook their heads as Nixon said, no. We're all in this together. A threat on your kid isn't a thing we can sit back and allow you to deal with all alone. The only reason we weren't threatened is because neither of us has anyone in our lives who they could use to get to us. August nodded in agreement. That's right, Ganon. We're all in this together. After waiting what all three of us deemed too damn long, we were finally able to talk to a detective. We had no idea he'd been assigned to the investigation of the incident that happened at the club. Detective Peterson had been on that case, and nothing had been found out. So none of us were happy with his work, or the fact that they were sticking him on this thing too. The one thing he did manage to find out for us was that the number the text had come from was a dummy number, not real. Leaving the police station, we all decided it was time to hire our own guys to get to the bottom of this. August muttered, "Can you believe that guy?" Nixon shook his head. "He's a joke." We walked back to our cars that were parked in the parking lot, which had now become quite full as 3 hours had gone by and the day had officially started. Pressing the key fob to unlock my car, I growled, "Who the hell in Vegas would care enough about what we're building here to go this far?" The detective had had one idea in his ancient bald head. He had told us he was looking into the other owners of the upscale nightclubs in Las Vegas. He thought it had to be one or more of them who didn't want the competition our club would bring. The old guy's exact words had been, "There just aren't that many super rich people on the entire planet who can afford to go to expensive clubs like that." If that's the way the detective that had been assigned our case thought, then we'd end up with nothing if we relied on only him to figure this shit out before something else terrible happened. Something worse, potentially. "You head home, Ganon." Nixon jerked his head toward the car his bodyguard was in. "My guy will follow you to make sure you get there okay. We're going to have to make some changes here. Let our drivers take us where we need to go. Keep our bodyguards closer than we normally do. We can't underestimate who's doing this." With a nod, I had to agree. "Yeah, you're right. I mean, we had the entire crew take lie detector tests, and none of them had anything to do with the explosive device that was set at the club. There's someone with some serious connections who has to be doing this." "Either that," August added, "or some completely inept person who has no idea what they're getting themselves into." I had no idea which one it was, but I knew I'd find the SOB and make him pay for threatening my son.
Chapter 21. Brooke.
Waking up the next morning with a dreamy smile on my face, I half wondered if I'd imagined everything. Then I tried sitting up on the side of the bed and groaned, "Ow." It definitely was not a dream. Everything hurt. Literally every part of my body, inside and out, hurt. I had had no idea that doing it used that many muscles in the human body. After last night, I must have burned every calorie I had in my body because I was also starving to death. Slowly, I got up and hobbled to the bathroom that was attached to my bedroom. A hot shower limbered me up quickly. After getting Brayden up and getting him cleaned up and dressed, he and I headed down to breakfast. I was feeling a little shy about seeing Ganon at the table that morning, and pretending in front of the staff that he hadn't completely rocked my world the night before. When I rounded the corner to the breakfast nook, I found myself smiling away, not able to help it, as I thought about seeing Ganon for the first time after our first time. But I didn't see him at the table. I looked toward the kitchen, finding Consuela and the rest of her staff cooking away. "Has Ganon come down yet?" All I got were a lot of shaking heads before Consuela asked, "What will you and Brayden be having this morning, ma'am?" Looks like a steaming bowl of disappointment. The hunger I had vanished in an instant. Scrambled eggs for us both. And don't forget his fresh fruit. I put Brayden into his high chair and tried not to show how sad I was that Ganon wasn't there. Had he still been in his bedroom? I should have knocked on his door and checked. But he always beat us getting up. But maybe last night's activities had him sleeping in. Maybe he was just worn out. Whatever his reasons were for not being at the table that morning, I was sure he hadn't intentionally meant to hurt me. Or had he? Was this his way of telling me that he regretted what we had done? Or worse, was this what all the other girls who'd ever fallen for his charms had experienced? Now that he had had me, could it be that he didn't want me anymore? Gosh. I sat down and tried not to look as if I was about to burst into tears, which I was on the cusp of. But I swallowed hard and thought about the fact that I didn't want anyone to see me breaking down for what they would see as no good reason at all. But the man I loved, the man I'd given myself to, wasn't at the damn breakfast table the one morning when I was positive he would be sitting there waiting for me. Gosh, I was so stupid. Brad had warned me. He tried to keep me from doing anything stupid with Ganon. But I'd fallen for the man's deceitful charms anyway. What a fool. Sarah came with a carafe of fresh coffee and one cup. One stupid cup. I was about to tell her I didn't want any damn coffee. I only drank it because it made me feel like Ganon and I had a little connection. A thing I only did with him, drink coffee. He wasn't there, and so I didn't want any. But I kept my mouth shut, and even went so far as to add sugar and cream to the cup of steaming hot coffee like I always did. I had to keep up the act of everything being perfectly fine. No one could ever know what had transpired between us. And if I acted the least bit off, I knew the people who watched us every morning would know something was going on between our employer and his babysitter. Moments later, Sarah brought the food for Brayden and me. Here you are, ma'am. None of the staff referred to me as anything else other than ma'am. Ash was the only one who called me Brooke. Everyone else regarded me differently. Was that because they saw through me? Was that because they secretly thought that Ganon and I were messing around and always had been? Was I being foolish to think the people who were around us the most couldn't see how we looked at one another? Perhaps the staff was aware of how we'd fallen in love with each other. Perhaps they wouldn't tell a soul. Perhaps we could be open with our relationship within these walls. If we still had one. Why isn't he here? Spooning Brayden's scrambled eggs into his bird-like waiting mouth, I tried not to think all the bad thoughts I was thinking. Ganon had to have his reasons why he had stood me up at breakfast. He had to. The familiar clicking of his shoes on the tile floor had me springing to my feet in relief, turning to see him with my arms almost flying open to embrace him, even though I'd asked to keep things a secret. Then when I saw him, I found him flanked by two massive men and took an uncertain step back. I hadn't heard their shoes clicking, only Ganon's. When I saw his handsome face screwed into a terrible expression, I had no idea what to think. Was he bringing in his goons to have me removed from the premises? That was impossible. He might be a womanizer, but he surely couldn't be so cruel. Could he? Brooke, come with me, Ganon barked. Consuela, see to Brayden. Don't let him out of your sight. She ran to the table while I stood frozen in place. Ganon's hand caught my upper arm, and I stumbled along with him. One goon stayed with Brayden, who was looking at all the new faces in confusion, close to crying, and one followed us. My heart was pounding, and my mind had drifted into a hazed panic. What the hell is happening? Ganon opened a door I'd never opened before, and we were inside an office. He closed the door, leaving the giant man on the other side of it. Only then did he take me into his arms. Arms I found were shaking, as was his entire body. But at least he was holding me. He wasn't pushing me away emotionally or physically. Thank God. Ganon, what's wrong? Brooke? His breathing had gone ragged as his arms tightened around me. I'm sorry. I had no idea what he was sorry about, but I was feeling much better now that we were in each other's arms again. Ganon, talk to me. He eased his tight grip on me, running his hands down my arms and taking my hands. A sofa ran along the far wall, and he took me to it, sitting me down on his lap. Brushing my hair back, he leaned in and kissed my collarbone. Brooke, someone has threatened Brayden's life. The gasp that came out of me was completely unexpected, and the way my heart stopped was actually frightening. Who? He shook his head. We don't know. I felt like I might faint. How? He pulled out his cell to show me something. He'd received a text. Someone had sent him a message. Someone wanted him to end things with the club, so much so that they'd threatened his only child's life to make sure that happened. Believe me, if I thought shutting the club down would actually stop this, then I'd do it in a heartbeat. But I don't think that will end anything. He put the cell back into his breast pocket and pulled me in for a hug. We have to find this person and put a stop to things. How? I realized I could only come up with one word at a time. My thoughts were all over the place, making it hard to think hard enough to say a whole sentence. My partners and I have hired an investigative team to find whoever is doing this. We're sure it's the same person or people who were behind the explosive device at the club. His lips grazed my neck. The bodyguards will have to be with us at all times until we find who's behind this. That'll mean no more sleeping together if you won't let us go public with our relationship.
Chapter 22. Ganon.
No, came her one-word reply. Brooke, you can't be serious. Baby, I need you more than ever now. You have no idea. Cupping the back of her neck, I pulled her close and kissed her sweet lips. Lips I found were quivering. She kissed me back, and I felt something wet move over my cheek. She was crying. Pulling back, I found her with tears rolling down her pink cheeks. Ganon, we can't let my family know about us. We can't. It's for your own good. I'm not some kid, Brooke. I can handle your brother. I rested my forehead against hers. Do you have any idea how I felt when I saw that text this morning? She shook her head and wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. All I could think about was the fact that I had finally found love. Love for a son and love for a woman. I had a family. I've been alone for too long with Mom and Dad gone. And I'm not alone anymore. Don't make me wait any longer, Brooke. Please. I was pouring my heart out to someone for the first time in my life. You don't understand, Ganon. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. So I pulled her to me and kissed her again. I wanted her to feel what we had. It was new, but it was strong. And it was real. Why couldn't she put her worries behind her and just let me take the brunt of her brother? I could handle him. I knew I could. The kiss had her melting into me, stroking my hair with one hand and running her other hand along my shoulder. Letting the kiss end, I rested my forehead against hers. I have a meeting with Brad later today. Let me test the waters with him, Brooke. You'll see, I can show him that you've changed me. I'm not the man I was before you came to live with us here. And I'm completely and hopelessly devoted to you, just the same way I'm devoted to Brayden. Our lips met once more, then I heard her sigh. Promise me you won't blurt anything out. She pulled back to look at me, taking my face between her palms. You'll have to go in easy to make sure he's taking things well. If not, he'll beat the living hell out of you and come get me. I know my brother. He's irrationally protective when it comes to me. My whole family is, Ganon. She proceeded to tell me some of the over-the-top things each and every member of her family had done for her, and I had to admit there were some crazy things. But I was certain they'd all see the love I genuinely had for their little precious baby girl. She was that to me too, in a way. She was my girl. My angel. I'd protect her the same way they did. So with her blessing, I left her and my son under the watchful eye of Samson, and went with my driver and the bodyguard Samson had called in to stay with me. Josh was also a veteran who Samson had a ton of respect for. Heading to the office for the meeting I was an hour late for, I was finding myself nervous over having to leave the two people I loved most behind. The meeting lasted about an hour, and I asked Brad to go to my office with me. He hadn't noticed my bodyguard until we got to my office, and Josh was suddenly there, standing by the door. Brad jerked his head in a gesture at him as he asked me, "You're keeping him very close, Ganon. What gives? Step inside and I'll enlighten you." I opened the door and in we went. I wanted to enlighten him about a couple of things actually, and had high hopes he'd take them both well. Brooke's stories were kind of scary, but all those people had been nobodies to her family. I was Brad's best bud. He couldn't be that angry with me. Brad went straight for the sofa, taking a seat. I decided that would be a great place to talk about things. So I took the chair that sat across from him. "Hey, you want a drink?" He shook his head as he leaned up to rest his elbows on his knees and clasped his hands. "I want to know why you've got your bodyguard all up on you. That's what I want to know. And I want to know if my sister is safe." "She's very safe. I have my personal bodyguard watching over her and my son. Not to worry. I sat back, taking a more leisurely position. I didn't want him to get riled up in the least. So what's up? He asked, still looking a little on the tense side. I decided showing him the text would be a good place to start, so I pulled out my cell. There was an incident at the nightclub we're building. That, and this little text, are why I've amped up security around my son and me. And Brooke, obviously. He took the phone I held out for him and read the text. His eyes were almost red, shooting flames out of them at me when he looked back up. What the hell, Ganon? I want her out of there right now. Brad, she's fine. Samson is the best. They're in the best place they could be. I'd never let anyone hurt either of them. Brooke's important to me. Just as much as Brayden is. Of course, I have them under the best watchful eyes I have. He tossed my cell back to me as he got up, towering over me. Brooke's important to you. His voice was a roar. Chill, dude, I said as I got up too. He wasn't about to tower over me. Chill. His voice cracked as he shouted at me. Josh opened the door and looked at me, silently asking if I needed his help. I waved him away without saying a word, and he closed the door. Brad, you're overreacting. Overreacting? You have no idea. Something's not right there. You know your place isn't safe, and you know you should be sending Brooke home, yet you're keeping her in harm's way. That tells me one thing and one thing only. You want my sister. My jaw dropped. Not because he was hitting the nail on the head, but because he was talking like I was some kind of a perv. Brad, would you listen to yourself? I'm keeping her where she is because she's much safer there. Plus, I still need help with my kid. Whoever is threatening me like this knows she's with me. If I send her off somewhere, then she'll be in danger, and so will anyone she's around. Can't you see that? All he heard was one part of what I said, though. She's with you? She is with you. Damn, had I really said those exact words? You know, I tried to fix my mistake. She works for me. For my son. You know what I mean. I felt the fire from his eyes wash over me. He had that much power, I swear. Brooke hadn't been wrong at all. Her brother could turn into a raging maniac over her. You might be right about her being safer under your guard. But I smell a rat, Ganon Forrester. I smell a billion-dollar rat who wants my sister. And I've already warned you about doing so much as touching her. He slammed his fist into the palm of his hand. I had to admit, he was intimidating. But I tried to play it cool as I lied. Dude, I wouldn't harm a hair on your sister's head. That part was true, so it came out pretty easily. I care about Brooke. I genuinely care about her. He eyed me with a critical glare. Do you? Do you care about her as an employee, or do you care about her as something else? Now I had to lie. An employee. But also as a friend. I really like her. She's so pure. So real. You know. And she's innocent, Ganon. She's not like the women you mess around with. She's nothing like them, and she never will be. Not that I would give you the chance to make her into one of your flavors of the week anyway. He took 3 long strides to the mini-fridge and pulled out a beer. I watched in stunned indignation as he opened the brown bottle and turned it up, drinking it all down. Well, he did need to calm down. I can't believe you think I'd hurt someone who means so much to you, Brad. It's kind of messed up of you to think so little of me. Okay, so what if I actually was with his sister? I loved her, damn it. He tossed the empty bottle into the wastebasket and walked right past me. I'm going to go see her. Ask her some questions about you. You coming? Oh shoot. Yeah, I'm coming, Brad. You'll see, she won't have anything but nice things to say about me. All this is for nothing. You'll see. I hoped he would see anyway. I hoped Brooke could pull off lying to her big brother.
Chapter 23. Brooke.
The familiar clicking of Ganon's shoes was heard by Brayden, and he took off, running full speed to find his daddy. I was right behind him, running too. Then I slowed down as I heard another set of expensive shoes. Someone was with him. I stayed behind Brayden a few feet back. "Here he comes," I heard Ganon say. "There's my little man. Hi, son." I imagined him holding Brayden close, reassuring him after all the chaos of the day. The poor kid had been through so much already. I only hoped today wouldn't set him back after he'd made so much progress. We were even starting to move away from diapers to big boy undies. When I made it to the foyer, I saw my brother was with Ganon. And he had that look in his eye that told me he was looking for information. Brad came toward me, and Ganon shook his head as he mouthed that he hadn't told him anything about us. Fear ripped through me. I'd never lied to my brother before. It seemed there was indeed a first time for everything. "Hi, Brad. It's nice to see you." "You too, baby sis." He came up to me, pulling me in for a hug. "We need to talk," he whispered. "'Kay." I was on pins and needles as Ganon looked at me. I told Brad about what's going on here with the threat on Brayden. "He was worried about you," Ganon said with a smile. "I told him I have the best man watching over you two, and that you're every bit as important to me." Brad butted in. "I need to talk to her alone, Ganon." He pulled me away with him. "Take me to your bedroom, little sister. I want to see where you sleep." He was onto us. I knew he was. He wouldn't ask me to do such a thing if he wasn't. And the fact Ganon hadn't told him about us told me that when he'd tried to test those waters he had talked about testing, he'd gotten some pretty bad feedback. Oh my, help me lie to my overprotective brother, please. Leading him to my bedroom, I wasn't sure how I was going to handle things. I decided just to wait and see where he was going to go with this. "I hope you're not worried about me being here, with this thing going on. I feel very protected with Samson around. It's so funny, I never even realized Ganon had a bodyguard before today. He stays out of the way so effectively that I never even knew he was around at all." Yeah, well, with a client like Ganon, a guard has to learn how to be invisible. Ganon couldn't bag all the chicks he has if they knew someone was right there, watching. Brad stopped just outside my door, looking at Ganon's bedroom door. My stomach knotted as I thought about Ganon bagging chicks, as my brother had put it. This is it here." I opened my door, and he walked in backward, looking at Ganon's door the whole time. "I thought his son would be in this one. I thought you might be in the next one." He turned and saw the door on the side of the room. "That one leads to the kids' room?" "Yes," I said as I walked over and took a seat on my bed. I pointed at the chair in the corner. "You can sit over there if you'd like." Instead of taking a seat, he meandered around my room, looking everything over. "So, how's he treating you?" "Very well. He's very nice to me." I winced when he picked up a scarf I had hung on my mirror. Ganon and I had taken Brayden out for a walk in the back of his property. I'd gotten hot with the scarf around my neck and pulled it off. Ganon had been feeling playful, and he had taken it from me and wrapped it around his neck. It smelled like him, and I kept it there so I could catch a whiff of him every now and then. I found myself cringing when Brad pulled it to him, taking a big ol' sniff. "Smells like cologne." "Why's that?" He eyed me as he came up to me, standing over me. "You know you can tell me anything, right?" "Of course I do." I smiled at him and batted my lashes. "You're my big brother. You'd tell me if Ganon did anything to you, wouldn't you?" "I mean anything." "Has he touched you at all?" The way he looked at me told me he'd bolt out of the room and go whip Ganon's ass if I said one word to provoke him. "No way. He's not like that. He's not the way you said he was with girls. With me, he's not anyway. He's always respectable. You don't have anything to worry about. I swear that to you. Ganon is so nice to me, but he's not into me." I tried to look earnest even as my insides grew hot with my lies. "Oh, he is." Brad placed his hands on my shoulders. "If you gave him a shot, he'd take it. So you can't give him that shot." You have to stay on guard. Never let it down. If you do, he'll swoop in and do to you what he's done to countless numbers of other unsuspecting girls. There it was again, him referencing Ganon's conquests, and my gut twisted once more. I shrugged as if I couldn't care less. But I did care, I cared a lot. Why would I do such a thing? He's old. I laughed and shook my head. Yuck, Brad. He laughed too. Then grabbed my hand. That's what I needed to hear. Come on, let's go eat dinner. I thought I had him fooled. I kind of hated that I had done such a great job of lying. But I was happy he believed me, and Ganon was safe. For now, anyway. At least Ganon saw what I was talking about. I knew he had had no idea of how my brother could be over me. Brad must have shown him a bit of the bear he could become. Finding Ganon and Brayden in the playroom, I smiled brightly at Ganon as I went to pick up Brayden. Brad's staying for dinner. Great, Ganon said as he got up and we all went to the dining room. They hung back behind Brayden and me, and I overheard Ganon as he said, "See, I told you. I wouldn't ever do a thing to hurt your sister. I care far too much for you and her." Yeah, well, you just keep that care legit and we'll have no problem, Brad replied. With an uneasy feeling about never being able to be truthful with my family, we sat down at the table to eat. With Brayden in his high chair next to me, Brad watched as I interacted with the boy. Are you hungry, Brayden? I asked him. I talked to Brayden all the time as if he was older than he was. No baby talking at all. And when he nodded at me, I was overjoyed with his response and had to hug him and kiss his cheek. Yes. You nodded. Brad laughed as he looked at the smile on Brayden's face. The boy was so proud of himself, probably just as proud as I was of him. That kid loves you, sis. And I love him. I tickled the small boy's chin. Don't I, Pumpkin? Brooke loves her little man. He giggled like crazy, and I caught Ganon gazing at me adoringly, a thing Brad could not witness. So I stopped what I was doing and sat back. She's amazing with him, Brad. It's like she and he were cut from the same cloth. Ganon reached over and ran his hand over Brayden's head. He's lucky to have her. I can't thank you enough for letting us borrow her. But I don't think my little boy will ever let you have her back. Brad nodded. He looks at her like she's his angel, doesn't he? I blushed as I felt like the center of attention, a thing I wasn't comfortable being. Come on, Brad. No, I won't come on, Brooke. He does. And you look at him like he's the center of your world. He sighed, then reached across the table to pat my hand. One day you're going to make a great mother. You think so? I found myself asking him. I do. He moved his hand off mine, then winked at me. But it'll be in the faraway future. With a guy you meet later in life. After you're done with college and well into your career, then you'll meet a guy near your own age. He purposely looked at Ganon, then back at me, a thing Ganon noticed too. You're making her blush, Brad. Stop. Ganon reached out and patted the top of my hand in the same fashion as Brad had, trying to seem as if he treated me in a brotherly fashion. It was hard not to look at Ganon, but I knew I couldn't trust myself to look at the man who had just made me his the night before. All I wanted to do was crawl up in his lap and continue where we had left off before he'd left for his meeting. And I wanted to be truthful with what we had with my family too. But I wasn't getting much of anything I wanted. And more than anything else, I wanted to know for a fact that Brayden was safe. The threat he was under made my stomach ache. What kind of a monster would threaten to hurt an innocent child over a damn nightclub?
Chapter 24. Ganon.
I had to admit, I didn't know my best buddy the way I thought I did. Brad wasn't Brad when it came to Brooke. He turned into the Hulk over that girl. And I knew we had our work cut out for us where her family was concerned. So I was into keeping things hush-hush for the time being. Just until I figured out what it would take to get her family on board with us. The two of us sat on either side of Brayden as I read him a book, and watched him drift off to sleep. Closing the book, I looked at Brooke, who was gazing at my son. The way you look at him makes me love you even more, baby. Her lashes fluttered as pink stained her cheeks. I love kids, but I truly love this little boy right here. He has my heart in the palm of his little hand. It hurts me so much that he's being threatened. Getting up, I went to put the book back in the bookcase with the rest of the children's books that Brooke seemed to get more of with each passing day. She came to my side. I knew there were so many things weighing on her mind. And all I wanted to do was give her a little time where nothing mattered at all, save she and I. Taking her hand, I led her through the door between Braden's bedroom and hers. We've got two very capable bodyguards watching over us. She stopped and looked at me as I closed the door to my son's room behind us. Do you think you should be coming in here with Josh right there in the hall? I chuckled at her naivete. Pulling her into my arms that had ached for too long without her in them, I smiled at her. Do you think he cares, baby? No, but... I kissed her to shut her up. She was young, still had an innocence about her, and had no idea what older people cared about. Her mouth grew supple against mine. She parted her sweet lips to let me come in, and in I came. Picking her up, I carried her to the bed, where I finally allowed our mouths to part. You look beautiful today. I know I didn't get the chance to tell you that, but you do. This little blouse and that pale blue skirt look adorable on you. Her lips quirked to one side. But you'd like to ruin them as you rip them from my body, right? You read my mind, baby. I had myself the best woman any man could ever dream of having. And I had no intention of ever letting her go. Now, how to get her brother and the rest of her family to actually allow that to happen.
Chapter 25. Brooke.
Love wasn't the thing I'd ever experienced. It was far better than I had ever dreamt it would be. Ganon was a miracle in my eyes. Oh, how much I love you, Ganon Forrester. I kissed his chest. One heavy hand fell on my head, then moved through my hair, pulling it as it went. And I love you, Brooke. So that was it. We were head over heels in love. And not a soul could know about it.
Chapter 26. Ganon.
One thought was drifting through my mind as I waited for sleep to pull me under, and listened to the sounds of Brooke as she laid on my chest. How could I make her family see that I loved her with everything I had in me? Smash. Zip. My eyes flew open as Brooke asked in sharp words, "What the hell was that?" Another smash, another zip, and I knew what I was hearing. Damn. I moved us both off the bed, the blanket and sheet coming with us as I let my back hit the floor. Holding her tight, I moved her onto her stomach as she hissed, "Were those bullets?" I believe so. I could only think about one thing. Get to my son. Stay low and let's get to Braden. We moved quickly, despite the bulky material that tried to hinder our progress. I had to reach up to open the door, and then I knew for certain that whoever was outside could see us as another bullet ripped through the window. Ganon. Once I had the door open, Brooke sprinted forward, grabbing Braden off his bed where he was standing, crying, and pinning him underneath her body. I was right behind her and tossed the blanket from his bed to cover her as I shouted, "Josh?" The bedroom door opened and Brooke yelled, "On the floor. He can see you." Without missing a beat, Josh fell to the floor just as another bullet came through my son's window. Damn. He pressed a button on his walkie-talkie. "Samson, are you?" There was no answer, and I felt sick inside. Brooke glanced at me sideways. "I'm sure." Another bullet cut her off, and the light in the hallway went out. We both jerked our heads and saw Josh was still on the floor, so who the hell had turned the lights off? "Get out of there, Ganon." It was Samson, and I was damn glad to hear his voice. Braden was crying in shock and terror, which only served to infuriate me further. I would kill the person who had frightened my son so badly. I vowed it. I ducked and cursed as we both hurried to get across the hallway, with Brooke whispering reassuring words to our boy that it was all going to be okay. The rooms across the hall were all interior rooms, which meant there were no windows anyone could shoot through. When we made it out into the hallway, we found Samson all dressed in black, with a black ski mask covering his face. Gun drawn, he was moving into Brooke's bedroom. I wasn't about to wait to see what he was going to do, so I opened the door to my room, and Brooke, Braden, and I were finally in a safe place as we crawled into my room. Wrapping the blanket around my waist to cover myself up, I took a hysterical Braden from Brooke. He looked so tiny and fragile, crying in my arms. "Daddy's got you, baby. You're okay. Shish." I rocked with him and shushed him, whispering words similar to Brooke's earlier, until he finally seemed to calm down a little and burrowed his little face in my neck, clutching my shirt fiercely with his tiny fists, as if to make sure that I never let go of him again. My heart lurched at how much I loved this child. How had I ever existed without him in my life? When I finally looked up, I found tears streaming down Brooke's face. "Why? Why, Ganon?" she sobbed. "Who would do this?" "Believe me, baby, if I had the slightest clue, he would be dead already." I held my son and continued rocking. Not really for him, as he'd fallen asleep, but to calm myself. I didn't see Brooke move around behind me. Her arms closed around me as she hugged her body against my back, swaying with me. "It's going to be okay. I love you both so much. We're going to be fine." How did I get so damn lucky? A knock came to my door, then Samson's voice called out, "Can I come in?" Sniffling, Brooke pulled away from me, made sure the blanket was still covering her up, and she got up to walk around me as I sat on the floor holding my son. She gave me a nod, and I told him to come in. Samson's eyes never let either of us know he knew what we were doing. He just looked the same way he always did. I got a shot in that nicked whoever the hell that was. His right bicep was hit. I've already called the police to inform them of that, so if the assailant goes to any doctor or hospital, he'll be detained and taken in for questioning. I could only nod. I had no idea what to ask or say. But Brooke had a question. And how did he get all the way around this huge house and into the backyard to pull this little feat off? "Where were you?" She leveled her eyes on him, and I did not envy the man. He looked down and pinched the bridge of his nose. "The can." "I see." She looked away. "I'm sorry I spoke that way to you, Samson." "I am. It's just that the boy means more to me than you could ever imagine. And we could have." She tried so hard not to fall apart, but she couldn't hold it back. "We nearly lost him, Samson." She sobbed and ran into the bathroom. I looked up at my bodyguard as I nodded. "You did all you could. Thank you. At least you hit him. Now we have something to look for. And you will step up security around here. I want a lot more people around." "I'm already on it, boss. You guys get some sleep." He left me then, and I looked down at my son as tears filled my eyes. Brooke was right. We could have lost him. When she came back out, she had on one of my t-shirts. I kept some in one of the drawers in the bathroom, along with some loose-fitting boxers, and I found some black plaid peeking out from under the white t-shirt that told me she had pulled a pair of them on too. "Can I sleep with you tonight?" "You both are. I'm not about to let either of you out of my sight, baby." She came to me, taking Braden out of my arms, carrying him to the bed, where she laid him right in the middle. "I'll sleep on one side, you sleep on the other." I went into the bathroom to clean myself up a bit before putting on a t-shirt and boxers myself. Splashing my face with cold water, I looked at my reflection. A few wrinkles were etched across my forehead, a thing I hadn't had before becoming a father. I was finding out that with love for anyone came something else. It made a person subject to threats that were different than when they only had themselves to worry about. I'd barely gotten my son, and already someone had figured out a way to get to me. A coward who didn't want to face me. I knew it was someone who didn't want the nightclub ever to open. But why? None of it made any sense. A lone gunman came to my home. One person had hidden amongst the work crew at the bar, to place the explosive under that bar. It didn't sound like the work of anyone who owned any of the upscale nightclubs in Vegas. Then who? Ganon? Brooke softly called to me. I went into the bedroom to find her lying on her side, facing Braden. His pants need to be changed. He'd been doing so well, but with all the fear. Do you think you could go to his room and grab some clean pants and the wipes for me? She cut her eyes away. I'm afraid to do it myself. And I don't want to leave him alone for 1 second either. I gave her a smile as I headed to the door. Daddy's on it. I stopped and turned back to look at her as she nestled in close to my son. I kept saying my son. But the truth was right there, staring me in the face. That boy was every bit as much hers as he was mine. They might not have shared blood as he and I did. But they both were so deep inside the other's heart that it made them mother and son. I had a lot of shit to do. Find this SOB who had gone way too far. And make that woman, the only woman I had ever loved, mine. And once she was mine in all the right ways, then I'd be giving Braden her as his mother too. Both of them deserved that. And so did I.
Chapter 27. Brooke.
After not sleeping well at all, I finally gave up on the dozing and pulled my eyes open. When I did, I found Ganon was also awake. Wide awake and sitting up in bed, looking at something on his cell. "Morning," I croaked out in a whisper. He looked at me and smiled, then handed me a bottle of water. "Morning, beautiful." After taking the bottle from him, I sat up and took a long drink while running my hand through my tangled hair. Gosh, I must look awful. My first time waking up with the man, and it had to be after a night like last night. Looking at Braden, I was glad to see he was still fast asleep, making little snoring sounds. I laid back down and tried not to feel so depressed about the situation, but it wasn't going to be an easy task to just act like nothing terrible had happened. Gunshots into my bedroom and Braden's couldn't be ignored. Thanksgiving and my birthday were mere days away. With some madman on the loose, there was no way we could go to my family's home and put them all in danger. I suppose we should tell Consuela to make plans to make Thanksgiving dinner here, Ganon. I rolled off the bed to get up and go pee. As I passed by him, he caught my hand. Our eyes met and his were chock full of guilt. "Baby, I'm so sorry I got you in the middle of this. I swear I'll make it up to you. I never intended to make you miss the holidays with your family or your birthday. I really am." I couldn't let him go on and leaned in to kiss him. When our lips parted, I said, "I know, babe. Don't worry about that at all. There are so many more important things to worry about. Let that crap go." He let my hand go, and I went into the bathroom. My hair was a wreck. It was absolutely everywhere, and I groaned at my reflection. And I marveled at Ganon's ability not to laugh or grimace at me. Hell, he'd even accepted a kiss from my dry lips and disastrous appearance. He must really love me. I needed to go across the hall to my room to shower and get dressed, but I was afraid to go in there. Shaking my head, I looked at myself in the mirror and gave myself a pep talk. "You cannot be a chicken, Brooke. Go into that room and do what you have to do. Then go into Braden's room and get him some clothes." With a bit of courage settling in, I did my business and then went back out to Ganon's bedroom. I found Braden had woken up, and he'd crawled into his father's lap and was watching a cartoon on the cell. "Morning, pumpkin." I headed over and gave him a little kiss on top of his head. "I need a shower. Do you have him for a little bit?" "I do." Ganon reached out and took my hand again. "Go grab both of you something to wear, then come in here to take a shower. I'll feel much better with you guys close to me." So he was feeling the same way I was. Like we'd somehow gotten ourselves right in the middle of a war zone. With a nod, I left the room. As soon as I got into the hallway, I noticed both Braden's door and mine had been left open. I went into my room and found bits of glass sparkling on the beige carpet when I turned the light on. It was dark in there, even though I knew the sun had to be up already. Looking toward the windows, I found boards had been placed over them. The sounds of the bullets that had ripped through the room came back to me. I looked from the window to the other side of my room and found holes in the wall where the bullets had lodged. Thankfully, none had lodged in any of us. I went to my dresser and pulled out some underclothes, then got a dress out of my closet and a pair of heels. Being careful not to step on any shards of glass, I went to Braden's room and gathered him some clothes too. His windows were boarded up too, and I found a lump form in my throat. We could have lost him. I shook my head to get rid of the thought. We hadn't lost him or anyone else. I had to be thankful for that, and be aware of the fact that we were also very lucky that no one had gotten hurt. Well, except the gunman. Or gunwoman. Who was to say that it wasn't a woman? Maybe some woman from Ganon's past who wanted revenge for being just another notch on his bedpost. I headed out of the bedroom with my arms filled with our things, and went back into Ganon's room, finding him playing with Braden wrestling around on his big bed. I'll take a quick shower then bathe him. I placed Braden's clothes on top of the dresser. Oh, does he need his diaper to be changed before I do that? Ganon was all smiles as he nodded toward the balled-up white diaper next to him on the nightstand. I did it already. I was a little stunned. He'd never changed a diaper before. Oh. Wow. Yeah, I know. It was a little bit of an ordeal, but I figured it out. But honestly, he needs a bath, so changing him was slightly pointless. He chuckled as Braden crawled over the bed to get to me. Ganon grabbed him by the ankle, pulling him back to him as the boy giggled with delight. Hey you stinky man. She has to get into the shower. You're staying here with me. I'll hurry. I turned to go into the bathroom. No, you take your time. He's fine with me. Heading into the bathroom, his bathroom, I noticed all the things that were uniquely Ganon inside it. The shampoo was crisp and clean smelling. The soap was spicy scented. And I ended up smelling just like the man once I was done. I pulled his brush through my hair, put his toothpaste on my toothbrush, then used his mouthwash too. Nothing was the same as the stuff I used. At first I felt out of sorts with the tastes and smells being so different from my normal morning rituals. But then I felt just the opposite. I felt like I'd immersed myself in the man. And I felt good as hell too. Before leaving the bathroom to get Braden, I started a bath for him. When I went out to get him, I found him cuddled up on Ganon's broad chest, listening to his daddy tell him a story he'd made up. I couldn't stop the smile that spread all over my face. Ganon was fast becoming the best daddy in the history of daddies. How cute. Neither Braden nor Ganon had even noticed me until I spoke. But when both of their heads turned to look at me, and nearly identical smiles curved their lips, my heart raced. I had two of the best-looking males on the planet giving me heartbreakingly gorgeous smiles. What had I done to deserve all of this? Braden was intent on getting to me this time, and made a mad dash off his father's chest to do it. I had to run to catch him before he careened off the side of the bed. Between Ganon and I, we managed to catch the little bugger. I scooped him up in my arms and shook my head at him. Braden? You silly boy. You could have fallen off the bed and broken your neck. You have to be careful with yourself. Despite my scolding, the boy hugged me, kissed my cheek, and squealed in delight. Ganon chuckled as he watched his son go gaga over me. Damn girl. Looks like you have all the Forester men head over heels for you. I felt the heat in my cheeks as I blushed. Oh, you sweet talker. I turned away, heading to the bathroom to bathe his son. The sound of the blankets whooshing let me know Ganon was getting out of bed. Then his hands were on either side of my waist, and his bare chest was against my back. His lips were on my neck, and I heard him taking a big sniff. You smell like me. I kind of like that. Do you now? I had to giggle as his whiskered cheek brushed mine as he kissed my cheek. Braden chided his father for kissing my cheek, and placed his hand on his daddy's face, pushing him away. Then he kissed the same place his father had, marking me as his own. I laughed, and put him down to undress him as Ganon went to brush his teeth. As I pulled off the little boy's clothes and picked him up, putting him into the bathtub that I'd filled with warm water and his favorite bath bubbles, I thought about how domestic this was. Daddy brushing his teeth, Mama bathing the child. So damn domestic. But I wasn't Brayden's mother. No, his mother was a horrible creature. The child wasn't any trouble at all. He was loving, funny, a joy to be around. How could she just have thrown him away? Or had she actually been throwing him away at all? It occurred to me that the first shots hadn't gone into Brayden's room. They had gone into mine. Now, why would someone threaten the boy but take a shot at me? Ganon, has anyone talked to Brayden's mother about this? I looked back to find him staring back at me through the mirror. No. I mean, I didn't give the police any information on her. Why? Do you think she might have something to do with this? And why would she? She only wanted to get rid of what she called a burden. Why make this threat? He shook his head. I can't see her being involved. I have this little nagging thing in the back of my mind that says, to tell your investigators to check the woman out, Ganon. I turned back to Brayden, and my heart hurt even more for the kid. It was bad enough, what she'd already done to both Brayden and Ganon. Could she have a plan that was even worse than what she'd already done?
Chapter 28. Ganon.
We came down for breakfast only to find Samson had cleared out my staff and there was no breakfast. Only he and Josh stood in my kitchen, talking quietly. I cleared my throat, making them stop talking and turn their attention us. And my chef and her staff are where exactly? Samson picked up a brown paper bag off the countertop and headed our way. We've turned everyone around at the gate. I think it's best not to have too many people around here until we catch this guy. He placed the bag on the table as I put Brayden in his high chair. I stopped while I was out and got you guys some bagels and lox. You like that? I've seen you eat it a ton of times. Yeah, that's great. Thanks, Samson. Brooke pulled the things out of the bag and looked at me as she put the packaged food on the table. I can make us something. Don't worry. She hurried to the kitchen and looked at the coffee machine. I knew it was way out of her league. Don't worry about that. With a shake of her head, she looked around until she found something in the drawer underneath it. The instructions are right there. I'll figure this all out. Don't worry. Just help Brayden eat a bit of that until I get his oatmeal and fresh fruit, please. She busied herself with preparing Brayden's nutritious meal, as she made sure he always ate things that were good for him. Bagels and lox were not going to cut it for his morning meal. Not by Brooke's standards. I waved my bodyguards over while she moved about in the big gourmet kitchen with state-of-the-art appliances. I'd written down Cassandra Harrington's address and phone number on a piece of paper. Taking it out of the pocket of my blue jeans, I pushed it across the table to Samson. That's someone I want you to check out. I looked around Samson to make sure Brooke wasn't listening to me, and found she was so wrapped up in what she was doing that she wasn't paying any attention to us at all. That's the boy's mother. I doubt she has anything to do with this, but I think she should be checked out all the same. Samson nodded. Yeah, that would be best. Leave no stone unturned. He hitched a thumb back at Brooke. You know it's best for her not to leave, right? Of course. I nodded, and felt tremendous guilt about that fact. All the rest of the staff had been allowed to stay away from the danger, but not her. And all because she and I had fallen in love. It wasn't fair to her, and I knew that. My cell rang and I looked at it, finding Brad's name there. Shit. Then Josh's walkie-talkie went off. One of the outside guards said, "We have a Brad Moore here. He's demanding he be let inside." I swiped the phone to answer Brad's call. I'll talk to him. Hey, what the hell is up? Brad asked me with a terse tone. Pinching the bridge of my nose, I got ready to hear a stream of curse words after I said what I had to say. We're fine. Your sister is fine. She's safe. That's what's really important here. What happened, Ganon? I'd never heard him sound like that. It was as if he was deflated. Someone shot at the house last night. I held my breath, waiting for the explosion. But all I got was a low groan. Gosh, Ganon. Are you guys all right? We are. I took a deep breath, knowing I had to tell him more. The first bullets came through your sister's window. The next ones came through Braden's. Damn. His one sharply said word echoed in my ear. Why her, Ganon? The threat was against the kid. So why her window? I wish I knew. I do know this. My bodyguard got in a shot that caught the gunman in the arm. That's at least something for the investigators to look for. I'm not relying solely on the police. I have a team of private investigators on this as well. And your sister, my son, and I are staying put in this house until the suspect is found and put into custody. I won't be leaving them alone at all. Ganon? Brad stopped, and I knew he was hesitating to say what he had to say. Damn. I can't believe I'm saying this to you. I want you to keep my sister right with you at all times. Don't let her be away from you at any time. Even when you guys go to sleep. And don't you dare touch her. You hear me? Loud and clear. How badly I wanted to let him know that I loved his sister, and I'd die before I let her get hurt. I did the second best thing. She means more to me than you know. I'd never let anything happen to her. I swear that to you, Brad. I'd take a bullet for the girl. The same way I would for my son. You better. He sighed heavily. Screw this shit, man. All right. I'm leaving. But you keep me posted about what's happening. And you take care of my baby sister, Ganon Forrester. I gulped as I could hear the cracks in his voice. This was killing him. I will, and I'm so damn sorry, Brad. You can't imagine how sorry I am. I know, buddy. I do. I can hear it in your voice. Just take care of her. Please. The desperation that etched his voice was evident. You got it. After ending the call, I saw Brooke coming to the table with coffee in one hand and the bowl of oatmeal in the other, a bottle of apple juice tucked under her arm. So how's my brother taking this? She put everything down, then took a seat. I noticed she hadn't brought one thing for herself. And I also noticed Josh had taken off and Samson was on his cell, talking to someone. I hoped like hell they'd find something out today. I was damn tired of the situation and just wanted it over with. She went straight to giving Braden a drink of juice, then spooned oatmeal into his waiting mouth. Is my big boy hungry? She was so wrapped up in feeding Braden that she didn't notice me. I didn't know how to cook, not even a little bit. But I knew Consuela kept frozen meals she prepared in advance. She wanted me to have access to food, even when she wasn't available to cook for me. Like at night, after she'd left for the day. I had no live-in staff. My parents had had some of their staff live with them, but I preferred to be alone inside my house at night. Samson was on guard in his house, so I wasn't completely alone. After heating up a meal of a cheese omelet and some bacon, I plated it and took that, along with a cup of coffee and some apple juice, to her. She just about finished feeding Braden and turned to look at me as I placed everything in front of her. Here you are, my queen. Her smile lit me up inside. Ganon, you didn't have to do that. Then she looked at the meal a bit more closely. Wait, how did you make this? With a chuckle, I shook my head. I'm not telling you. I leaned in and kissed her cheek. I'm magic. Now eat. I'll finish up with Braden. She looked at me with a wide smile on her beautiful face. What did I do to deserve you? I walked around the table to take the seat on the other side of my son. You're an angel. I'm the one who has to wonder what I did to deserve you, baby. She took a bite, then a drink of the coffee. Pointing her fork that had another chunk of cheesy egg on it at me, she said, You know what, Ganon? I just keep thinking that woman has to have something to do with this. So tell me what kind of a custody agreement you two have. I have it, she doesn't. I cut a blueberry in half, then gave Brayden a bite of it. Okay. In the case of your demise, who gets custody then? She ate the bite off the end of her fork as she looked at me. My head swam a bit as I thought about that. I'd read the legal agreement and recalled that it said that in the event of my death, custody would revert to her. Brooke, she'd get him. I can't let that happen. I looked at my son and knew I couldn't ever let her get her hands back on him. Then I looked at Brooke. I have to get that changed. But there's only one person I'd want to leave him with. And that's you. She looked grim as she said, "That's not what I'm thinking about, Ganon. I'm thinking she orchestrated everything. The fact that she was going to dump him. The fact that she didn't want anything from you. She never wanted just child support. She wants it all. Every last bit of it. With you out of the way, she gets her son back and all of your wealth, as he's your only heir." My blood ran cold in my veins as I knew she was right.
Chapter 29. Brooke.
As the day dragged on from morning until noon, I wasn't exactly happy with the results Ganon's investigators had come back with. They'd talked to Cassandra Harrington early that morning. They thought she acted kind of suspicious, but she had a solid alibi for the night before. A man who was at her place with her had verbally vouched for her. But that wasn't cutting it for me, even though they said they'd keep her on their radar, whatever the hell that meant. We were in the playroom after giving Brayden lunch. He went down for a nap, and Ganon was working on his laptop, taking care of his business from home. I got on my cell and started texting my sister. Brianna was an avid mystery reader and an amateur sleuth. I thought some covert work would be right up her alley. And I was spot on when she responded to my first text that asked her if she'd heard about what was going on with me and Ganon and Brayden. She was quick to reply that I needed to call her. We had to talk. So I excused myself to go to the bathroom and went to the one down the hallway, leaving Ganon and Brayden in the playroom. As soon as I knew I was out of earshot from everyone as I closed the bathroom door, I made the call to my sister. "What the hell is happening, baby sis?" "Brad's called everyone, telling them about you and the ordeal you're going through." "Is it true that bullets came into your bedroom last night?" she asked. "Right through my window." I chewed on my pinky fingernail nervously. It was the scariest thing I've ever been through. "You've got to tell me all about it. Every last detail." I told her all about it, leaving out the little detail that Ganon had been right there with me every step of the way. But I did tell her that Brayden and I had slept in Ganon's bed with him for the rest of the night, as he wasn't going to let either of us out of his sight. That was true, after all. When she responded that she was glad he was taking such good care of me, I felt like a tiny step had been made. At the very least, my family was seeing that Ganon could protect me. I went on to tell her about Cassandra Harrington, and Brianna looked her up on the internet and found out there was a park near her house. She could go there and keep an eye out for Cassandra to come out of her house. Then she could follow her and accidentally meet her. She'd get moving and let me know as soon as she knew anything. Heading back to hang with Ganon while Brayden slept, I found him coming down the hallway as I stepped out of the bathroom. "There you are." His brow was furrowed, and he rubbed the back of his neck. "I know I'm being overly protective, but if anything happens to you..." He stopped himself as I got to him and ran my arms around him. His lips touched the top of my head, and he wrapped his arms around me, swaying with me. "I see why your family is so protective of you now. You're just so darn lovable." He gave me a squeeze as he picked me up, my feet dangling in the air. He carried me back into the playroom and took a seat on one of the sofas, keeping me on his lap. Brayden was still fast asleep on his pallet. We were mostly alone, and I saw the gleam in Ganon's blue eyes. Moments later my cell rang, and I saw it was my sister already calling me back. "Hey," I answered the call. "Oh, baby sister. This woman has to have something up her sleeve," she began. "I talked to Brad and got the backstory on Ganon's baby mama. Oh, I did not like her calling that woman that. Not one bit. Kay. First, don't call her that. Call her skank or whatever, but not that. She paused. Okay. Well, this skank and I met in the park where I joined her for a run. And it was more than easy to get her talking. Her first and only subject was how much she missed her little boy. His mean old rich daddy stole him from her after she introduced the two. She said she's been a single mother since she found out she was pregnant, and that she only recently let the daddy know about the boy. She was feeling guilty about not letting him know. No way. I chewed my pinky nail again as I listened. Yep. And there's more, Brianna went on. She said she's been sneaking out there and peeking in the windows. She wanted to make sure her little boy was safe. She found his window and the one right next to his that must be his nanny's. And guess what she said? I was shocked that Cassandra knew so much. She had to be involved in this whole thing. What else did she say? She said that through the sheer curtain, she could see everything. Her son, the nanny, and her baby's father humping the nanny. Her words made my heart stop beating. So, baby sister, have you and bad boy Moneybags been sleeping in the same bed? F my life.
Chapter 30. Ganon.
It wasn't long before Brooke came rushing back into the playroom. Her face was on the pale side as she gave one sideways glance at Brayden, who was still sleeping on the pallet she'd made for him. I had my laptop on my lap and closed it as she came and sat next to me, her eyes as big as saucers. Ganon, Cassandra has been spying on us. Her words were only a hiss, yet they stopped my heart. No way. I shook my head. Baby, there's no way she's been spying on us. Now where would you get a crazy idea like that? My sister. She nodded. I called her. I told her to try to talk to Cassandra. And she did. She ran into her at the park near her home. I held up a hand to stop her, as she was talking way too fast and making not a lick of sense. Slow down. Now what the hell are you talking about? How they met doesn't matter. The meat of the story is that Cassandra told my sister, virtually out of the blue, that she'd introduced her son to his father after feeling guilty about keeping them apart. And the mean old rich man stole him from her. Oh my. I gritted my teeth as I could hardly believe what I was hearing. That skank. Yes, she is one. A very big one. And I do believe she is behind this whole thing, Ganon. And I think I was right. She wants you dead. That's why the first shots were made to my bedroom. She sat back and smiled as she crossed her arms in front of her, as if she was so pleased with herself for solving the mystery. But she hadn't solved it or finished her story. More details, babe. I'm a little lost here, I urged her. Her brows shot up. Oh. I forgot the best part. She was spying on us. She knows about me and you. And that is why I stopped her. Yes. I get it now. That's why your room was shot into first. I rubbed my forehead as it all sank in. She was trying to kill me. Not Brayden. That was a relief, but not entirely. Sure, Brayden was safe, but not fully. If she got her hands back on him, then he wasn't safe at all. She was a monster, through and through. I'm calling the lead investigator to let him know about this. Yeah, you need to do that right away. She got up and started picking up some toys that were scattered around. When my sister asked me if you and I had really been sleeping together, I won't tell you what she called you, by the way, I just about fainted. I paused my fingers over the cell screen and looked at her. Wait. What? She asked you about us? My heart pounded. Were we finally free to be open about our relationship? Yes, she did. Her eyes rolled. It was terrifying, Ganon. I was all like a deer in the headlights when she asked me that. And you said. I crossed my fingers. Please say you told her we are indeed together. I told her no way. My heart plummeted with her answer. I told Brianna that the crazy skank must be seeing things. You and I do not do that. We're very close and are friends above having an employer-employee relationship, but it's nothing more than that. Well, damn. You know that would have been a great opportunity to come clean, right? I watched her as she put away the toys she'd collected. Her narrow shoulders moved with a shrug. I didn't see it that way. Of course she didn't. It was quite obvious that it would have to be me who outed us. I didn't know when or how, but I knew it was all up to me. After making the call, I had the investigative team heading our way to get all the fingerprints they could from the windows outside Brooke's and Braden's bedrooms. I hoped against hope that Cassandra hadn't had the smarts to wear gloves when she was being a peeping Tom. While I was on the phone, I saw Braden waking up and Brooke going to lie on the floor beside him, stroking his back and talking to him quietly. After I'd hung up, I sat there watching them. I knew it then. I had known it for a while, but then at that moment as I watched the two of them as he smiled at her and touched her face so gently, and she ran her hand through his dark hair with such tenderness that I had to make things right. So, I said as I got up, I've got the team coming over, and if they find her prints anywhere at all, she'll be picked up and taken first to be hooked up to a lie detector and then to the police. I went to sit on the floor with Brooke and Braden. They'd sat up and he'd crawled onto her lap. When he saw me on the floor, he kissed her cheek then came to sit in my lap. Did Daddy's little man have a nice nap? While he and I conversed with nods and nose nudges, Brooke glanced at her cell and got up. I should get to finding something to make for dinner. Care to join me in the kitchen, you two? So off we went to the kitchen, just like a normal family, a thing I'd never been a part of, but had seen on television. Meals cooked by a mother weren't a thing I knew about. My mother had never cooked a day in her life. I placed Braden in his high chair, then carried him in it to the kitchen. I want to help. Brooke opened the fridge. Okay. What do you know how to do? Not much. But you can teach me. I washed my hands to get ready to learn from her. She laughed as she pulled out some frozen chicken. Funny, huh? She put the bag into the microwave and started it. What's funny? I had to ask her as she didn't go on. She ambled up to me, throwing her arms around my neck and gazing up at me. You teach me in the bedroom. I teach you in the kitchen. I kissed her and picked her up as I did, holding her tightly. I can teach you some things in here too. Maybe one night, after this shit is over, you and I will head to the kitchen for a midnight snack featuring you. Always the naughty boy, she said with a giggle. Now put me down. Braden is looking at us through his fingers. We're embarrassing the kid. I put her down and went to whisper in Braden's ear a little secret that only he and I would be privy to. The smile I wore hid so much behind it. But Brooke smiled back at me without a clue as to what I'd told my son. You like cabbage? She pulled out some light green stuff out of the fridge. Not sure. I went to smell it. It doesn't have a smell, does it? When you cook it, it does. She wrinkled her nose. On second thought, not a good idea. My brother gets very gassy after eating cabbage, and I have to sleep with you tonight. I laughed and smacked her butt. Are you insinuating that I would stink you out of the bedroom? She laughed and nodded as she put the stuff back up. I bet you would. My mom made cabbage rolls one night when we were kids. Later that same night, Brad stunk us out of the den a few hours after dinner. We were all watching a movie on TV when that cabbage went to work on him. She pulled out a yellow thing and tossed it to me. There, you chop that up, and we can mix that in with the chicken breasts that you will also chop up, and we'll have us some good old-fashioned stir-fry for dinner. The smile just refused to leave my face that night as we made dinner and acted like a real family. She was what made us a family. Without her, there would just be my little boy and me.
Chapter 31. Brooke.
Another night of the three of us sleeping in Ganon's bed had me waking up with Braden's feet wedged into my back. As I moved, a groan came out of me as I found my body felt a bit beaten and bruised. Seems the kid slept on the restless side and I had gotten his feet in the deal, while Ganon must have gotten the softer side, his head. I rolled off the 2 inches of mattress that I'd been forced onto and stood up, stretching and yawning and feeling the most exhausted I'd ever felt upon waking up. When I turned around, rubbing my eyes, I found the bathroom light was on, and the door was wide open. Then I saw an empty place on the other side of the big bed. Ganon was gone. Padding to the bathroom, I thought I might find him in there. But I didn't. What I did find was a wet towel that told me he'd showered, and some empty hangers that told me he'd dressed. But where the hell was he? I went back into the bedroom to grab my cell to see if he'd left me a message, but I found he hadn't. I also found it to be 10 in the morning. I had no idea how Brayden and I both had slept so late. I suppose the night of kickboxing had worn little Brayden out. And my night as his punching bag had done me in too. Ganon must have escaped the battle we had, and had gotten up on time and was most likely somewhere in the house, talking to Samson or Josh. When I opened the door to go across the hall and gather us some clothes to put on, I found Josh in the hallway, sitting on a chair and reading a book. "Morning, ma'am." Shoving my hand through the mess of my hair, I looked down, embarrassed, as I had on one of Ganon's t-shirts and a pair of his boxers. "Morning, Josh." I headed to my bedroom and grabbed my clothes. The windows had been fixed, the mess of glass cleaned up. Everything was back to normal. But I still felt anxious being in the room where bullets had zipped through only one night ago. I looked at the wall where the bullets had lodged, and saw that the holes were still there. A project for that day, no doubt. After I gathered all of our things, remembering to grab my soap, shampoo and conditioner, I headed back to Ganon's room. Brayden was sleeping even harder, as he had the entire bed to himself, and somehow the little thing was managing to take up most of it. Splayed out, he was sleeping extremely comfortably, and I felt I had a few minutes to shower before he woke up. After a speedy shower and pulling on jeans, a t-shirt, and tennis shoes, I put my wet hair in a ponytail and put only a bit of moisturizer on my face. I knew we wouldn't be going anywhere that day either, might as well be comfortable. As I opened the bathroom door, I found Brayden was just now sitting up. Probably all the activity of trying to kick me off the bed had him sore too. "Morning, my big boy." I headed to him, picking him up and carrying him into the bathroom. "Did you sleep well, Brayden?" He nodded, and this time it came along with an hum. "Brayden? Oh, good boy." It wasn't much, just a mumble, but it was something more than a mere nod of the head. It hadn't been long, and he was making progress. I knew that being away from his mother had to be traumatizing to the young boy. And being in a new place was too. Taking in so many new things, a father, another woman caring for him, all the staff, it had to be hard. With all of that against him, the little boy was moving forward, taking things in stride and developing despite all that had happened to him. My heart swelled with an ache as I brushed his teeth for him. How could his mother do what she's done? People who hurt other people intentionally didn't make sense to me. So many things happened that were bad, completely out of anyone's control. I could never wrap my head around people who purposely decided to hurt another person. And their own child? Well, that was inconceivable to me. The boy who sat on the vanity top, letting me clean his tiny teeth, was not only utterly adorable but sweet too. So lovable and kind-hearted. How could she do this to him? After bathing him and putting his clothes on, I took him with me to find his father. I found Josh still in the hallway, and he got up when he saw that we were dressed and on the move. Silently, he followed behind us as we went to the kitchen. When I found no evidence of Ganon having had coffee or breakfast, and also saw that Samson wasn't around, I had to ask, did Ganon and Samson leave? Josh looked at me for a moment, as if he had been told not to tell me anything. But then he looked off to the right. He and Samson went into town. I was a bit shocked. He'd left us alone, a thing he'd said he wasn't going to do until the shooter was caught. Had the shooter been caught? Did they catch her? I asked, as I set to work making Brayden's breakfast after putting him in the high chair. We'd moved it to the kitchen, so we could keep an eye on him while we cooked. No. Josh took a seat at the island bar, opening up his book and reading again. There were no prints found around the windows. No reason to take her in. He offered no more information, so I chatted with Brayden as I cooked his oatmeal. It did little to help me not to think about Ganon and what he was doing. Why'd he leave without saying a word to me? He had to be up to something he knew I'd beg him not to do. Probably putting himself into a dangerous situation. I knew that had to be it. Why else would he leave us alone here? Well, we had Josh, and I knew there were still guards all around the property and at the gate. But he'd said he would stay with us until it was all over. But it wasn't over, according to Josh. After getting the oatmeal ready and cutting up some organic strawberries, I fed Brayden, all the while chatting to him. I shut up when it occurred to me that I might be aggravating Josh with all of my mindless chatter. With my silence, he put the book down and looked at me. "You okay, ma'am?" The man was at least 10 years older than me, so calling me ma'am was ridiculous. I put my hand on my hip and looked right back at him. "Josh, don't you think that calling me ma'am is a bit over the top?" He shrugged. "What else do you call your boss's girl?" It hit me hard. He knew about us. Well, of course he does, you idiot. I really was an idiot. The man had seen us practically without any clothes on the floor in Brayden's bedroom, the night the shots were fired. What else would he think? I let it go, nodded, and went to work, cleaning everything up after giving Brayden a wooden spoon to play with, or rather bang on the tray of his high chair with. It kept him content, so I dealt with the noise. When I was all done, I got myself a bottle of water from the fridge, picked up the child, and headed to the playroom. I was going to put all of my focus on him and working with him that day. It would help me get my mind off Ganon and what he was up to. Josh followed us to the playroom and took a seat in the far corner and got back to reading his book. I pulled out the blocks with the letters and numbers on them and sat on the floor with Brayden. Holding up a block, I pointed to the letter. "This is the letter B. Do you know what word begins with the letter B?" Brayden laughed as if I'd told a funny joke, and he took the block away from me and threw it down. But then he did something amazing. He looked at me and looked around the room. Then one eyebrow rose as he asked, "Da?" My heart skipped a beat as I teared up. I grabbed him and hugged him. "Da. You said a word, Brayden." He laughed and wiggled, so I had to let him go. Then he asked again, "Da?" I was laughing as tears rolled down my cheeks. "I don't know where your daddy is. Let me call him and you can ask him that yourself." I took out my cell from the back pocket of my jeans and called Ganon. Wherever he was going to love hearing his son talk for the first time. Ganon answered the call. "Hey, baby." I put the phone on speaker so Brayden could hear his daddy. "Hi, babe. Someone was asking about you." "And who would that be?" Ganon asked with a chuckle. Brayden's eyes lit up, and he came to sit on my lap and look at the screen, expecting to see his daddy there, but not finding him. "Da? Da? Oh my," Ganon was overjoyed. "Brayden? Is that daddy's big boy? Son, I'm so proud of you." Brayden was so happy he jumped out of my lap and started jumping up and down, shouting "Da" over and over again. The tears were streaming down my face. Can you believe that? No. Gosh, I wish I was there to see him. He slipped off into silence. "So where are you, Ganon?" I had to ask. It was driving me crazy not to know. But all I heard was silence on the other end of the line. Oh, this can't be good.
Chapter 32. Ganon.
All I could hear was Brooke breathing as I sat there, not knowing what the hell to tell her. If she knew I'd put myself in the middle of what might turn into a very bad situation, she'd be worried. And she'd stay worried until I made it back to her safely. As I sat there dumbfounded, Samson reached over and poked me in the arm. "He's moving." "Was that Samson?" she asked. Ganon, what are you doing? It's going to be okay. We're going to put an end to this today, baby. I've got to go. No, she barked at me. Ganon, where are you? Baby, I have to go. I'll tell you all about it. He's going in the side door, Samson interrupted me. You have to call your crew and let them know they have to get out of there. Baby, I've got to go. I love you. Tell Brayden I love him too. I swiped the call to end it before she could stop me. I felt like an ass hanging up on her that way. But I didn't know what else to do. I knew she'd push me for more and more information. But she didn't need to know about any of this. If she did, she'd tell me to stay out of it and to let the cops and my investigators handle it. Only I couldn't do that. I had to see it with my own eyes. I had to have the chance to face the woman who wanted me dead and who would use our son to get everything I had. Calling the crew leader who was inside the building, I found him answering my call. Yes, boss? Don't panic, I started. Oh, boss, that's a terrible way to start a conversation. He didn't laugh, he knew something bad was coming. Get everyone out of there. But don't make it obvious. Call out that you're giving them an early lunch. Make sure everyone goes out through the front exit. Someone went in through the side door. I don't want anyone interacting with him. Don't lock the front doors after you leave, got it? Got it, boss. He ended the call, and I sat back to watch. Samson and I stayed put in his Ford Focus with darkly tinted windows. It was a perfect car for blending into the surroundings. No one ever noticed a bland car that there were so many of on the road. The only difference between the ones Samson drove and the ones other people did was that his had one badass engine. He could outrun just about anyone with the motor he had custom made. He and I watched as everyone walked out of the building. Each one of them looked happy to be taking an early lunch. And when I saw the crew leader come out, I knew he was the last one inside the building. That's the last one, Samson. Tell them to go inside. Samson got on his walkie-talkie to send in the policeman he'd personally lined up to work with us on this. I watched as a couple of unmarked police cars started to move, pulling out from where they'd been parked and waiting. Samson had people watching Cassandra's every move. When she had been spotted early this morning with a man who had a bandage wrapped around his right bicep, they'd really honed in her. And that's when they saw them coming out of her house. The man was wearing a trench coat, and she was carrying a brown paper bag. It was the way she was carrying the thing that alerted them that something was going down. She was overly cautious with the package as she got into the passenger side of the car that was parked near the side entrance of the nightclub. When Samson had texted me early this morning about it all, I'd hopped out of bed and told him I wanted to witness it all. I had to see the look on the skank's face when she went down. And the time was getting closer and closer as more and more unmarked police cars moved in. One parked in a way that blocked Cassandra's view from the front of the building. We knew she was the guy's lookout. And now she was blind to see if anyone went inside. Of course, there were policemen heading in through the unlocked front doors. Wearing business suits, 4 policemen got out of the cars they had parked on either side of hers. They got out and got together on the sidewalk, right in front of her car. Another unmarked car pulled up behind her, and another police officer dressed in a business suit got out and was calling out to the others, acting as if they were all together and he had no idea where he should park. Her car was quite effectively blocked in, and there would be no getting away. Cassandra became aware of that fact and opened her door, stepping out and looking at all of the men. I eased my window down a bit so I could hear her. "Excuse me, gentlemen. I'll be leaving soon." She looked at the man who had her blocked in. "Can you please move? Once my friend comes out, we have to hurry to get to our next meeting." "Sure, lady," the officer said with a smile. "Can you see any parking spaces from where you're at? I can't seem to find one anywhere." "No, I can't see one from here." She rubbed her forehead in aggravation. With her head down like that, she failed to notice the other men who were on the sidewalk moving in on her. Their plan had worked extremely well. They had her out of the car, where she'd be much easier to get to when the time came to make an arrest. One had slipped around the other side of the car and was coming up in front of her. Acting as if he was trying to help his friend, that officer said, "I think there might be one over there." He pointed off to one side, and they acted as if they were looking at something. The other three, who were closing in on Cassandra from behind, were able to get her to step a bit further from the car so they could pass by. One of them pushed the car door closed and stepped in between Cassandra and the car. The other two were right behind her, and she looked a little panicked as she realized she was trapped outside of the car and the other car was still blocking her in. Then the side door of my club opened up, and out spilled her man in the company of 2 uniformed police officers. "She made me do it all," he shouted. 4 sets of hands grabbed her as she tried to spin around. One of them forced her face first up against the car. Another officer began reading her rights to her. And now she was lost for words as she looked around, dazed and confused as hell. How? Her man friend wasn't through throwing her all the way under the bus yet as he shouted, "She made me do it. Cassandra Harrington made me take the shots at her kid's father that night. She made me set those bombs in the club to lead the police to think it was someone other than herself that was threatening Ganon Forrester and their son, Braden Forrester." "Shut up, you idiot," she screamed. "I will not," he yelled back at her. "I took a bullet for you, and you couldn't even be bothered to tell me you were sorry about that. And just so you all know, I could have actually shot that man, I just didn't want to. I began to grow a conscience. And that bomb I made isn't going to go off. I just told her it would. That ticking sound is an old clock I found to put inside of that plastic pipe." I looked at Samson. "Can we get out now?" With a nod, he and I got out of the car and made our way over to the officer who had Cassandra. The guy she'd had do all this saw me and shouted, "Hey Ganon? She had this planned for a year, dude. She wanted everything you had. She knew the kid was her only ticket to getting it." She turned to look at me then. Her eyes were wide. Her red lipstick was smeared. "He's a liar. He's the mastermind behind all of this. He made me do it all. Don't believe him." I shook my head and looked her straight in her dark eyes. "You will never see my son again. I will get your parental rights completely revoked. My son has a real mother now. A woman who loves him and puts him first every single time. And you will rot in prison. I will make damn sure of that. Ganon, no. Please." Her begging only served to piss me off even further. "My lawyers will meet you officers at the police station, where they will make sure she's charged with every crime they can come up with." I turned to leave, and Samson followed. It was over. Finally.
Chapter 33. Brooke.
Not happy with how Ganon had cut me off, I played with Braden to try to get my mind on anything other than Ganon and what he was up to. When Josh's cell buzzed, I jerked my head up and saw him taking the call. His voice was very low. "Josh here, boss." There was a series of ahas and some HMMs, but Josh wasn't talking much. I went back to playing with Braden, knowing I wasn't going to find anything out. I looked up again when Josh stood up and started walking to the door. "Bye, ma'am. It was nice working for you guys." My heart stopped. It had to be over. I got up, picking up Braden, and went toward him. "Was it her? Did they get her?" He nodded and went out the door. "Yep." I had no idea how to act. I wanted to jump up and down and shout about them getting that horrible skank. But she was Braden's mother. It just felt like the wrong thing to be doing. The poor kid. His mother would spend a considerable amount of his life in prison for what she'd done. And I didn't want him remembering that I jumped for joy and celebrated that horrible fact. Monster or not, she was his mother and always would be. Josh left, and little by little the staff came trickling in. It was crazy how they just all got back to work. Everyone was nice, and asked how we were doing with the whole thing. I didn't know how I was doing with it. I wanted Ganon to come and tell me every last detail. I could have called, but I didn't want to bother him. I knew he must be very busy, making sure Cassandra was put away for a very long time. So when an hour went by, and then one more, I just took Brayden to his bedroom after lunch for a nap. When I got to his bedroom, I saw men working on the bullet holes in the walls in his room and mine. So I opted for the next bedroom. It was an empty guest room, and I went in to put him down for a nap. He was tired, rubbing his little blue eyes and leaning heavily on me. Taking off his shoes, I laid him back on the bed and pulled the blanket over him as I sang him a lullaby. Since he was half asleep anyway, it took no time for him to go to sleep. I went into his bedroom and got the baby monitor. Then I went to mine to retrieve the one I had. Going back to the guest room, I plugged in the monitor and headed out into the hallway, not sure where I should go. The door to Ganon's room was open, and I'd seen housekeeping working on it. So I turned and headed to another guest room across the hallway from where I'd put Brayden. "Where are you going, baby?" I heard his deep voice ask. I turned and saw Ganon coming my way. Suddenly I was overwhelmed with emotion and ran to him, throwing my arms around him as tears got away from me. "Ganon? You're okay." I had known he was okay. Josh would have told me if he was otherwise. But it had just been there, that little doubt. But he was okay, and he was home. And it was all over. His large hand moved through my hair as his lips met my cheek. "I'm fine. It's over, baby. She's going to be in prison for a very, very long time. And my lawyers have already begun the process of stripping her of her maternal rights where Brayden is concerned. If I have my way, he will never know that woman is his mother. He will never know that woman, period." I didn't know what to say. I was full of mixed opinions about that whole thing. But right then, I couldn't worry about it. He was Brayden's father. It was his decision to make. "I'm just so happy to have you home, Ganon." I kissed him and felt his lips pull into a smile. "My room's getting cleaned. Why don't you, and the baby monitor step into this room over here?" His hand slid down my arm, taking my hand, then leading me to the same room I had been going into before he'd stopped me. When he opened the door, I found the room to be very much like the one he'd had me in. But there were no windows, as it was an interior room. It was dark once he closed the door, and he had to turn on the overhead light. I went to plug in the monitor, and was bent over to do that when I felt his arms come around me. He picked me up after I had the plug in the socket, and then he took me to the bed. "He's down for a nap, huh?" I nodded as he pulled my shoes off. "He should sleep for about an hour, I think." "Well, I guess we'll have to make this short and sweet then. You are mine, Brooke. I love you." I was his. A part of me always would be. He was right about that. But a part of him would always be mine too. At least we both could take that with us when this had to come to an end.
Chapter 34. Ganon.
If I said I wasn't nervous, then I'd have been lying. I was nervous. But I was something else, even more so than that. I was determined. We pulled up in front of her family's modest home in Napa Valley. Besides my Jag, Brad's red Lamborghini stood out amongst the other normal cars that were parked in a haphazard way around her family's two-story home. "Wow, how many people are here, Brooke?" I was trying not to call her baby at all. It was hard, but I had managed to rein that in so far that day. It was actually Brooke who kept throwing out babes left and right when she was talking to me. Looks like. Her eyes scanned the scene as we got out of the car, and I opened the door behind mine to get Brayden out of his car seat, maybe 20 give or take. "Don't let the size of my family get to you, babe." "Kay." I picked up Brayden as she reached into the seat behind hers to retrieve his diaper bag. It was a thing she had told me was on its way out, as she would soon have him using the bathroom like a big boy. We didn't even get to the door before her mother popped her head out the front door. "You made it." She hurried out to meet us, grabbing Brooke and hugging her. Then she looked at Brayden, Oh my goodness. She pinched his cheeks, making him giggle. You are so adorable. She smiled at me and gave me a wink. It's clear to see where he gets that from. Hi, Ganon. It's nice to finally meet you. Brad's spoken about you so often through the years, it's like we all already know you. My name's Barbara, but everyone calls me Babs. She opened her arms up. Wanna come with Grams, Brayden? Then she pulled out a cookie from her apron pocket to lure him in. I have cookies. I'd lost him to her then. He nearly jumped out of my arms to get into hers. She led the way, and I fell into step with Brooke. It was hard not to wrap my arm around her, I found out, as I reached out to do just that. Here, give me his bag, Brooke. She caught what I had almost done and smiled at me. Here you go, sir. I winked at her. Thanks, sitter. I couldn't help but love how her mother was already telling Brayden to call her Grams. It was a great start. Inside the home, I found it was bustling with people. Just inside the doorway, her mother stopped, and it was on to the introductions. All right, everybody, hush up and listen, her mother began. This little guy here is Brayden. His big, good-looking daddy, this mighty hunk of man who's standing behind me, is Ganon Forrester. You might have heard Brad bragging about knowing him a time or two. Some young guy in the corner chimed in, or every damn time anyone talks to him. Raucous laughter followed, making the living room shake. Babs went on, that wisecracker is Brad and Brooke's cousin Bobby. He comes from my husband's side of the family. They have no filter, so watch out for Uncle Bob, Aunt Lou, their sons Bobby and Kenny, and you also have to watch out for their little dog Toto. They're all ones to rattle off about things no one cares to hear. Another round of laughter told me they all were pretty thick-skinned, and everyone had a sense of humor. Out of a side room, I saw Brad coming in, followed by what had to be his father, as he looked like an older version of my old friend. Hey buddy. Brad waved. You're taking the dare Brooke gave you, huh? With a shrug I said, I wouldn't call it a dare. I'd call it a very nice invitation to spend this holiday with her large and funny family. And I'm extremely happy she did invite me. This seems like it'll be a fun couple of days. Brad laughed as he and his father made their way, curving through the mass that filled the living room, to get to us. Should be fun, Brad agreed. His father stuck out his hand, and I took it with a firm handshake. Benjamin Moore, like the paint company. Call me Ben, Ganon. It's a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. He gave me a wink, then turned his attention to my son. And who is this handsome young man we have here? Babs put her hand in her apron and slipped Ben a cookie. This is Brayden, and he likes cookies, Papa. Ben held up the cookie he'd been given and smiled at Brayden. Oh my! Look what Papa has for you, little Brayden. Without a hitch, Brayden went for that cookie, as he just finished the one Babs had given him, and into Ben's arms he went. Babs jabbed me in the ribs, talking out of the side of her mouth, he's going to be fought over more than the turkey's drumsticks this Thanksgiving. I think he'll be in heaven here. I looked at Brooke, who was beaming. Thanks for letting us tag along, Brooke. With our backs to the door and her mother in front of us, we had a bit of cover, and I felt her hand move over my ass. Then it settled on my back. You're not tagging along, Ganon. You're family. Can't you see that? We were off to a great start. I was introduced to Bab's sister Leah and her husband, and Steve. They had 2 grown kids, Laura and Andrew. Andrew was married with 1 kid, and then there was another dog who was part of his family. It was like a circus in their home. Loud, crazy smells everywhere, and wonderful. We'd managed to get to the middle of the living room. Brooke had said we needed to take Brayden upstairs to her room so she could change his diaper. So we were heading slowly in that direction, as Babs introduced me to everyone. I heard footsteps on the wooden staircase that came down to meet the end of the large living area. So you made it. I looked up to find an older version of Brooke coming down the stairs. You must be Brianna, I called up to her. I'm Ganon. Nice to meet you. She stopped right where she was, waiting for us to come up. Her eyes never left mine. I'll help you guys up here. She looked at her father, who still held my son. Hey you. Braden looked at Brianna, then back at Brooke. He was confused, as they looked so much alike. When Brianna held out her arms, he went right into them. She turned and went up the stairs with him as Brooke and I followed. I had no idea she and you looked so much alike, Brooke. I immediately regretted my words as her eyes cut to me, and I saw the insecurity in them. She's 5 years older than me. Much closer to your age, she whispered as we climbed the stairs behind her sister. My son looked at Brooke over Brianna's shoulder with a confused expression. We filed into Brooke's bedroom, Brianna laying Braden down on the pink comforter that covered Brooke's twin bed. Aren't you a handsome devil, Braden? I could just eat you up. Brianna smiled at him as he held her face, undoubtedly wondering what was happening. I put the diaper bag on the bed, and Brooke quickly opened it to get out a fresh diaper. Let's get you freshened up, pumpkin. Brianna stepped back to let Brooke tend to him, and looked me all the way up and all the way down. So you're the man who helped our big brother strike it rich. Her eyes cut to Brooke. And now you've made sure our baby sister is getting her college all paid for, and even getting hands-on experience to boot. Some might call you the Moore's angel, Ganon Forrester. Don't be rough on him, Brianna. Brooke gave her a pleading look as she pulled Braden up to straighten up his clothes. Please. I am begging you. Rough? Brianna cackled. It made me laugh too. She's harmless, Brooke. No need to worry about her, I joked. And that laugh tells me a bucket of water is all it would take to melt her anger. Brianna held her arm out and gestured to the door. Shall we join the zoo that is our family, guys? Brooke nodded. Yes, I have Braden all fixed up. Ready to deal with the masses. With one step forward, my arm was taken, looped around Brianna's, and off we were going. Brooke followed behind us, carrying my son. I caught the sadness that flowed over Brooke's face and quickly fixed the situation. Oh, let me carry Braden. I untangled my arm, then turned to take Braden out of Brooke's arms. Kissing his cheek, I went on, I might not get to hold my boy much these next couple days with so many who are wanting his attention. Let me have it while I can. Brooke beamed with my actions as Brianna headed on out and down the stairs. Brooke's smile was all I needed. I stopped at the top of the stairs before heading down to join her family. Brooke stopped just behind me. You okay, Ganon? I turned around to look at her. Your eyes are darker blue, making them much prettier. Your nose has light freckles that dust the top of it that I love to brush my lips over. Her body doesn't hold a candle to yours. Nobody's could. And most of all, she isn't you, Brooke. I spoke just a bit above a whisper, as her family was really loud. And I love you, baby. Just you. She blushed. I love you too.
Chapter 35. Brooke.
Thanksgiving morning was crazy as Mom, her sister, and her sister-in-law fought over every dang recipe for the afternoon meal. With all the chaos, Ganon was quick to make an offer no one refused. How about I head out to grab a bunch of sausage and egg biscuits and some other stuff for breakfast? He had to shout over the barking dogs, the television Uncle Bob had to listen to way too loud, and the bickering women in the kitchen. We were in the living room, but somehow their bickering made it all the way out to us. Hell yes, answered Ganon's question, and before I knew it, he and Brad were headed out the door. And there I was, left with Braden and kind of feeling a little left out. I wanted to go with Ganon. Brianna seemingly floated out of nowhere to my side. Hey, baby sister. While they're gathering sustenance, you and I can start putting together the tables on the back deck. Give Dad the baby. The last thing I wanted to do was hand off Braden. No. I'll take him with me. Grab a high chair out of the basement. I think mine is still down there. Are you nuts? She shook her head and held out her arms for Braden. He went right into them. Then she went to Dad, who was sitting in a comfy recliner. Can you entertain the cutest kid in the world for a moment, while Brooke and I put together the tables in the back so we can eat when the food gets here? I sure can, Dad said as he held out his hands. You want to watch the Thanksgiving parade with Papa, big boy? By the way, Brayden did a nosedive into his arms. I assumed he did want to do that. Brianna smiled at me as she looped her arm through mine, and out we went to fix up the tables on the deck. The morning was still cool, so she lit the outdoor heaters on the deck, and things began to become more comfortable right away. It's so pretty out here. I looked out over the sprawling vines of the winery that laid out behind our home. Living in Napa Valley, with its dizzying array of gorgeous landscapes, was like living in paradise. When you added in the temperate climate, you really had a little slice of Eden right there in your own backyard. Hey! Brianna's shout took me out of my little break before actually working. Wanna wake up and help? We got to work setting up tables that we kept in a closet off the side of the deck, made especially for these big occasions. Once we had the last table done and the last folding chair in place, we took seats. Man, that's a heck of a lot of work. I stretched my legs out and looked up to stretch my neck too. And then a tall, handsome man walked into my view, looking down at me. "What you doing?" Ganon asked, as he placed 2 handfuls of brown paper bags on the table next to me. I regained my composure. Taking a break after putting all this together. Dad has Brayden. Cool. He jerked his head at the car that my brother had pulled all the way to the back. Brad parked back here. I think he wants his Lambo to be this Thanksgiving's centerpiece. Brianna got up to go get more bags out of the car. Can you say show off? We both laughed, and I caught him looking off, watching my sister walk away. I looked down. Maybe he was just playing me. Maybe he was still the man he'd always been. Maybe he hadn't changed at all. His hand caught my chin and he pulled my face up. His lips barely caught mine with a quick kiss. Then our eyes met. Sleeping without you, even with Brayden between us, was excruciating. Promise never to make me do that again, baby. He hurried to leave me, to go inside to tell everyone that breakfast was here. I was left breathless. Maybe he has changed. Maybe he does love me. The day went on, and as usual, we ate Thanksgiving food at lunchtime, and my birthday was celebrated at dinner time. Brad and Brianna had a special dinner surprise for me, and I had to stay out of the kitchen as they prepared it. That was cool, nice, great, and all of that. But my siblings had pulled Ganon in on it, and the 3 of them were in the kitchen, cooking things up for all of us on my birthday. I couldn't help but have a little worry that Brianna was winning over the man I loved. Night replaced day, and the outside lights sparkled as we all sat out on the deck. The heaters kept it nice and toasty, and the ambiance was very relaxing. Not that I was very relaxed. My sister, who looked just like me, was in the kitchen with Ganon. Mom and Dad were whispering far more than I ever remembered them doing before. It was weird, and I found myself feeling left out as we all sat around and waited for the meal to be brought out to us. Everyone was starving, as the meal wouldn't be served until 8 in the evening. Brianna said she wanted to make sure that we were all hungry after the huge Thanksgiving feast we had had at lunch. I was starving, and I wanted to see Ganon out there with me. With Brayden on my lap, I played patty cake with him, and I caught my parents looking at us. Both wore wide smiles, and Dad even nodded at me when I caught them. "You two are in love, kiddo." I hugged Brayden and kissed his cheek, then he kissed mine. "That we are. I love you, pumpkin." I rubbed his nose with mine. He nodded, then opened his mouth as he looked at me. "Ma." His tiny hands took my face, and he kissed the tip of my nose. "Ma?" I cut my eyes and caught a tear falling down my mother's face. I was about to correct him, but she was quick to say something first. "Oh my goodness. He needs a mother so desperately. How wonderful he has you, Brooke. What a godsend you've been to him and Ganon." There were absolutely no words that came to me. Then the back door opened, and out came Brad, Brianna, and Ganon. A cake was in my sister's hands, and all 3 were singing happy birthday to me. My family joined in, and I found Mom taking Brayden out of my arms. I hated being the center of attention. But I took it on my birthday and stood up, blowing out the candles. At the end I heard Ganon ask, "What did you wish for?" I shook my head as Brianna and Brad moved off to the sides to put the cake down on the table. But Ganon stayed right in front of me as I answered him. You can't say your wish. But I had wished one thing as I blew out those candles. I wanted Ganon, Brayden and I to be together forever, even though I knew that was next to impossible. Well, it's not my birthday, so I can tell you what I wished for. He took my hands in his and moved me back to sit in the chair that was right behind me. I looked at what he was doing, touching me. In front of my family. I gulped. Had he forgotten about having to keep our secret? Then I noticed that he was moving down. Getting on his knees. Wait. No, not both knees. Only one knee. And he was pulling something out of his pocket. My left hand was still in his, and I threw my right hand up to cover my mouth. What is he doing? Guess what your brother told me, Ganon said with a soft tone. I shook my head as an answer. I couldn't speak. I was half afraid for my life and his, and half unsure what was going on exactly. He told me that your middle name is Madeline. Did you know that was my mother's middle name too? He smiled and winked at me. I shook my head. I still couldn't talk. So I see you are rendered speechless. Well, this is a first. I may as well dive on in then. He opened his right hand. A little blue box was on his palm. He flipped that lid with his thumb, and the largest diamond I'd ever seen sparkled in the twinkling lights that hung all over the deck. Brooke Madeline Moore, would you do me the great honor of becoming my wife? My mouth dropped. I looked at him, then around at my overprotective family and saw only smiles on their faces. And when Brayden threw his little arms out as he looked at me and shouted, "Ma," as he nodded, well, I lost it all. I sobbed out my answer. Yes. My hand shook as Ganon pushed that heavy ring onto my finger, and I continued to cry as he got up, picked me up in his strong arms and kissed me right in front of my entire family. All I heard were claps, whoops, and hollers. Then I felt a hand on my shoulder just as our lips parted. I turned my head to find my big brother right there. Now you be good to this man right here, baby sister. He's 1 in a billion. But you two were made for one another. All I could do was nod and cry as Ganon hugged me again. Let's eat cake, my brother shouted, and all the noise of my family faded away as Ganon kissed me one more time. His lips moved off mine, up my neck and to my ear. Warm breath stirred my hair with his words. You are mine and I love you. And I always will.
The end.
The Forbidden Sitter, Extended Epilogue. Ganon. 5 years later.
Grab him, Brayden. I've got him, Dad. I watched as Brayden scooped up our 1.5-year-old son before he made it all the way to the cold water of the Pacific Ocean. You can't go into the water, Bubba. Come on, let's play in the sand over here. Away from the water so you don't get wet. You might catch a cold if you get wet, Grady. That's Mama's little helper, Brooke called out as she turned over to get some sun on the front of her. He's such a great big brother. I moved off my beach chair to lie on the blanket next to her. Leaning my head on my hand so I could look down at her, I gazed at her. You know your parents will be coming into LA this evening. We could pawn the boys off on them and have a little alone time. Her perfect eyebrows arched over her shades. Alone time? What's that? She snickered and shook her head. It's been so long since we've had any of that. It's been one thing after another, hasn't it? Her bikini-clad body did things to me that had my mind going to other places. Placing my hand on her flat stomach, I ran my thumb over the scar where she had the C-section that brought little Grady to us. He was a week late and didn't want to make his debut until forced to. She had a long recovery after that ordeal. Brooke scared the shit out of me with the birth of Grady. The unplanned C-section merely the start of bad things to come. They were inducing labor when something went wrong. The baby's heart rate just plunged for some reason. The doctor and nurses whisked her away to the OR, and I was left standing there with her family and Brayden. I had to stay out of the way as the doctor told me Brooke was hemorrhaging. We nearly lost her and Grady that night. I'd never felt more terrified than I did when a nurse came to tell me that Brooke wasn't waking up. They needed me to come into the recovery room. I left Braden and Brooke's family in the waiting room. When I saw my wife hooked up to a ventilator and all kinds of other things, I nearly fell to my knees. I offered up a prayer before I took her hand. With my touch, her hand jerked a bit. With my voice, her eyes fluttered open. She couldn't speak with the tube going down her throat, so all we could do was look into each other's eyes. But somehow that was enough. I could see a spark light up inside of her as she looked at me. And that spark ignited the one that always burned inside of me for her, but with the pure terror I was feeling, that spark had grown dim. I had no idea what I'd do without Brooke if the Lord decided to take her away from me. To say I'd be lost without her just didn't cut it. I'd be devastated, and so would Braden. The nurse hurried to get the breathing tube out of Brooke since she was awake. And I hated to see Brooke gagging and coughing the way she did, as it came back up her throat, making her pretty blue eyes water. She was weak, paler than I thought was humanly possible, and so fragile. I knew I had my work cut out for me, taking care of her. But I swore to her I would, and I stood by that promise. A few days later, I took my wife and new baby home, and Braden and I got a crash course in taking care of a newborn. Braden was only 5, but he could bring me all kinds of things. And he could hold his baby brother while he was sitting down, giving his mother and me a break now and then. Brooke had legally adopted Braden after his biological mother's rights were stripped. Cassandra Harrington had been sentenced to 99 years in prison. Not long enough if you ask me, but my lawyers assured me she'd die behind those thick walls. I tried not to think about the horrible woman much. I had much better things to think about. Like my precious little family. Brooke's hand moved over mine as she pulled her shades down a bit. You get that look every time you touch my scar. Our scar, I corrected her. And it's just because that was a very emotional night. And you're never allowed to put me through that again. I leaned over and placed a kiss on the tip of her nose. She giggled as she ran her hands around my neck and pulled me to kiss her sweet lips. When our mouths parted, she whispered, "But I will want another child, my love. A girl would fit in perfectly. In a year or so. No rush." With a chuckle I added, "Oh no, baby. You just think you were overprotected by your family. That poor girl would have it even worse with 2 brothers watching over her. And me and you too. Oh, she'd hate us all. We should just stop right where we are." I kissed her softly once more. "And that way I know you'll never scare me the way you did with Grady." Her soft palm ran over my shoulder. She knew I still had nightmares about that night. Sometimes I'd wake up screaming her name. Not that it ever happened in real life. But man, I thought I was going to lose my shit more than once that night. Thank God her family was there with me, keeping my head screwed on tight. If it hadn't been for them, I knew I'd have been a raving lunatic. Grady came up between us, laughing like crazy. I was happy that he favored me so much, just like Braden did. The two looked like brothers completely. And as I looked at my sons, noticing how much they looked like me, I understood Brooke's desire to have a daughter. Someone who looked like her. Then and there, I knew I was being selfish. Yes, the birth of Grady had been an ordeal that no one would ever want their wife to go through again. But in the end, if she wanted to try for a girl, it would be wrong to deny her that. "How'd you guys like to spend the night with Papa and Grams tonight?" I asked the boys. They whooped and hollered, and I knew their answer. Brooke wore a wide smile. "Well, it seems we may have a night out, Daddy. I'll make the arrangements. You get these little monsters into the car and I'll pick up our things. Our day at the beach is officially over." As I grabbed our things, I tapped out a text to Janine to set up a night at the peninsula in Beverly Hills for the 2 of us. I was about to show my wife a night she'd never forget. And I'd give her the good news that I was completely on board with her having another baby whenever she wanted to. It was time to put my fears to one side. If Brooke wanted a chance to have a daughter, then I'd give her that chance. I found it impossible not to give Brooke anything she desired. Not that she asked for much, because she didn't ask for hardly anything. And when she did, it usually was something for the children instead of herself. Truly selfless is the best way to describe the woman who did me the great honor of becoming my wife. Not once had I ever regretted asking her to marry me. Not even a little. I asked Brad one time after we'd been married a year what had him and his family changing their minds about Brooke and me. He told me they all could see the love in all of our eyes. His exact words were, "You look at Brooke with the same love in your eyes as you look at your son. And she does the same to you. And that little boy has the exact same look when he looks at you both. You three are a family, anyone can see that." I'd been ready to do battle with my best friend and his entire family over Brooke. Thank God it didn't have to come to that. Braden's shouting brought me out of my reverie. "Hey Dad, look for Grady's shovel please. He's screaming his head off and saying what me and Mom thinks is shovel. He really wants that thing." Looking down, I found the little red shovel halfway buried in the loose white sand. Got it. Jogging over to the car with all of our things, I handed Braden the shovel. He hurriedly handed it to his baby brother. "Here you go, Grady." The baby quickly went quiet as he had his toy back in his little hand. He sure can get loud when he wants to. Brooke nodded as she turned back around in the passenger seat. "He sure can." I slipped into the driver's side and winked at my wife. "So, I've got something special in the works for tonight, Mrs. Forrester." Laying her head back on the headrest, she smiled. "Good. I need a special night for just the two of us." And she'd get what she wanted, just like I always made sure she did. Brooke. With my kids under the watchful, albeit spoiling eyes of my parents, I gave myself over to my husband for the matter of one night. That's all I could really stand, to be away from the kids. Even though we only had one night, I knew Ganon would make it a night to remember. He and I never did the dating thing. The going out to lavish hotels and eating in the fanciest of restaurants. Not with having Braden right from the start. We frequented family restaurants and rarely went anywhere where we needed to stay in hotels. So this was a real treat for me. Ganon had gotten us a villa at the peninsula, a place I'd often talked about wanting to visit in Beverly Hills. The small structure was tucked away in one of the gardens of the hotel. It resembled a tiny mansion with upscale furnishings. On the patio, a jacuzzi sizzled, reminding us we'd have to indulge ourselves in a little while. The moon would be full that night, so I commented as we walked by the bubbling tub, "Wanna meet me here at midnight and see if we can't conjure up something sinister?" "You're on," Ganon told me as he pulled me in tightly to his side. "First, some dinner. I'm taking you out to a place we could never bring our kids. Then onto a little." I placed my finger on his lips. "Ganon, do you know what I really want?" He chuckled. "Me? Now? That would be nice. But no. Not yet. I want the fancy dinner. But after that, I want to come right back here, and I want to be alone with you. Just you and me and no one else. Do you think we can do that?" I batted my eyelashes at him. Not that I had to. The man gave me everything I had ever asked for. But I liked to butter him up anyway. It was always fun. "I'll think about it." He pulled me around in front of him so our bodies were flush against the others. The fancy dinner was fast becoming a thing I could see foregoing. But my stomach betrayed me, growling like a hungry lion. His mouth left mine and he rested his forehead on mine. "Let's get changed so we can go eat. The reservations are for an hour from now." With a sigh, I headed to the bedroom to get myself ready, and he followed behind me. It was torture watching him shower, then put a nice suit back on, covering his scrumptious body up once more. I just kept sighing as I longed to feel his arms around me, our bodies covered in sweat. We made our reservation. I ate some delicious lobster and enjoyed some expensive wine. And then, after sharing a piece of cheesecake, we went back to the little villa. Each step I took had me feeling a little bit giddier as we neared the villa. When we got to the door, I was surprised by Ganon as he scooped me up and took me inside. Kicking the door closed behind us, he made an animal-like growl before putting me down. "Clothes off now." Shivering with delight, I hurried to do as he said. He never got this way with me anymore. Not since I had Grady. No, after Grady and all I went through with that delivery, Ganon had treated me like I was made out of glass. Like I could so easily be broken. I was more than ready for him to be with me the way he had prior to all that. His nightmares that would occur on occasion told me he had a deep fear. One that had me at the center of it. One that had him afraid I might be taken away from him. I was as close to death as it gets the night they had to cut me open to get Grady out. I recalled it all too. The way it felt as I poured out my life's blood in the operating room. They'd given me an epidural. I was awake but feeling nothing from the waist down. But my head began to swim with the blood that quickly exited my body. It was as if I was going into a tunnel. One I could never come out of. For the longest time there was only blackness. I felt nothing, heard nothing, and didn't have the will to even open my eyes to see anything. Until I felt Ganon's touch and heard his deep smooth voice. Then everything came rushing back to me. It felt as if he was a tether, pulling me back from a spacewalk. When I looked into his blue eyes, I saw home. He'd brought me back home. Ganon and I had a connection before I ever had Grady. But when I almost died and he brought me back, that connection grew so deep that I knew nothing could break it. I gained so much from that experience, and so did Ganon. But with that nearly tragic moment, I lost something too. I lost Ganon's support about having another child, ever. That one thing was the only thing he and I didn't agree on. Most things we worked at, until we came to a decision where both of us were comfortable. He'd bend a bit, I'd bend a bit, and we'd find a place that would work for us. But not with another pregnancy. Not with another chance he'd have to face losing me. I understood. I did. It's not as if I hadn't witnessed how upset he'd been. And he did have to do so much more with the baby and me than either of us had guessed would happen. But still, there was a longing that I couldn't put away. The boys looked so much like Ganon it was eerie. And as silly as it might sound, I wanted an eerie look-alike too. But I didn't think it was in the cards for me. Not with Ganon refusing to bend on the subject. Other than that one thing, we had built a wonderful life. A fairy tale, really. I had it all. My career as the director of a private kindergarten. Braden and Grady came to work with me, as there was a daycare facility for the staff. I was able to have them in my office most of the time, and when they weren't in there, they were playing in the daycare facility just down the hallway. At the end of each day, Ganon would meet us in front of the building, and our driver would take us all home. Structure ruled us all, and we all flourished from it. My parents commended me often, telling me my husband and I ran our life like a well-oiled machine. A machine that moved easily, fluidly, and without very many hiccups. But I was facing a challenge. One I wasn't sure how to take on. I wanted another chance to have a girl. I wanted only one more chance. If I had another boy, then I'd stop. But I wanted one more chance. Ganon and I might face our biggest disagreement yet. But I was willing to go into battle with my husband for a chance to bring a daughter I felt was waiting to come to us, into the world. And I thought after a nice long night of making love, I might be able to win the battle that would surely come when I asked him for what I wanted. So the plan was to butter Ganon up. Do to him all the things I knew he loved and leave him breathless. Then I'd go in for the kill. I know it's a bit dramatic, but this was war. A war he didn't know was coming. A sneak attack on a moonlit night. As I looked at my handsome husband, I almost pitied the man. But then I thought about all the pleasure I was about to bring him and he me, and I got over it. Ganon. The next morning, I woke up with her wrapped around me and the blanket pulled around us. But we were still lying sideways on the enormous California king-size bed. Her hair was absolutely everywhere as she raised her sleepy little head. "Morning," I groaned as I rolled over and looked at the clock on the nightstand. Okay, yeah, technically it still is morning. Only 11. "Oh my Ganon," she moaned as she rolled out of bed. She stopped as soon as she stood up. "Whoa." She stood perfectly still, then took a few steps. "Ow. Ow. Ow." She turned back to look at me with a sensual smile, curving her lips. "It's been a while since you've made me feel like this, Ganon Forrester. You bad boy." I had to laugh as she wobbled to the bathroom. "I'm not through with you, Mrs. Forrester." Once she'd closed the door, I got up, finding I was also a little stiff, and went to get my cell to make a call. With one call, I had one more night with my wife, as Graham and Papa told me they'd love to keep the boys one more night for us. Climbing back into bed, I fluffed the pillows and made everything presentable. And when Brooke came back out, all cleaned up, her hair and teeth brushed, she looked radiant. And as happy and fulfilled as she looked at that moment, I knew she was about to get even more radiant. I patted the bed. "Come here." She came and climbed into the bed with me, laying down next to me, propping her head up on the pillows. "Not to worry, I'm nowhere close to being ready to get going. Thank God for the late checkout of 2 this afternoon. I'm going to need every minute of that time to pull myself together. I've got a surprise for you, Brooke." I reached out to pull her into my arms. She rested her head on my shoulder and I went on. "I've called your parents and they're going to watch the boys one more night. And I can rent the villa for another night too. We have more time." She sighed. "Does it make me a bad mom that I'm happy to hear that, Ganon?" "Not at all." I kissed the top of her head. "And I'd like to give you another surprise." She sat up and looked at me with twinkling blue eyes. "Before you tell me your next surprise, I'd like to talk to you about something." I shook my head, not being able to stand to have one more second pass by without her knowing what I had to say. "That can wait. You need to hear this." She sighed and looked at me as she crossed her arms. "Okay, go ahead. But then we're talking." I wasn't real sure what she was looking so serious about, but I wasn't looking forward to talking about whatever she had on her mind. It looked deep and more than a bit troubling. But I had high hopes that what I had to say might override whatever was on her mind. "Baby, I know I've told you I don't want you ever to be put in the dire circumstances you were with Grady's birth." I paused for only a second as a frown made her light brow furrow. "That said, I think I've been selfish. You want the chance to have a daughter for us, and I'm giving you my support." She sat perfectly still, staring at me. Then her jaw dropped. "I can have another baby. You want one too?" I nodded, and she beamed at me. "Yes, I want a baby too. I'd love nothing more than to see a little doll like you running around our house. And if we have another boy, I'll adore him too. I don't care what gender we have." The kisses she gave me made me laugh as she was all over me. "Thank you. Thank you, Ganon." She sat back and shook her head. "And to think I was all ready to go to battle with you over this very subject. Was that what you were going to talk about?" I asked her as I pulled her back to me, hugging her tightly. "It was. But we don't have to have that talk now, do we?" She kissed my cheek. I kissed her lips. "No, we don't have to waste time with that. We can get to practicing the baby making. We had a lot of fun when we made Grady. Just think about the fun we'll have when we get serious about having another little monster who'll keep us up all night and spit up on us, leaving us smelling like spoiled milk." "You sweet talker you," Brooke said as she laughed. That was one of the best weekends we ever had. And only 3 years later, Brooke and I welcomed a daughter to our family. And this time, everything went perfectly. In the end, I learned that one can't let fear of what might happen stop them from having everything they can in life. We would have missed out on our little girl, and that would have been a tragedy equally as bad to the one I worried about so much. With a happy wife, I learned how to have a happy life. The end.
Sneak peek for Masked Indulgence, A Billionaire Holiday Romance Nightclub Sins 2. Chapter 1. Nixon. Halloween night.
A slight chill took over the night air as my driver pulled up in front of the club I'd directed him to. This was where I'd always come to find a bit of relief. The darker side of me often came out around the most sinful of holidays. The alpha in me wanted someone to play with for one night. That's all I dared to allow myself. I trekked up to Portland, Oregon, to get away from my life in Los Angeles, California, for a speck of time. I didn't dabble in the club realm at home. I saved that for when I came to the club I'd joined when it first opened a few years back. The Dungeon of Decorum was a place I hadn't often visited, only coming up once or sometimes twice a year. I only liked to play at being in charge. I wasn't the full-time kind. I had never leased a woman or even paid for more than a night's pleasure. It was just a way for me to blow off steam once in a while, nothing serious. When I'd received the invitation to the club's first annual Halloween ball, I got the itch to have some fun and made plans to attend what the invitation assured would be a great time. A red carpet led me from the car I'd hired to the front door of what looked like a shack. On the outside, that's all anyone saw. On the inside, the stairs took you underground to where a massive structure housed a large main room, several smaller, more intimate rooms, a host of private rooms, and even private suites for long-term stays. Walking into the main room, I found a giant banner hanging over the crowd who'd gathered to take part in the eerie festivities. Cloaks covered most of the men's tuxedos, just as mine did. A plain Lone Ranger-style mask hid my identity. The women were the real stars of the night, decked out in all kinds of sinister attire. I must have looked a bit overwhelmed by the plethora of willing women, as a man nudged my shoulder. "See any who are to your liking?" With a nod, I answered his question. "Many are to my liking. This is by far the best Halloween party I've ever been invited to." "Me too," the man said, then chuckled. "But I'm not here to shop for a new companion, I've got me a permanent one now." He reached out to shake my hand. "Dr. Owen Cantrell." As I shook his hand, I recalled hearing that name before, then it struck me. "You're that plastic surgeon to the stars. Or you were before that reality show ended. I believe it was titled Beverly Hills Reconstruction. I'm based out of Los Angeles too. Nixon Slaughter. I own and operate Champlain Services." "I've heard of that," Owen said as he nodded. "It's an environmental agency." To say I was proud of my company was too small a word. That company had taken a lot of time to build and to make a name for itself. After years of hard work, I'd accomplished more than I had ever dreamed. We worked worldwide, and the best part was that we were helping the planet and future generations. Shoving my hands into my pockets, I rocked on my feet, pride overflowing inside of me. "So you've heard of my little endeavor?" "Who hasn't?" he asked with a grin. "I also read something in the LA Times about you and a couple of other guys building some new club downtown. An exclusive one, much like the select few nightclubs in Las Vegas. When do you suppose that'll be opening?" "We're hoping to have it open for a New Year's Eve bash. That's the target date for the grand opening." I pulled a business card out of the breast pocket of my jacket and handed it to Owen. "Here's my number. Give me a call, and I'll set you and a date up for that on the house." He pocketed the card and clapped me on the back. "Cool. We'll be there." "Thanks, man." He pulled out a card of his own and gave it to me. "And if you know of anyone who needs my services, you give them my number. And let them know if they say you referred them, they'll get a 10% discount." I put away his card as I said, "Will do, partner." A woman with long, silky black hair, wearing a barely there teddy and a giant mask with peacock feathers, came to Owen's side. He put his arm around her, pulling her close to his side. "Allow me to introduce you to the woman who'll be my date at your grand opening. This is Petra, my wife." She extended a long, slender hand and I took it, delivering a kiss to the top of it. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Petra. I'm Nixon Slaughter. I look forward to seeing you both at my nightclub on New Year's Eve. You'll be my honored guests." "Oh," she looked at her husband. "That club, I read about it. Her dark eyes turned to mine. Have you come up with a name for it yet? Last I read, you and your partners hadn't. Shaking my head, I shoved my hands back into my pockets. No, we're at an impasse. But we'll come up with something soon. Just as soon as we can figure out how to get Ganon Forrester to stop shooting down all of our ideas. Petra's eyes lit up as she said, how about club exclusive? You know, because it's catering to an exclusive branch of society, the ultra-wealthy. I'll run it by my partners. Our attention was then taken by someone who'd gotten to the mic on the main stage. Happy Halloween, everybody, the master of ceremonies called out. Thunderous applause boomed throughout the large room. Owen gave me a nod, and he and his wife moved forward to get closer to the stage. I stood back, watching the crowd move in. I wasn't too keen on being in the midst of a crowd. I like to be near an exit most times. It was an odd little quirk of mine. Getting trampled in a panicked frenzy was a bit of a phobia I had. Thankfully, staying on the fringes of any crowd kept me sane. A waiter came by with a tray of assorted cocktails. I picked up a clear drink that had some cherries floating in it. When I took a little taste, I found it was minty and fresh. Looking back at the stage, I found 4 people lining up on it. 1 man and 3 women, all wearing red cloaks, were getting into position. Chains fell from the rafters, and more men came onto the stage to string the women up. Playing with ropes and chains wasn't a thing I'd ever done. Not that I wouldn't like to someday, but I just didn't have the know-how to put all that stuff up in a space. And I couldn't have a room at home, the way a lot of other men did. My parents visited from their home in Texas and stayed with me about 3 or 4 times a year. They'd usually stay for a week each time, and Mum was a nosy little woman. I'd never get away with having a red room of pain in my place. Not to mention, Malibu beach houses weren't quite the place to practice things that had women screaming. The cops would be called, that was a given. So I was left with dabbling with my little fetish in another place. A few people knew my sinister secret. My partners and my best friend Shanna. My partners thought it was badass. Shanna thought it was freakish and that I'd get over it one day and grow the hell up. Shanna and I had been friends back in our tiny hometown of Pettis, Texas. When I came out to LA, she got mad at me for leaving her all alone in the boring town. After I'd established myself, I gave in to her pleas and let her come out and live at my place until she was able to stand on her own 2 feet. A thing she did pretty rapidly. It was when she was living with me that she found out about my little secret. I'd brought a woman home with me one night during the first week Shanna was there. I'd forgotten she was there, to be honest. Shanna knocked on the bedroom door and yelled at me to come out and talk to her. Which I did, reluctantly sending the woman home as Shanna berated me for my unforgivable behavior. She told me 50 Shades sucked, and anyone who followed such a mindless plot was a damn fool, a thing she knew I wasn't. I was expecting another berating, and a long sermon to come from her when I returned home from this trip. I'd managed to duck out of town before she could catch me and try to stop me from going to Portland, knowing what I did whenever I traveled there. "Excuse me, please," came a soft voice as a woman touched my arm to get me to take a step to one side, allowing her to move into the crowd. She only made it a few steps in front of me, before the outer wall of people stopped her forward progression. Long legs covered in torn black fishnet stockings ended in a pair of red heels. A black bodice clung to her curves. She wore her hair in a long dark braid that she had pulled over her left shoulder. When she turned around, clearly annoyed that she couldn't see anything from where she was, her blue eyes met mine. Lifting my drink to her, I said, "Hey." "Hey? Really? How lame am I?"
Chapter 2. Katana.
Although the night had started out badly, I found myself looking into the most gorgeous set of deep green eyes I'd ever seen. The mask he wore did little to hide the fact that the tall, muscular man was handsome. "Hey," he said to me as he raised his glass. I needed a drink desperately. A thing he must have noticed as my eyes moved from his gaze to his almost full glass. Just then a waiter walked behind him and he stopped the guy, grabbing me a drink off the full tray. Handing me a dark drink with a lime wedge hanging on the rim of the clear highball glass, he smiled at me. Would you care for a drink? I'm dying for one, actually. I took the drink from him and struggled to be somewhat classy, taking a dainty sip instead of downing it the way I wanted to. The last week had been hellish. I hadn't paid attention to my schedule and had set up not 2 or 3 deadlines for myself, but 10 of them. As a freelance book cover designer, I was self-employed, and that meant I was my own boss, a thing that was new to me. Not experienced in management, things had gotten out of hand. I'd get it down eventually, I knew I would, but the week had taken its toll on me. One would think going to a club for a Halloween party would be the last place an overworked woman would want to go. But being able to give my whole self over to someone else was always a relief. So I took the invite sent to me by my friend Bliss. We'd met long ago, when I was just a kid sent to an orphanage after my mother disappeared. Bliss and I were a lot alike. We were both quiet and kept to ourselves. We'd written to one another when I was sent to live with an elderly couple in foster care, and she stayed at the orphanage. We kept in contact just so we both knew there was at least one person in the world who knew we existed. Bliss had met the man she'd eventually married at this club, and she had encouraged me to check it out by coming to their first annual Halloween ball. She knew I had little experience in the club world, but assured me that didn't matter. I could just watch things this first time. If someone did ask me to do anything, she told me to let them know about my inexperience. I'd hoped she and her husband, Troy, would be at the club for the Big Bash, but he didn't want to bring her back to the place for some reason. I thought it was odd that he wouldn't want to come back to a place that had brought them together. "Do you come here often?" the hunky man asked me, shaking me from my thoughts. Only then did I realize I hadn't even said thank you. Oh geez. I grimaced and felt the plastic of my mask gouge into my cheeks. "I'm sorry. It's been a hell of a week. First, let me say thanks for grabbing me a drink. I need copious amounts of alcohol to rid my mind of all the clutter that's been burning through it for over a week. And second, let me answer your question. No, I don't come here often. This is my first time." When his lips pulled up into one of the best smiles I'd ever seen, I couldn't help but notice his perfect teeth. "First time, huh? Any experience with this type of thing?" My body tensed. I wasn't used to talking about where I'd gotten my experience, limited as it was. I hesitated to give him detailer, as our little playtime hadn't ended well. I didn't want him to think I was scared by what had happened. But Bliss had urged me to be truthful with any man I might consider doing anything with, so I went on. In the end, the bad boy thing turned into just plain physical and mental pain. It ended when he went to jail for beating the hell out of me, and leaving me with a broken arm and jaw. Damn. His one-word answer had me looking down. I knew he felt sorry for me and probably thought of me as damaged goods. His fingers touched my chin, pulling my face up. I saw the concern in his green eyes. "Are you okay now?" I nodded. "That was a few years ago. I got over it," I told him. And I had, for the most part. The only remnant from that horrible time in my life was a nightmare sneaking up on me every now and then, telling me I still had a little damage left over from the brute. "You can call me Mr. S. What should I call you?" He shifted his weight as he looked me over. "Katana," I said, as I hadn't thought of an alternate name for myself. Bliss hadn't told me about doing that. "Katana Reeves." "Nice to meet you, Katana Reeves." He jerked his head to one side. "I'm not into crowds. You want to join me in one of the smaller rooms? We can watch a scene together." After a nod, he took me by the hand and off we went, leaving the large room behind us. A step behind him, I took the opportunity to chug my drink while he couldn't see me. I needed to take the edge off, and quickly. As he pushed open a door, I heard horrible groans and saw a woman all tied up and bent over some kind of a table. Hushed whispers were heard as a handful of people watched what seemed to be a brutal scene. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted a bar and pulled at my hand to get Mr. S to let me go. He stopped and turned to look at me, seeing the empty glass in my hand. He smiled at me and we headed to the bar first. "What would you like, Katana?" Bourbon and Coke, please. I already felt like he was taking care of me, and it felt awesome, exactly what I needed after my hectic week. A double shot of Michter's Celebration and Coke for the lady, and some of the same for me, straight on the rocks. He set his half-full glass on the bar, and I placed my empty one next to his. His dark green eyes moved to my lips. I like that black lipstick you've got on. Shame it's going to get all messed up later. His confident statement took me by surprise, and all I could do was stare at the attractive man who seemed to be made of muscles. A shiver ran through me as our drinks were put in front of us. He took mine, placing it in my hand. Then he grabbed his drink in one hand, my hand with the other, and took me to a little table for two at the back of the room. I gulped as I heard the loud smacking sound of leather meeting flesh and the yell of pain that followed. My eyes closed as I thought about what I was getting myself into. His arm moved over my shoulder and he drew me in close. His lips grazed my ear as he said softly, "You're perfectly safe with me, Katana. No reason to worry at all. Just sit back and relax. Enjoy the show, then perhaps you'll think about what you and I can come up with together. I promise you won't feel bad while in my hands." The way he spoke, the look in his eyes, the way he touched me, it all made me feel at ease. He was a perfect stranger, yet I felt drawn to him in a way I'd never felt with any other man. Another smacking sound had me looking at the couple on the small stage. Sagging in the ropes, the woman seemed beaten down. My heart ached as I knew how that felt. In more ways than one. Lyle Strickland wasn't the first person to beat the hell out of me and leave me wishing for death to take the pain away. But he'd sure as hell be the last. When the woman's man untied her, he carried her wilted body to a bed and laid her down with gentleness. He got up to leave her, and her arms went out to him as she cried, "Please, sir." "Now you want me?" he asked her. "I thought you wanted that other man." "Only you, sir. I'm only meant for you. Please take me. I am yours." Since we didn't get to see most of the show, I figured she must have been cheating on her man and had gotten caught. My eyes cut to Mr. S's, finding him none too pleased with the scene. A hard line had his lips clamped shut. He and I both seemed out of place in the club. The look on his face was different from the look most of the other men who watched the show had. He looked disgusted, while most of the others looked enticed. I had to admit, that particular scene wasn't a thing I liked either. If someone cheated on you, you let their sorry ass go. No need to whip them into loving you. As if that could even happen in real life. It came as no shock to me when he leaned in close once more. "I've got a few toys at my hotel. What do you say we ditch this place and head over there?" My brain interjected. Hello, Katana. You don't even know this man's real name or one damn thing about him except is into doing naughty things." Cocking one brow, I dared to ask, "Do you think you could give me some identification before I take you up on that offer?" Without missing a beat, he pulled out his wallet and showed me his California driver's license. "I'm Nixon Slaughter, owner of Champlain Services in Los Angeles." He went one step further and took a business card out of his wallet, slipping it into my hand before putting his wallet away. "That's my number. Feel better about being alone with me now, Katana Reeves?" With a nod, I agreed to what he wanted. "I'm in your hands now, Mr. S. I think for tonight I'd like to be called Master." He got up, took my hand, and away we went.
End of sneak peek for Masked Indulgence, A Christmas Romance Nightclub Sins 2. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. Audio copyright 2024 BFA Publishing. Please like and subscribe to support this channel, it helps more than you know.